Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 1, The Rich Second Generation in a Book. Outside, the blazing light hits the earth, and the sound of car engines echoes one after another, highlighting the vitality of the city. Inside the room, a man as ordinary as Louis Koo opened his eyes on the recliner. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar environment, Yu Ran fell into deep thought. Quantum entanglement? Traveling through another world? Standing up straight, the large flat mirror in the room reflected Yu Ran's ordinary appearance, which was a little handsome. No wonder Yu Ran thinks this way, he has indeed traveled through time. Not only does he have the same name, but his appearance is basically the same. It's like myself in another world. But it is different from the situation in the previous life when orphans were forced to work as workers. In this life, he is a super rich second generation. They obviously have the same appearance, but compared to his previous appearance, his appearance in the mirror is obviously much more noble and energetic. Coupled with the valuable clothes on his body, he is completely different from before, making him even more handsome and attractive. Hey! It's really money that supports people. Yu Ran couldn't help but sigh. They had the same appearance but completely different temperament. Now he is handsome and striking, but in the past he was simple and handsome, without such striking aura. It may be exactly the same reason, the original owner's memory was inherited naturally, and there was no discomfort after time travel. As for why I say that I am a super rich second generation, this super is not just a casual talk. The only son of the richest man in Jiangnan province, Jiangnan province is also a top province in the country. As the provincial capital, Jinling is a top city along with the Magic City. Therefore, the gold content can be said to be 2-4K pure gold but 2-3K of real gold. Yu Ran stretched out. It seemed that his miserable life in his previous life had moved God and gave him a top status in this life. Let's talk about how miserable the previous life was. That's really miserable. In his previous life, he was born at the entrance of the orphanage. According to the director, it seemed that someone who looked like the dean left him at the entrance. I thought it was a grudge between a large and wealthy family, but I didn't expect that he had never seen his parents from the beginning to the end. How could they be so miserable? In the orphanage, he was also miserable because he was born prematurely. Therefore, he was thin and was bullied a lot when he was a child. The nutrition in the orphanage was not very good, so he was always very thin. Until he reached the age of 7, he went to primary school in response to national policy, but he never had any preschool education. Top of the class, no doubt. But Yu Ran still worked hard in his previous life. After all, hard work can change his destiny. Well, in fact, he is trying to get a scholarship and free tuition, so that he can continue to study and make money. Maybe Yu Ran is a genius. He actually went to university all the way through the background of an orphanage, and it is a pretty good top 285 and 911 university. After college, he was finally able to be self-reliant and support himself. After graduating from college, he successfully entered a good company. He thought that all the hardships would be rewarded and he could enjoy life. But I didn't expect that after entering the company, 996 became the norm and I worked overtime every day. He upholds the principle that hard work will lead to success. Finally, his boss switched to Land Rover. And he also died suddenly on the way to work. Amen. The best of both worlds belongs to Yes. The hard work in his previous life finally moved God, and in this life he finally became a second generation who didn't need to work hard. Yay! Just when Yu Ran was about to sing good luck loudly, the sound of electricity sounded in his mind, and then a voice appeared in his mind. It has been detected that the host is too excited. The awakening of this system gives the host a small shock. Hello host, I am the 8848 system and I will serve you wholeheartedly. Hearing this voice, Yu Ran's brain shut down for a moment. The legendary traveler's standard equipment is here? Who would have thought that a rich second generation like him could actually have a system and embark on the path of the protagonist? Isn't it said that the protagonist usually has a sister, a house, and both parents are dead? Ah, that's wrong. It's usually the evil star that kills someone. He has a biological father and mother in this life. Could he be adopted? Being raised by an enemy and taking revenge against heaven? Descendants of gods, living in the mortal world? For a moment, Yu Ran's mind was filled with imagination. The system saw that Yu Ran was paying no attention to itself and fell into incomprehensible thoughts, so it decided to say it again. Hello, host, I am 8848 system, I will serve you wholeheartedly. The sound of the system sounded again, finally bringing Yu Ran back from his thoughts. 8848 system? The separation of the people and the 3-second explosion? It feels like there's just the slightest bit of danger. However, Yu Ran, who owned the system, was still very excited and shouted out. System! Master, I'm here! I am here! 2 different sounds appeared, one inside his mind and one outside entering his ears. Drop! With a swipe of the card, the door was opened. A man walked in and looked at Yu Ran with a very respectful expression. Liu Zitong, his secretary, to be precise, his lackey, also serves as secretary. Oh, it's okay. I'll just check to see if you're here. If I have something else to do later, I'll call you then. Yu Ran waved his hand and asked Liu Zitong to retreat first. Liu Zitong looked confused, but didn't say anything. As Brother Ran's loyal dogleg, he must try to understand all of Brother Ran's words and actions. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease holding 500,000 yuan a month. After he came out, he thought for a while, well, Brother Ran must have decided on something big, but he must not have thought about it yet, but he must do it. There is definitely nothing you can do in the house, that is, you have to go out. Well, prepare in advance to avoid being in a hurry. Liu Zitong nodded, confirmed his inference, and then made preparations. Host, you can talk to me directly in your mind without shouting, that would be a bit silly. The sound of the system sounded in time, listening to the electronic sound that was obviously emotionless. But he always felt that the system was mocking him, and Yu Ran's head was full of black lines. How does he know? This is his first time too. Don't think wrongly, the first time you bind the system, the other ones haven't been handed over yet. There was no mention of emotions in the previous life, naturally because there was no emotion. But as a studious, stupid, person, Yu Ran studied many ways to chase girls. In the end, they all converged on one word, money. There is a saying that Xia Zhu doesn't like money, but everything that touches her requires money. So he didn't have this capital in his last life. But in this life, he has it. The top rich second generation, he can say with great confidence. I'm not interested in money. It's nothing. I'm just asking you what system you are in and what it does. I am the 8848 system, also known as the Come On and Become a Villain system. I encourage the host to become a qualified villain. Stop! Are you the villain of the system? Then I am the villain. A big question mark floated in Yu Ran's mind. Of course, forget it, I won't explain it, host, you can see for yourself. Ding! The data of the miracle doctor descends from the mountain has been transferred, and the current transfer rate is 1%. Chapter 2 Dialogue with the System. The transmission speed of information is very fast, and Yu Ran quickly received all the information of this book. There is no swelling or pain in my mind, maybe it's because of the system. The knowledge was engraved in his mind in a very relaxed state. If he had this ability, I am afraid that he would be the #1 scholar. The Miracle Doctor Comes Down the Mountain is a classic novel written by a novice doctor. It tells the story of Lin Fan, the miracle doctor, who came down from the mountain after studying and showed off his medical skills to save people while pretending to be a girl. The process was to look down on her in various ways, and then Lin Fan pretended to be a cup of tea and slapped her in the face, and finally won the love of the beauty. The story of becoming a winner in life. The most outrageous thing is that this guy is a real stud, with more than 30 wives, and then in order to legalize it, he even directly changed the laws here, and then got married to end the book. Defying the heavens, extremely defying the heavens. Why did such a good thing happen to Lin Fan? What was wrong with me, Yu Ran? This book really has his role. In the first chapter of the finale, he died while blocking the knife for the biggest villain in the book. In other words, he is also the boss who survived to the later stage. Well, the boss's fiancé. The biggest villain of this book is his fiancé Lu Qingxiu. He is a minor supporting character at best, but at least he survived until the finale, which is not bad. This book is mainly about using medical skills to win over big bosses from all over the world and cultivate a business empire. Therefore, as the richest man in Jiangnan province and the protagonist's stepping stone, he can be regarded as the biggest stepping stone. However, Yu Ran felt keenly in the book that although the level of martial arts in this book is not high, it does contain martial arts. This discovery made Yu Ran excited. After all, who doesn't have a martial arts dream? Okay, I understand, I'm just going against this Lin Fan, so what? Where's my system's gift package for newbies? As a senior reader of tomato novels in his previous life, he had read countless such articles, and he was familiar with them, so he could easily master them. This is also the main reason why he doesn't have a girlfriend. Reading novels is time-consuming and life-consuming, especially those idiotic authors who just stop reading and stop reading. He was so angry that he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. Yu Ran expressed his deep contempt for them. The host has not completed the task yet and there is no gift package. The system is also confused. What is going on with this host? Are they so proactive? No, don't you usually give a bunch of gift packages to the villain before targeting the protagonist? And then I just crush him with one hand. Have you ever seen a company that pays wages without working? Yu Ran? This crotch-stretching system of yours doesn't even have a gift package for beginners. Yu Ran was speechless for a while. Based on his many years of experience in tomatoes, isn't the novice gift package standard? But looking at the meaning of the system, it seems that there is no such thing. Garbage tomatoes. Lied to my feelings. This system has let you know so much, is this not enough? Yu Ran raised his eyebrows. His system seemed to be very smart. Even if it was electronic sounds, he seemed to be able to sense changes in tone. I'm talking about Tongzi, it's useless to know so much. The protagonists are all sons of heaven, and their luck is against heaven. I have nothing but money, how can I fight with them? What Tongzi? Please call me system or master system. The system seemed to be very unhappy with some strange points, but as its responsibility, it still explained it to Yu Ran. It is precisely because of the existence of heaven that I cannot give you a gift package for beginners, otherwise it will be easy to be targeted. Everything is based on an equal exchange. When you complete the task, you will naturally get the same items. So Tongzi is useless to you. You can't even do it with the way of heaven. Wait a minute, you can't do it with the way of heaven. Why should I help you with the way of heaven? Yu Ran seems to have discovered something. He is a rich second generation and has a great life to enjoy. Why should he go against the protagonist and easily attract the attention of heaven? At worst, he will just avoid the protagonist. If the situation is not right, I will retreat behind everyone. It's not that I can't handle the way of heaven. The water here is very deep and the situation is very complicated. It can't be explained clearly in 1 or 2 sentences. And it's not good for you to understand it so early. The system simply changed the topic, but in order to keep Yu Ran energetic, it continued to explain. The protagonist is called the Son of Heaven, which is a proxy name, not a real one, so he will not be watched by heaven. The so-called books can be regarded as a means of predicting the future, and the future will inevitably occur according to the development of conventional time. Oh, so what? Spreading my hands, my name is Yu Ran. Yu Ran said nonchalantly, after all, there are still risks in going against the protagonist. Wouldn't it be better for him to just enjoy life honestly? The system was speechless when it saw Yu Ran's helpless look. How could it see from other places that some people wanted to kill the world once they had the system? What happened to my host? The ultimate goal of the Son of Heaven is some kind of unification of the world, such as the unification of business, so as the richest man in Jiangnan province, your family will definitely be targeted. So young man, you will definitely become his enemy. Kill him, juvenile. The system began to be tempting, trying to use passionate young people to incite Yu Ran. If it was the remainder of this life, he would definitely be enthusiastic immediately, but now it is the remainder of the 2 lifetimes. Oh, I have been killing fish in RT Mart for 10 years, and my heart has long since become cold. How is it possible for such simple nonsense to make my blood boil? Moreover, the system's picture drawing Pua didn't paint the dog better than the boss in his previous life, so why did he still want to fool him? Don't come here. My family works on the internet. This protagonist is in medicine and has a dime to do with my family. Besides, the worst case scenario is to convert everything into cash and not do business. The system, Pan, is convex. If the host fails to complete the task, I will also explode, and we will both perish together and suffer losses. The system failed to abduct him, so he tried another trick. Just make threats instead. Oh, then give me a ring. Yu Ran was indifferent, not to mention that he was a person who died once, but he didn't believe that this dog system wanted to die with him. System, _ Okay, be cruel. Don't misunderstand the system, he can only perform the final stunt, and today I'm going to let you know how powerful I am. We will win if you help me complete the task. After completing the task, you will not only get system points rewards that can be used, but also various lottery draws, and you can get the highest artifact. I guarantee your satisfaction. Hey? Changed to inducement again? Will I be swayed by your temptation? He was indeed shaken. Yu Ran was indeed very interested in the rewards mentioned by the system. The highest god level, being able to become the pinnacle of this world would not be bad. As the interview opened, Yu Ran saw the system panel. Yu Ran. Martial arts level, mortal. Skills mastered, none. Currently receiving information, the miracle doctor comes down the mountain. System points, 0. Mall, not yet open. Lottery pool, expand. A very simple interface, but Yu Ran keenly discovered an inconspicuous word on the panel. Currently accepting information. Chapter 3 The Incredible Prize Pool. System, what does this currently receiving information mean? Yu Ran frowned, feeling that it was not that simple. It means that there is other information. When the first protagonist dies or reaches a certain time, the next piece of information will be opened. Normal protagonists will not exist at the same time, but if the time is delayed for too long, they may appear at the same time, so the host that's why you have to destroy them. Otherwise you will definitely be in danger. Yu Ran rolled his eyes, this dog system found every possible way to make him listen to it. But he still planned to see the reward first. The mall couldn't be opened yet, and Yu Ran didn't bother to ask. What tasks or conditions must he complete before it can be opened? He opened the draw pool as far as he could. There are 3 prize pools in the lottery, namely white, blue and purple, and the items in each prize pool are completely different. When the system saw Yu Ran opening the prize pool, it also quickly introduced the idea of striking while the iron is hot, hoping that Yu Ran could complete the task. The prize pool is divided into 3 categories. The white prize pool has 100 points once, the blue prize pool has 1000 points once. The purple prize pool can be drawn once the energy is full. The white prize pool can draw up to the Grandmaster level reward, and the blue prize pool can draw up to the demigod level rewards, and the purple prize pool is amazing, with the highest god level rewards, and the bottom line is all Grandmaster level rewards. The system introduced it eloquently, which really made Ran a little excited. If he could get a god level reward, would he be able to walk sideways in this world? According to the introduction in The Divine Doctor Comes Down the Mountain, the martial arts realm is divided into Ming Jin, Dark Jin, Hua Jin, and Grandmaster. As for being above the Grandmaster, I didn't mention it. Maybe it's the Divine Realm? Because after Lin Fan reached the Grandmaster, he immediately said that the Grandmaster cannot be humiliated, so he changed the law and it ended immediately. And even if the highest white prize pool is a Grandmaster reward, Ran would be lying if he said he wasn't interested. But the probability is hard to say. How to open this purple prize pool? Let me introduce it in detail. When the system saw that Ran finally became interested, he burst into tears and started talking non-stop. The white prize pool accumulates 1 point for each draw, and the blue prize pool accumulates 10 points for each draw. When the total reaches 361 points, a purple draw can be opened. Ran. Damn, these words are so familiar. By the way, the probability of drawing good things 10 times in a row is greater. The system also saw Ran's virtue and seduced him like crazy. Ran gritted his teeth. Judging from what the system said, this shipment rate must be extremely high. System, let me ask you a question. Is the person who created you named Ma? System? Seeing the system's silence, Ran became more sure of his thoughts. The system was just thinking. It seemed that it had really forgotten who created it, so it simply didn't answer. Currently, only the white prize pool is on. Click on the blue prize pool and a line of text will pop up. The white prize pool can only be opened after 10 consecutive draws. Well, Ran could only open the white prize pool and take a look at the prizes inside. Kamizato Ayaka's white silk. Ran? Damn it, Yuan. What is this first prize? Is this the god level item you mentioned in the lottery? Ran continued to sweep down. Engraved black stockings. Kafka's purple stockings. Okay, no need to read any more, now he is sure, this system is not serious, what the lottery is all about. System, look at what is in this white prize pool of yours. Can this kind of thing help me a little? Can I draw these things? Ran issued a series of life-threatening questions to the system. He drew the lottery in order to become stronger, and these will affect the speed at which he becomes stronger. Lottery failed, insufficient points. It's your grandma's system. When newbies join the system, they give them 10 consecutive draws, but you don't even give them 10 consecutive draws. The system looked confused at the fickle host, and its core felt like it was already burning. Someone seemed to say just now that he would definitely not win this kind of prize? Ordinary prizes will enter the lottery pool according to the needs of the host. The prizes here should be what the host wants. I'm not, don't slander me. If you say it again, I will sue you for slander. He didn't know Kamisato Ayaka at all, let alone her dog. He didn't understand these things at all. In addition to these ordinary items, there are some other items, the colors are green and blue. Special weapon, random. Special spell, random. Random martial arts. Random elixir. Of course, there is one spot that is so red that it should be the grand prize. These are quite good, but whether you can draw them depends on your face. After Ran read the system's rewards, he reviewed the plot in his mind. To be honest, as a rich second generation, he really didn't want to work hard. Ran rubbed his head, but regardless of whether he completed the system task or not, the top priority was to break off the engagement first. That's right, he broke off the engagement with his fiancée and ultimate boss Lu Qingxiu. Lu Qingxiu was the fiancé he stalked, judging from his memory and subsequent records in the book. He is a super licking dog, the kind who would pass out cigarettes whenever he sees a boiling sheep. To what extent did he lick it, giving everything he had to Lu Qingxiu, and finally died for her? Then I got the sentence, "You are a good person." Shit. But the current Yu Ran is obviously not, so he plans to cancel the engagement first, and he still has to think about whether to go against the protagonist. After all, there were still 7 days until Lin Fan came down the mountain. Lu Zitong. Master, I'm here. Following Yu Ran's shout, Lu Zitong opened the door. Prepare the car, I'm going to Liu's company. Master, I have already prepared it for you. Whatever gifts Madame Lu needs to bring this time, they can be delivered over there at any time. As Yu Ran's #1 henchman and secretary, Lu Zitong was quite capable and loyal, and died for him in the end. It can be said to be quite good. The only flaw is that he is a man. That's right, the original owner was so filthy that not to mention the secretary around him, he didn't even have a female contact on his cell phone except his mother. He was a good man with 24 filial piety. Damn it, the rich second-generation status was blinded for nothing. Now that he is here, Yu Ran must change this situation. No need for gifts, I'm going to break off the engagement this time. Luxi's face was shocked. He knew how much the young master liked Miss Lu. He even called Lu Qingxiu mistress. FK. Master, are you serious? Although as a secretary he shouldn't ask more questions, this matter is really weird. Dog system. Why are you asking so many questions when you are surprised? Just do it. Lu Zitong was scolded for nothing, but he didn't say anything. He could see that the young master was in a bad mood, but he seemed much happier after the scolding. The system in your mind? Why does it feel like Yu Ran is scolding him? Yu Ran got into his limited edition Lamborghini. The roar of the car engine sounded, and it drove towards Liu's company. Chapter 4 Breaking off the engagement. Jinling is extremely hot in summer, and there are almost no pedestrians on the road. The hot sunshine baked on the earth, casting a layer of light and shadow on the whole world. The chirping of cicadas on the roadside came and went, covered up by the roar of cars, and crushed together in the wind. Yu Ran was a little excited at this time. He had never been in such a good car. This car was really exciting. It's a pity that he doesn't understand cars and can't say words like acceleration and back-pushing feeling. However, I am uneducated, so it's really cool to express my feelings with this sentence. The car stopped smoothly at Liu's company. Yu Ran got out of the car and looked up at the towering and majestic building in front of him. In his previous life, he might have had stage fright, but his current status allowed him to walk in with his head held high. Lu Zitong followed closely behind. The security guards and front desk of Liu's company were obviously no strangers to Yu Ran, and they bowed to him. Alas, there is absolutely no scene of pretending to be a slap in the face. How many words does he need to be less watery? Oh, how many words does he need to be less pretentious? Yu Ran pressed the button on the elevator to the floor where Lu Qingxiu's office was located, brewing the words he was about to say. The elevator door opened and Yu Ran walked in, while Lu Zitong stayed outside. When Yu Ran walked in, Lu Qingxiu was busy processing documents. When she saw someone coming in, Lu Qingxiu raised her eyes and then continued to work with her head down. Just one glance, and Yu Ran was stunned. Although Lu Qingxiu is described as a peerless beauty in the novel, those words seem pale and poor when you see her in person again. Yu Ran didn't know how to describe it. It was obviously just a standard beauty feature of a melon face and big eyes, but it was so stunning no matter how she looked on her face. No wonder the original owner was fascinated by her. When Lu Qingxiu saw Yu Ran coming, she just raised her eyes and glanced, but didn't do anything. She didn't even bother to get up. After all, Yu Ran came too often, almost every day, and gave her all kinds of gifts and food. She had clearly told him that he didn't need to do this, but he seemed to enjoy it. It's just that the atmosphere today is a bit dull, mainly because Yuran was stunned and forgot to speak. After all, I have never seen such a beautiful woman before. She has a look that cannot be achieved through photoshopping and plastic surgery. Lu Qingxiu didn't hear the sound, so she looked up at Yuran again. What's up? Lu Qingxiu was undoubtedly beautiful, but the business-like indifference in her tone made Yuran feel cold. This coldness went straight to his soul and made him wake up from a dream. Something's wrong. I'm here to break off the engagement. Let's break up. Lu Qingxiu, who wanted to continue processing the documents, was stunned for a moment and asked again in disbelief. What did you say? The increase in decibels of the sound made the indifferent language seem to have a little life. Yuran swallowed, suppressed his greed for Lu Qingxiu's beauty, and raised his voice slightly. I said, let's break off the engagement. There was a slight change in Lu Qingxiu's indifferent expression. She straightened up, left her desk and walked towards Yuran. Lu Qingxiu wore a professional hip-hugging skirt with flesh-colored stockings today. The 10-centimeter red-soled high heels made her already tall figure look even more slender. Walking up with long legs, the momentum even made Yuran feel slightly suffocated. The exquisite facial features combined with the explosive figure and perfect outfit made Yuran even think that it would be okay not to break off the engagement. You said you wanted to break off the engagement. Lu Qingxiu walked up to Yuran. Wearing high heels, she was already on the same level as Yuran. The CEO's aura made her words feel oppressive. Yuran shook off the messy things in his mind and nodded firmly. Yes, I feel it. You don't like me. I'm a little tired. Let's end it. Lu Qingxiu opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but with her cold personality, she just nodded in the end. Good. When Yuran left, Lu Qingxiu watched Yuran leave without much fluctuation in her heart. She really doesn't like Yuran very much, but Yuran has been sincerely good to her for 3 years. A large part of her current status comes from Yuran's help. So she still felt a little uncomfortable. She didn't know why, although she felt that she could do it even without Yuran. When Yuran went downstairs, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Qingxiu was really beautiful. She was worthy of being the woman who plotted against the protagonist in a book and was finally pardoned because of her beauty. Lin Fan finally pardoned Lu Qingxiu because of her beauty. You should know that Lin Fan had more than 30 women, but he was still stunned when he saw Lu Qingxiu. It can be seen how good-looking Lu Qingxiu is. As for the protagonist, beautiful women must not be killed, but Lu Qingxiu did not follow him and went abroad alone. As the biggest villain, Lu Qingxiu naturally has a lot of plots. Now Yuran can be said to know her very well, but Yuran has not taken any action for the time being because his mind is still full of mush. According to the convention of villain novels, all the women of the protagonist must be included in the harem, but he really has no interest in Lin Fan's 30-odd women. Some women in particular are shown to be really annoying in the book. For example, Su Jianqian, the campus beauty of Nanjing University, is a super troublemaker from Yuran's perspective. It is clear that there are a lot of problems at home, but the protagonist is not allowed to help, and he has established an independent and strong character. As a result, he can't do anything well and gets into trouble. Then the protagonist saves the beauty and finally returns home. Yuran is so angry just looking at this kind of woman that she doesn't want to go to the guide at all. Even if she comes to my door, I won't let Yuran do it. But if the task requires him to conquer it, it will be really annoying. System, what kind of tasks are there for the protagonist? I won't do those stupid tasks. The host's task is to destroy the plot and opportunities of the protagonist. As for how to proceed, it is purely up to the host to DIY. Seeing that Yuran finally had the fighting spirit, the system quickly explained to him. Oh! That's good. Then can I kill the protagonist directly at the beginning? Of course you can, but I suggest that the host doesn't do it for the time being, because as usual, the protagonist will get stronger and stronger. Yu Ran nodded. He understood what the system said. The protagonist could kill him if he wanted to, but it was best to kill him cleanly. After all, some events may disappear if the protagonist is not around. He still understands the butterfly effect. That's good, but wait a minute, does my breaking off the engagement today count as changing the plot? This breakup of engagement has nothing to do with the protagonist. Seeing that Yu Ran looked wrong, the system gritted its teeth and tried to give Yu Ran a little encouragement. However, since this is the first time that the host has changed the plot, this system will give you a special bonus of 10 draws in a row. Although there are no points, having 10 draws in a row is not bad. It is not easy to get points deducted from the system of QQ. Master, I heard that you are single again today. I have reserved a large box in the heaven and earth in advance. I wonder if you are interested, Master. Liu Zitong was mainly thinking that since the young master was single, he would no longer be a virgin. As a secretary, he wanted to let the young master feel the enthusiasm of his sisters. Yu Ran was preparing to lash out 10 times in a row, but when he heard Liu Zitong's words, he raised his eyebrows. It was vulgar, but I like it. Go, Mr. Yu, will pay for today's consumption. Chapter 5 Heaven and Earth. Seeing the young master's beaming smile, Liu Zitong knew that he had guessed correctly again. Okay, but the young master just called Nanda and asked you to pick up your homework. Operation. Yu Ran was a little puzzled. According to his original memory, Yu Ran was a typical rich second-generation playboy with no knowledge and skills, but he could still do his homework. If his father hadn't donated 2 buildings to Nanda, his college entrance examination results would have been far worse than Nanda. He couldn't pass even Nan Vocational College. Yu Ran is a junior this year, and Lu Qingxiu is 1 year older than him, but Lu Qingxiu is a genius and has already taken over the family business since her sophomore year. Yu Ran also fell in love with Lu Qingxiu at first sight at the freshman welcome party. Moreover, Lu Qingxiu helped Yu Ran when Yu Ran first came to the school. In fact, she just led the way and introduced Nanda. It seems that she came here because of the credits, but in Yu Ran's heart, she is the perfect goddess senior. Young master, you have forgotten that at the end of last year, my master called the school and the school reported your situation truthfully. This year, my master strictly required the school to complete your final homework. FK. Yu Ran remembered that as long as he took the exam, the teacher would not let him fail the exam for the sake of his father. But the final homework must be done. This is his father's death order. Okay, let's go to Nanda first. Yu Ran drooped his head. No matter in the past or present life, homework was a word that made people uninterested. After arriving at Nanjing University, Yu Ran also met the monitor of their class. Ma Tiangzi, a boy who looks gentle and weak. Yu Ran, this is your homework, which includes advanced mathematics homework and practical homework. In addition, you have to write 2 short papers on the international financial situation, no less than 8,000 words. Ma Tiangzi told Yu Ran's homework in a straightforward manner and handed him his things. Yu Ran took over the homework and nodded, not showing any interest at all. But thinking about his sisters in heaven and earth at night, he felt much better. Because he didn't know if there would be any strange reaction in the first lottery, he was also afraid that his whole body would suddenly light up and turn into a golden man when he drew the lottery. So he planned to draw again when he was alone. The splendid hall between heaven and earth looks like a place where gold is swallowed violently. As the most luxurious gold-selling cave in Jinling, only you can't afford it, but they can't do it without them. Yu Ran didn't have many friends, so it was just him and Liu Zitong, but the private room was not small given the small number of people. Liu Zitong naturally booked the largest box. As soon as Liu Zitong and Yu Ran walked in, a woman in a cheongsam that reached to her thighs came over. Mr. Liu, if you have time today, come and play with us in heaven and earth. Lu Zitong coughed a few times. He was indeed a frequent visitor here, but the young master was here today, and he couldn't take over the guests. As soon as the woman saw Lu Zitong's face, she knew that today's protagonist was the handsome young man next to him. Without her sharp eyesight, it would be impossible to continue here. What's your name, this handsome guy? Does he have any service requirements? Yu Ran glanced at this beautiful woman. For him, her appearance could be rated at 85 points. If she were a thief, she would probably be given full marks for her temperament. This ripe smile has a different flavor. I don't have any requirements, let Lu Zitong arrange it. After all, it was Yu Ran's first time here and he didn't understand anything, so he might as well let an experienced driver like Lu Zitong arrange it for him. The beautiful woman smiled, made a gesture of invitation, and Yu Ran quickly came to the reserved box. Even though he was mentally prepared, Yu Ran was shocked. The interior decoration of the house is extremely luxurious, and it has all kinds of facilities, including KTV, private cinema, hot spring swimming pool, and even a double bedroom, which is extremely luxurious. Yu Ran looked satisfied with the expression inside. Lu Zitong waved quietly, and the beautiful woman understood. Bring the best from your side, remember not to be short of money, and don't let the young master be dissatisfied. The beautiful woman nodded and hurried down to make arrangements. Lu Zitong was the golden VIP here. You can imagine the status of someone who Lu Zitong wanted to call young master. Yu Ran lay down on the sofa. The environment was really nice. After a while, the door was opened, and a group of girls walked in behind the beautiful woman. Yu Ran glanced at it twice, gooey, they all have the appearance of the top female anchors in the previous life, and they are worthy of being the top gold-selling caves, that's awesome. However, he had met Lu Qingxiu, and after scanning around, he felt that they all looked similar, and he was not satisfied. Change a batch. Lu Zitong coughed twice, and the beautiful woman also looked embarrassed. This batch of girls are by far the best, they are beautiful and smart, they drink well and have a sweet mouth. However, the beautiful woman was not satisfied with Yu Ran, so she had to prepare to change it. However, two of them were left by Lu Zitong, and Yu Ran saw that they were all lowly-type girls. Ba, Lilikan. The second group arrived at the box quickly. This group was obviously much more youthful. The beautiful woman thought that Yu Ran should like younger people at his age. Yu Ran scanned around and found that the looks were similar to the previous batch, but there was really nothing interesting about them. Lu Qingxiu's looks in the morning raised his expectations too much. He was just about to continue changing batches when his eyes suddenly looked at the last girl. She has red lips and white teeth, is pretty and delicate, with full youthful vitality. The JK clothes she wears complement each other, and her beauty makes Yu Ran's eyes light up. I want her. Yu Ran stretched out his finger, but he didn't expect that the beautiful woman was a little confused. This is a new guy, and his work is all about cleaning and the like, and he doesn't want to drink with the guests at all. He has a stubborn temper, and if it weren't for his appearance, he would have been fired long ago. Today she took the initiative to ask for it, but she didn't expect that she would be chosen. But what the beautiful woman didn't expect was that the woman who had almost resisted before actually sat down next to Yu Ran obediently. She couldn't say any words of rejection now. Well, brother Yu, she is a newcomer. If the reception is not good, please call me in time. Yu Ran waved his hand and asked her to go out quickly. New people are new people, but in a place like this, how new can it be? 80% new? Seeing that Yu Ran had chosen a girl, Lu Zitong was also very good at it. To celebrate the fact that the young master is single today, here's a toast to the young master. To the young master. The two girls next to Lu Zitong also said coquettishly, and Yu Ran smiled and casually hugged the girls beside him. Drink. After drinking a glass of wine, Yu Ran saw that the girl he was hugging was blushing. What the hell, a glass of wine can also accompany him. It's almost as if he drinks more than he does. Hey, you're so bad at drinking, why do you come out to drink with me? Ran pinched the girl's little face. Not to mention it was soft, but a nice fragrance came from the girl's body. It's completely different from the environment here. That's my first time too. The girl murmured quietly, but in Ran's eyes it seemed more like coquettishness. Oh? Are you short of money here? The girl nodded, her face even more shy. The two girls next to me were stunned. They are small, exquisite, and cute ones. Hey! What's the matter with you, a newcomer? You perform so well and you still say it's your first time? Besides, who didn't come here because they were short of money? Ran seemed to have thought of something interesting. Then you can do anything with money. He slapped a wad of banknotes on the table. The two girls next to him were stunned. Even if they didn't count them, they estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of dollars. Is this the arrogance of rich people? They looked at the girl in Ran's arms with envy, wondering why such a good thing had not happened to them. What to do? The girl's voice was still very low, but she looked directly at Ran. Ran smiled crookedly and took out something. Can you do the advanced math homework? Chapter 6 Su Jian. Ran's words made Lu Zitong spray a mouthful of wine on the face of lowly girl number 1. The young master is so interesting. The two Lolita were also stunned. Is this the hobby of rich people? So special and so difficult to understand. But what surprised everyone even more was that the girl in his arms nodded firmly and took the homework to read. Even Ran was confused now. He was just joking, but he didn't expect that he could actually do it. No, why on earth did you come here with high math? Are you trying to deceive yourself? Ran looked at the girl in his arms with seriousness. The girl had already picked up her homework. The first question of this assignment is very simple. It's a simple method of finding the limit. The upper and lower parts have the same derivation. You can get the extreme value by using L'Hopital's rule. Ran blinked his big eyes and looked at the girl and filled in the answer directly. Damn, this is serious. No, you really know how to do it. The girl nodded. Can you give me the money after I finish writing this? Okay, what's your name? Su Jian. Ran's brows knitted together, the name was so familiar, and suddenly he thought of something. Damn it, isn't this the name of the heroine that I hated the most before? NTU campus beauty Su Jian also worked in heaven and earth? Why does he feel that the world view is broken? This is also the first time that Ran feels that this is indeed not a simple world in a book. You must know that Su Jian is one of the heroines with the most roles. If such a thing as working in heaven and earth appeared in the book, the author would be criticized as a fool. Ran looked at Su Jian again. Su Jian was working hard on high math questions, which made everyone present feel confused. Su Jian, do you work part-time here? Ran frowned deeply. Su Jian was known as one of the 4 campus beauties of Nanjing University, and the only civilian campus beauties. The people chasing her lined up from here to the south gate, and she came here to work part-time? Well, the salary here is high, but classmate Ran, this is really my first time as a bartender. I used to just clean the house. Even for cleaning, the wages in a place like heaven and earth are extremely high, and the most important thing is that Su Jian is beautiful. Even the sales girl is making money. The most important thing is that the boss wants Su Jian to see other girls making money, which has a subtle influence on Su Jian. When Su Jian is willing to accompany her for a drink, it will be worth it. You know me? Ran raised his eyebrows. He confirmed that this was the first time he saw Su Jian. Well, classmate Ran, you are very famous in NTU. Ran actually didn't expect that he would have a very good reputation at NTU, especially among girls. He is handsome, has a lot of money, and most importantly, he is single and never engages in scandals. He can be called a super good man. Although Yu Ran said before that he only liked Lu Qingxiu, he couldn't stop a bunch of little fans from liking him. It's just that he used to focus solely on Lu Qingxiu and didn't care about other girls. Yu Ran shed tears and gave up the entire forest for a tree. Yu Ran didn't say anything more and continued drinking with Lu Zitong, while Su Jianqian was still writing her advanced mathematics homework vigorously. After finding out that she was the troublesome heroine Su Jianqian, Yu Ran also had a headache. He originally wanted to hug a girl and be happy, but things became more troublesome. But also, how could someone who can compete with Lu Qingxiu's appearance be an ordinary member of a club? In less than 2 hours, Su Jianqian finished Yu Ran's advanced mathematics homework. For Su Jianqian, this advanced mathematics homework was too easy, but considering Yu Ran's situation, the teacher assigned only the most introductory questions. It's done. Su Jianqian handed the homework to Yu Ran, and then obediently sat next to Yu Ran in the original position. Seeing Su Jianqian blinking at herself with big eyes, Yu Ran was also a little silent. Something is obviously wrong with Su Jianqian. She seems to want me to continue to hold her in my arms? System, the plot of Nima has collapsed. What the hell is going on? Come out and explain. Yu Ran yelled crazily in his head, trying to understand the current situation. The host, please understand for yourself, there is no such thing as an absolute plot. After the system finished speaking, he continued paddling. Yu Ran looked at Su Jianqian in front of him. TMD. Who doesn't want it delivered to your door? Yu Ran continued to hold Su Jianqian in his arms and started drinking. While drinking, he chatted and ordered a few more songs. Su Qunqian's family situation is that her father is a gambler, her mother is sick, and her younger brother is in school. Of course, this was not what Su Jianqian said, they were talking about daily life. He learned this from the plot. The plot only introduced that Su Jianqian had worked many odd jobs to support the family, but it did not go into details. But now it seems that this is where she works. Su Jianqian also felt beautiful in her heart. To be honest, she didn't like the atmosphere here, but Hehehe gave her too much. Yu Ran is also confused. Is it okay for the female protagonist to just post it before the male protagonist comes out? Is my Lao Yu's charm really that high? He knew it. In the book, Su Jianqian was introduced as extremely conservative and quite independent. Lin Fan saved her and her mother several times without backing up. Later, it was Lin Fan who took the initiative to achieve success. But this is completely different from the current Su Jianqian. Yu Ran felt that his brain was overloaded and he stopped thinking so much. I drank wine, my girl was in my arms, and I even finished my high mathematics homework. Cool. Drinking, singing and massage. Until about 10 o'clock in the evening, Yu Ran and Lu Zitong called a driver to prepare to go home. You ask why you don't spend the night there? Please tell me, Lao Yu is a gentleman. Well, the main thing is that this is a formal place, and some things cannot be done openly. And regarding Su Jianqian, he hasn't thought about handing her over yet, who is not an innocent boy anymore. Well, actually there are no conditions here. Do you think Lao Yu can block Su Qunqian's beauty? That's not right, even an ugly one might not be able to bear it. A dog who has been single for so many years still thinks he has a pretty face. Just when the car was about to start, Su Jianqian ran to the car window panting. Well, Yu Ran, I'll give you the money back. Su Jianqian handed Yu Ran the money she had received from writing advanced mathematics. Su Jianqian seemed to have gotten off work at this time and changed into casual clothes. Even if it was just short sleeves and jeans, it still had a different flavor. Needless to say, this school beauty is indeed good looking. No, I'll give it to you as I said. I'm not short of the money. Yu Ran waved his hand, How could he get back the money he gave away? Okay, but this time I took advantage. Can you add your contact information? I can help if there is anything in the future. Yuran drank a little too much, so he added a WeChat message without thinking too much, and the car roared away. Only So Kyunkyun's smile was reflected in the rearview mirror. Chapter 7 The first 10 draws in a row. After arriving home in the evening, Yuran took a shower first to wash away all the dirt, hoping to bring some good luck to him for the next lottery draw. System, do you think there are any hidden benefits for the first 10 draws in a row, such as the guaranteed explosion Grandmaster equipment? Host, this system's lottery is completely random and cannot answer the host's questions. Garbage system, can you pie it with the lottery system and give me something good? Host, this system recommends that if you ask for help, it is best not to curse. Oh. Yuran finally figured it out. This dog system was ruthless and quite intelligent. I've drawn it. If you are the master, you will be Tongshen. If you are the power of transformation, you will be Brother Tong. If you are the power of engine, you will be Tongzi. System. Yuran brought up the lottery interface and clicked on 10 consecutive draws, and the 10 points corresponding to 10 consecutive draws also jumped out immediately. As the turntable beat wildly, 10 items soon appeared in Yuran's system space. Kamizato Ayaka's white silk. Special pistol. Healing elixir ×1. Healing elixir ×1. Shiquan Dabu pill ×1. Shiquan Dabu pill ×1. Level 1 of Ming Jin skill. Special singing charm ×1. Special dancing talisman ×1. Stepless Kung Fu Iron Mountain Reliance. Looking at the white things, the best of which was only the light green Shiquan Dabu pills, Yuran's mentality instantly collapsed. Tongzi, oh no, Tongzi, you are really a younger brother among younger brothers. What kind of things are you smoking? The system simply pretended to be dead and did not respond. As long as he did not agree, he was not the younger brother. Yuran was furious. The system actually pretended to be dead. Yuran could only take a look at what he had drawn. He took out a pair of white stockings from the system space. It was a brand new pair of socks with the unique smell of new clothes. Yuran frowned. System, are you lying to me? Isn't this just a brand new piece of white silk? Does the host want second-hand ones? I'm not, I didn't, don't spread rumors. Yuran directly denied Sanlian, joking, he is a gentleman, how could he want that kind of thing? Do you have a second-hand system? This is really not the case. Tisk, Brother Tong, it's just a simple cosplay suit. It's so tempting as you described it. Please change the name quickly. The system went silent again, feeling a little used to Yuran's shouting in less than a day. The thing he was most looking forward to was gone, so Yuran had no choice but to look at the next few items. Special pistol, it looks like an ordinary water gun and requires special system ammunition to be used as a real pistol. Yuran raised his eyebrows. It was actually a real gun, which was interesting. Moreover, before using the system ammunition, it looked just like a water gun. This is really a must-have product for killing people and stealing goods. Take a shot and change the place. Do you think it was me who killed him? Impossible, absolutely impossible, I only have a water gun. However, the ammunition is a bit limited, only 10 rounds, and you may need to draw or purchase it for long-term use. Yuran held the pistol in his hand and weighed it. It was very light and the magazine was like a water storage container. Yuran couldn't wait to come to the soundproof basement to test the gun and tried the most common water gun mode first. Yes, it really is a water gun, it's full of water bullets. After adding the system's special ammunition, Yuran shot the experimental subject. Pass through. Yuran raised his eyebrows. The sound was very small, but the power was not small, about the same as an ordinary pistol. It should be enough to kill an ordinary person with one shot. However, Yu Ran was not proficient in guns and could only shoot at objects that were relatively close. Even so, Yu Ran was very satisfied. As a weapon for self-defense, it was quite powerful. After returning to the room, Yu Ran looked at the elixirs and tonic pills. Healing pill can quickly heal all injuries. Shiquan Dabu pills, it replenishes everything and is effective for kidney deficiency and physical weakness after just one pill. Healing pills are indeed quite good, quickly healing all injuries and in many cases saving lives. But as for this tenfold tonic pill, Yu Ran's face turned black. I didn't, it wasn't me. Well, you've confessed yourself, you damn system. You actually mocked me, but I'm obviously strong and healthy. 2 special talismans are affixed to people to force them to sing and dance for 3 minutes, with the singing and dancing varying depending on the person's physical condition. If you say it is useless, then it is indeed useless. But if you say it is useful, is it possible to control it for 3 minutes? However, the introduction also says that there are differences depending on physical fitness, and it is estimated that the stronger the strength, the shorter the time. After reaching the first level of Ming Jin skill, it seems that the strength has increased a little. However, in the system panel, Yu Ran's martial arts level has indeed become the first level of Ming Jin. Yu Ran punched the sandbag and felt the change in his strength. It seemed that his strength had increased a lot. If I concentrate my strength, I may be able to exert a force of 1,000 pounds. Not bad, not bad. I have finally entered the realm of martial arts. The last non-ranked skill is Iron Mountain Backrest. Iron Mountain Backrest, it is said to be created by a top-level powerful person. Although it is a basic physical move, it is applicable to all realms and has no ranks. You can gather all your body's strength into your shoulders, exert force suddenly, and use your shoulders to collide with the enemy. This should be the bottom line. Yu Ran really doesn't know the strength of this rankless technique, but it can be used in any realm, so it shouldn't be too bad. If you look closely, you will see a line of small words on the Tishan Ko. You can get started directly with the system, but if you want to understand it in depth, you still have to rely on yourself. The ancient gods left behind secrets, singing, dancing, rap and basketball. Yu Ran didn't understand but he was deeply shocked. What was the connection between singing and dancing, rap and Tishan Ko? Most importantly, he didn't know how to do any of these things. My singing is just at an average level, I can't dance or rap at all, the only thing I can do is play basketball a little. It seems that if I want to pursue the true meaning of Tishan Ko, I have to go to the basketball court to find inspiration. Brother Tong, learn the Iron Mountain climbing technique. There was no response for a long while. System, learn the Iron Mountain. Okay. It seems that the system still does not accept the title of Tongdi, but it does not matter. Since I got such a bad draw, I must be Tongdi. Overall, although what he drew was not a top-level artifact, Yu Ran was generally satisfied. My own strength and ability to protect my life have been improved, and it seems that there is still some benefit in completing tasks with the system. Yu Ran glanced at the time. It was already past 1 in the morning, so he decided to go to bed. Early the next morning, the morning sun shone on Yu Ran's body. He got up and looked at the full-length mirror opposite the bed. It's another day when I wake up to my own handsomeness. After a simple meal and washing up, Yu Ran called Liu Zitong and prepared to return to Nanjing University. Go play basketball to find out the true meaning of Tishan Ko, and there is another point. It was about Su Jianqian, he always felt that there was something weird about it. Chapter 8 Basketball and Iron Mountain Support. Liu Zitong was also a Nanjing University student, and of course he relied on connections. He was packaged in because of Yu Ran's influence. The two of them went straight to the school basketball court. The university campus was filled with the atmosphere of youth. Everywhere you can see students rushing to class, sweating in the stadium, and young heroes preparing for competition in the library. The entire campus is filled with an atmosphere of hard work and advancement, and Yu Ran and Lu Zitong are two special cases among them. When they arrived at the basketball court, someone had already secured their spot for them. This is the power of friendship. How do you want to fight, young master? Let's play alone or ask a few people to fight together. It's not interesting to play alone. Let's invite a few people to join us, but do you know them? I don't know each other, but it's okay for these guys who occupy the court to play together. As for basketball, you'll get to know each other as you play. Yu Ran nodded in agreement. If you don't play basketball, you don't understand it. Brother Yu Ran, brother Lu Zitong, you are here. Yu Ran still has an impression of these people. They seem to be classmates. He is relatively generous, so he is quite popular. Let's play basketball together. Okay. 6 people formed a 3v3 half-court duel. Lu Zitong, Yu Ran and another team named Wang Gang. Yu Ran and Lu Zitong's basketball skills are pretty good, and the 6 of them played back and forth. After calling for more than an hour, Yu Ran still didn't feel anything related to Tishanguo. So I called for an intermission, but unexpectedly, just after the break, several girls came over to give Yu Ran water. To be honest, Yu Ran really didn't know these girls, and their looks were a bit arbitrary, so he didn't really want to pick them up. But seeing how enthusiastic they are, it would be a bit hard to accept if they don't choose either. So Yu Ran planned to pick a passable person to take over the water. Unexpectedly, a beautiful figure in the distance flashed directly to Yu Ran's side at a sprint speed of 100 meters. Yu Ran, drink water. Su Jianqian was panting, her face turned a reddish color that appears after strenuous exercise, and she looked like she had been running for a long time. The light fragrance mixed with the smell of sweat made Yu Ran's nasal cavity feel a little comfortable. When the other girls looked at Su Jianqian, they all had disappointed expressions on their faces. There was no chance of delivering water this time. Yu Ran looked at this troublesome school beauty and accepted it anyway. Well, appearance is justice. The 5 people behind were all dumbfounded. Su Jianqian, a common school beauty and the representative beauty of NTU's pure department, could easily fill a classroom with love letters. He actually brought water to Yu Ran. As expected of brother Yu, he was really awesome. There's not much jealousy there, just envy. After all, the gap in rank is too big. Thanks. Yu Ran politely thanked her, although she had a bad impression of Su Jianqian in the book. But the flesh and blood Su Jianqian stood in front of him. Well, he was still greedy. Beauty, what's the matter with more things? Most importantly, he is doing it for system points. Not for women, he is working hard for his career. Yu Ran took a sip of his drink, and before he could say the word pleasant, he saw a burly man running towards him. Tisk, the person who came here is not a good person. Qian, who is he? As expected, whenever she opens her mouth, she is looking for trouble for the school beauty. Don't scream, I'm not familiar with you. Su Jianqian looked unkind and took 2 steps back to leave, worried about causing trouble for Yu Ran. Is it you? The big man looked at Yu Ran angrily. Before Yu Ran could speak, Lu Zitong was already standing in front of him. Be respectful, what are you barking at? Although Lu Zitong was more respectful in front of Yu Ran, this did not mean that he was a good person. Wang Gang also told Yu Ran in a low voice. He is a Jintung, a member of the NTU varsity team. He has liked the school beauty of Su for a long time. However, the school beauty of Su has ignored him at all. Yu Ran nodded, this is right, it fits the reserved and conservative Su Jianqian in the original article. Lu Zitong looked at the boy with an unkind expression. If he hadn't been on campus, he would have beaten him. Lu Zitong still gave Jintung a great sense of oppression, but Jintung was still angry when he thought about the goddess appearance just now. Are you playing basketball here? Come and let me play basketball with you. Go away, we are all here together. Jinteng was very angry, but he had no choice but to do so. He knew Lu Zitong's strength. He had heard that Lu Zitong had repaired other people who disrespected Yu Ran before. Zitong, it's okay, I'll give you a chance to have a one-on-one match. Yu Ran thought about it and realized that he didn't feel the true meaning of Iron Mountain reliance in the 3v3 just now, so he might want to play 1v1 singles. And he is Ming Jin now, even if it is the first level, it will be a dimensionality reduction blow to ordinary people. Lu Zitong also moved away after hearing Yu Ran's words, but he was already unhappy. The young master must have had to accept it because of face issues. This boy is really ungrateful and needs education. Su Jianqian also turned around at this time and apologized quietly. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Yu Ran smiled. Prepare another bottle of water for me, thank you. Su Jianqian nodded vigorously and went to buy water from the girl next to her. As for why she didn't go to the canteen, she also wanted to watch Yu Ran play basketball. If I don't bully you, you attack first. The boy threw the basketball to Yu Ran, who smiled slightly. He directly chose to rush in head-on. Zhen Tong looked at Yu Ran and laughed inwardly. This kid actually wanted to compare his body with him. Lu Zitong looked at Zhen Tong with a cold face. If the young master is injured today, what happens next will be 10 times worse for him. Su Jianqian, on the other hand, couldn't take her eyes off Yu Ran's figure on the court. He was so handsome. The boy stood directly in front of Yu Ran and wanted to dribble in. Just have your dream. The moment the bodies came into contact, Jinteng was hit by a huge force and was knocked back a few steps. And Yu Ran followed the trend and completed a dunk directly on top of his head. After reaching Mingjin, his various bodies have reached the limits of ordinary humans, especially his strength, which is much higher than that of Zhen Tong. It was natural to knock him away, and the explosive dunk from the air showed his handsome character. Young master, handsome, handsome, handsome. Lu Zitong screamed. Yu Ran looked at him. Hey, it would be great if she was a beautiful woman, but it's a pity that she is a straight man who is obsessed with Lolita. The people around him were all stunned by Yu Ran's move. Yu Ran seemed to be only about 180 centimeters tall, but he could dunk members of the school team so easily from the air. The crowd of onlookers also cheered, and Su Jianqian was among them, cheering for Yu Ran. Zhen Tong stood up angrily. He didn't expect this guy to be in such good physical condition, but don't underestimate him. When the second offensive and defensive battle started, Yu Ran still adopted a frontal attack. In the face of absolute power, everything else was false. And Zhen Tong was not a vegetarian. He actually quickly flashed to Yu Ran's right side, intending to interfere from the side, and rushed directly towards Yu Ran. And Yu Ran also saw that if he didn't stop at this time, he would lose his center of gravity if he was hit from the side. And if you stop, you must shoot, otherwise the second dribble will be a foul. Just as he was thinking, a mysterious force poured into his right shoulder, the point where all the strength of his body gathered. Here it comes. That special feeling. Damn it. Chapter 9 Passive Skills. Yu Ran's right shoulder suddenly lifted up, the bones in his body creaked, and a huge force poured out. The levelless skill Iron Mountain Reliance. Jinteng felt like he was hit by a high-speed car. He flew dozens of meters in an instant, fell hard to the ground, and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, Yu Ran was also stunned. Damn it, is he so strong? This Iron Mountain support seems to be a passive skill? I have actively released it so many times without success. It seems that I didn't think about releasing it just now. Seeing that Zhen Tong was knocked away, everyone immediately gathered around him. Zhen Tong glanced at Yu Ran and fainted. Ahem, he's using too much force, he's using too much force. Someone send him to the school hospital. Although it was Yu Ran's problem, after all, it was Zhen Tong who provoked it first, and no one said anything. Two companions who seemed to be the Jintung quickly carried the Jintung to the school hospital. Yu Ran really didn't expect that a stepless skill could be so powerful. He was just getting started, so he probably didn't even have 1/10 of the power. This is going to be perfect, it feels like relying on a child. The TMD system honestly doesn't deceive me, it's really guaranteed. Liu Zitong was also stunned. When did the young master become so strong? Master, do you know martial arts? No, maybe it's the innate divine power. Yu Ran and Liu Zitong laughed, and Su Jianqian came over again to hand over the water. Yu Ran took a long sip. Come on, let's go. I'll treat you to Heibo Tower at noon. Yu Ran was in a good mood, but he didn't expect to find the essence of Tian reliance. Several classmates playing basketball around were also beaming with joy. Heibo Tower is the most luxurious hotel near Nanda University. The per capita hotel costs thousands, which is almost a month's living expenses for ordinary people. But it doesn't matter to Yu Ran, even the grade is considered low. Several people walked towards Heibo Tower talking and laughing. It was not Yu Ran's first time to treat guests. They had said before that they didn't need such a luxurious place. But Yu Ran doesn't care, I'm not interested in money. Why don't you leave and you want me to carry you? Yu Ran looked at Su Jianqian with a smile. Su Qunqian's cheeks turned red thinking of what happened last night, and then she ran all the way to Yu Ran's side and walked side by side with him. Since Yu Ran decided to win Su Qunqian's points, he naturally had to take action. The most important thing is that Su Qunqian's initial favorability seems to be quite high, so I feel like she should be able to succeed easily. With points, GGG, he can do whatever he wants. No, I smile a bit like a villain, and no, I seem to be a villain. The food at Heibo Tower was extremely luxurious, and Su Jianqian was frightened by the 5-digit bill. She felt what class differences were. That's how many odd jobs she had to work to do. After eating, Liu Zitong was very discerning and left with several other classmates who were playing basketball. Su Jianqian and Yu Ran were left alone. Take a walk. Yu Ran took the initiative to invite, and Su Jianqian naturally had no intention of refusing. The two of them strolled on the campus of Nanjing University. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful, they look perfectly matched. Why do you work part-time in a place like that? Isn't it easy to be a tutor at your level? Yu Ran seemed to have unintentionally asked him a doubtful question. Tutoring in the city can't do it, and tutoring outside the city is too far away. With that time, I can work an extra job and earn more. Su Jianqian whispered, then she remembered something and her voice suddenly became louder. Well, it was really my first time to accompany you for a drink last night, and I saw you there, so. Yu Ran looked at Su Qunqian's nervous look, and he also chuckled. He asked Liu Zitong to check this, and it was indeed true. So Su Qunqian's inexplicably high favorability towards him confused him, and he wanted to try to find out more. So, you've never been a bartender before, so why do you want to accompany me? Su Jianqian opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but gave up again. Yes, why? Because she likes it, but the food money Yu Ran squanders can probably last her a year. Can she really express her love? You like me but don't dare to say it. With such a high favorability rating, Yu Ran doesn't want to be like those ink protagonists, he mainly plays straight ball sports. I'm sorry, I'll pay attention if I cause you any trouble. Su Jianqian lowered her head, not daring to look at Yu Ran. No, I'm just curious. Last night was just the first time we met. Why did you like me? It was love at first sight. This is the first time you see me, not the first time I see you. Su Jianqian whispered. Yu Ran looked at Su Jianqian, had he secretly fallen in love with her for a long time? No, that is to say, according to the original plot, Lin Fan helped Su Jianqian several times, and Su Jianqian was unwilling to even be intimate because of him? Dog system, Tell him nothing. System, I don't know about your sister either. Can you tell me about you? Whether it was So Kyunkin's family or her personal situation, Yu Ran only learned about it from books and had never heard Su Jianqian herself say it. Su Jianqian hesitated to speak. She really couldn't express her situation, and a strong sense of inferiority welled up in her heart. Yu Ran looked at So Kyunkin's appearance and gently rubbed her hair. No matter what your family is like, it will not cover up the shining points of you. You are who you are. Su Jianqian looked at Yu Ran's appearance, and an unknown emotion surged into her heart again. With a gambling father, a sick mother, and a younger brother, it's a family full of difficulties. But fortunately, when Yu Ran makes friends, he doesn't care whether they have money or not. Anyway, they are not as rich as him. You mean, even if your father and your mother are divorced, he still comes to ask you for money? Su Jianqian nodded timidly. She felt keenly that Yu Ran seemed a little unhappy, and her heart sank to the bottom. Do you want to give your father money? Su Jianqian shook her head. If there was no blood relationship, she would have wanted him to die immediately, without giving them almost any support. How could they think that they were still madly sucking blood despite such difficult circumstances in their family? But if she didn't give the gambler father money, she would threaten her mother and brother. He even went to her school to cause trouble. That's all right, leave it to me. In the plot of the novel, Lin Fan also helped Su Jianqian solve his father's problem, saying that blood is thicker than water, and helped Su Jianqian reconcile, and then gave his father a large sum of money to get out. Of course Yu Ran can do this, but he is not the protagonist, he is the villain. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. A villain should have a villain's way of doing things. Lu Zitong, please resolve the matter with So Kyunkin's father. Receive. After Lu Zitong received the call, he went to make arrangements. Repaying evil with kindness is what the protagonist should do, and we villains should respond with violence. Yu Ran called Lu Zitong directly in person. Why did he do it secretly, waiting for the heroine to find out that he was secretly in love? He, Lao Yu, knows how to hit the ball straight. Su Jianqian opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. He knew that Yu Ran's family was very powerful, but she really had no idea how powerful they were. Sorry to trouble you. By the way, take me to see Auntie. Yu Ran decided to win over Su Jianqian in one go today. Points, my points. Chapter 10 So Kyunkin's home. Su Jianqian was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Yu Ran wanted to see her mother. Well, our house is a bit run down, so it might not be easy to entertain you. I just had dinner at Heibo Tower at noon, and it was a bit embarrassing that I couldn't bring out anything decent to entertain the guests at home in the evening. It's okay, I'm not that pretentious. Yu Ran was telling the truth. After all, he was even worse than Su Jianqian in his previous life. Su Jianqian looked at Yu Ran and had no choice but to agree. Come on, let's go to the front door. Yu Ran casually took So Kyunkin's little hand and walked towards the front door. Su Jianqian looked at Yu Ran walking in front of her and inadvertently shed a tear to the ground. I don't know whether it's the happiness of being cared for or the satisfaction of getting what you want. After arriving at the front door, Lu Zitong ran over and handed the key to Yu Ran. Master, the previous matters have been explained, and there will be results soon. Yu Ran nodded. Lu Zitong had nothing to say about his ability. Yu Ran opened the passenger door and made a gesture of invitation. After Su Jianqian got in, she looked at the luxurious interior and felt a little uneasy. My dress should be very clean, and there should be no dust or anything on my body. Even if she doesn't know much about goods, she still knows that this car is expensive. The trees began to recede rapidly, and her thoughts drifted into the distance. The engine roared. So Kyunkin's home was really far away from Nanda, almost in the suburbs. After all, the rent here is relatively cheap. Even the supercar took close to an hour to arrive. Lamborghini's top-notch supercar looked very out of place in this urban area, and many busybodies took crazy photos with their mobile phones. Be the protagonist of your next video. After getting off the car, Yuran opened the trunk, and sure enough there were gifts that Liu Zitong had bought. A tonic bird's nest and a carton of milk, one for So Kyunkin's mother's health, and one for her brother's health. Mom, I'm back. So Kyunkin's voice arrived first, and then the door opened immediately. A beautiful middle-aged woman who looked somewhat similar to Su Jianqian came out, but her face was a little pale due to illness. There are no classes today. Come back when you have time. Suzy opened the door and said lovingly, and then saw Yuran next to her. It's you, young man. Auntie, it's you. Yuran and Su Jian's voices sounded at the same time. Yuran never thought that he had ever met Su Jian. It was not mentioned in the article, mainly because Yuran and Su Jian had not met. When Yuran first came to campus and was still full of energy, Su Jian came to visit Su Jianqian, but in order to save money, she took the bus and walked for 2 hours. Suzy, who was already in poor physical condition, actually fainted on campus. At that time, all the students did not dare to save the judge even if they felt compassion for him. When Yuran passed by, he directly picked up Su Jian and drove her to the hospital. However, Su Jian woke up once in the middle, and hoped that Yuran would not send her to the hospital and waste money. Yuran didn't think much about it and just regarded it as a virtue for himself. He sent Suzy to the hospital, paid the fee for her and left. When the matter is over, he brushes off his clothes and goes away, hiding his merit and fame. Well, this is the Yuran from before, which is still a bit different from the current Lao Yu who can only hit straight balls. Su Jian was also very excited when she saw Yuran, and quickly invited Yuran to come home and sit down. You kid, why are you still buying things? It's a small gift, but I'll give it to you and Soli to replenish your health. Soli is So Kyunkin's younger brother and has just entered high school. Hey, I didn't buy any food at home. I'm going to buy some food. Su Jian looked at the empty home and hurriedly went out to buy groceries to entertain Yuran, leaving the two of them alone. Is this why you said you knew me before? Now Yuran finally understood the reason why Su Jianqian had such a high initial impression of him. Now it was really the predecessors who planted trees for the benefit of the latter. But even if it is to repay a favor, it would not be directly posted to myself. Well, when I went to the hospital, my mother told me about this. Your car was very recognizable, so I knew it was you. But you don't seem to have come to see me. Yuran was a little confused, as the original owner's memory did not contain anything related to Su Jianqian. Suzy made Yuran a cup of tea, then peeled an orange and handed it to Yuran. Yes, because you liked senior sister Lu at that time, I was worried that I would get you into trouble, so I just paid attention to you silently. Including every time you went to express your love and go to the playground to exercise, I found that you were really good, and then at once. Yuran suddenly realized this, but Nazai obviously liked Yuran before, but his personality now is completely different from his previous personality. However, he is still confident that Su Jianqian will like herself now. Then I'm quite lucky. Su Jianqian lowered her head. I'm lucky. God knows how much courage she mustered up that day. She went back to the dormitory that night and rolled all over the bed. She slept too late, so she took a nap. Otherwise, why would she go to watch after Yuran played for so long? She used to be the most loyal audience, although Yuran only played 3 times. After Suzy came back, she cooked a total of 10 dishes, including 5 meat and 5 vegetarian dishes. Auntie, you are too polite, there are so many dishes. Nothing too much, it's perfect. Auntie's skills may not be as good as those of the chefs. Just watch and eat. Yuran ordered a piece of braised pork. Full of exaggeration. Auntie, you are talking nonsense. This tastes really good. I have eaten the second best braised pork. This also made Susie interested. Who made the first meal you've ever had? My mother made it, but unfortunately she was too busy. Ha ha ha, then I'm honored to be ranked second. With just 2 words, the distance between Yu Ran and Su Jian became much closer. After struggling in the workplace in his previous life, he was not as green as this one. After finishing the meal, Su Jian helped Su Jian clear the dishes, but Yu Ran naturally didn't help. Only by being relaxed can people get close to you without losing respect. You have to go back to school tonight? Susie asked casually after cleaning up. Maybe. Did you do the embroidery in Auntie's house? Yes, my aunt is not in good health and cannot do heavy work, so she can only make these things to support the family, but Jian is suffering. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm not miserable. Yu Ran didn't get involved in the emotional drama between the two of them. Can you give me a few pieces of this embroidery? Okay, just take whichever one you like. Yu Ran was not polite and took away the best ones. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at Susie's expression, which was still kind and unchanged. Although the book says she is a good person, Yu Ran really sees it more clearly after this little incident. I don't have anything to repay after taking Auntie's embroidery. I heard about Auntie's illness before, so I contacted an expert and treated it as repayment to Auntie. Su Jian and Su Jian were both stunned. They didn't expect Yu Ran to come so suddenly. Chapter 11 Su Jian and Su Jian. Hey, no need, my disease can't be cured. Susie shook her head, with some vicissitudes of life on her face. She didn't know if it could be cured, but she certainly didn't have the money for it. There is only one disease in this world, and that is the disease of poverty. It's okay. I just went to take a look. Maybe it can be cured. Yu Ran didn't dare to vouch for it. After all, Lin Fan cured him in the book, but he would definitely be cured after opening the system wall. Susie gritted her teeth and finally nodded. Who doesn't want their illness to be cured? The main reason was that Yu Ran said it was in exchange for embroidery, but subconsciously it was not Yu Ran's charity. It could be said that Yu Ran had already boosted Susie's favorability level by doing a few trivial things. The doctor will be around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we can get up before 7:30 tomorrow morning. Yu Ran briefly explained the situation, and Su Jian nodded. Are you going to stay at my place that night? It wasn't that Su Jian refused to let Yu Ran stay. The main reason was that the number of rooms in the house was small and the facilities were too basic. A young man like Yu Ran didn't know whether he could live there. If it's not convenient, I can live outside. Yu Ran again asked the question to Su Jian and her daughter. This was also his cleverness. No matter what choice he made, it would not feel awkward. Then if you don't mind, just rest here. Susie also sighed, and then looked at her daughter. She was so helpful, how could she let others not even have a place to sleep? You and Qian can rest in her room at night. I'm more used to sleeping by myself when I'm sick. Mom. Su Qian felt dizzy. What on earth was Su Jian talking about? Qian, come here. Mom has a few words to say to you. Su Qian followed Su Jian with a blush on her face. Yu Ran was a little surprised. This was really an unexpected surprise. He didn't expect that his favorability towards Su Jian would be so high. Qian, sit down. Su Jian called Su Qian to her room. The house Su Jian rented only had 2 bedrooms. If So Li came back, Su Jian would go to So Kyunkin's room and give this room to So Li. Fortunately, So Li now lives on campus and rarely comes back. Su Qian has also gone to college. She and Su Qian can live in 2 rooms, and occasionally 3 people are at home. Mom, what do you mean? So Kyunkin's pretty face turned red, but there was no complaint in her tone, but a hint of expectation. Hey, Mom knows you so well. You have never spoken back to any boy. Today, you just focused your eyes on him. Su Jianqian didn't deny it, she just whispered. It's just that this is not good. Will he think that I am too cheap and unfair? What are you thinking about, kid? You can tell from these things today. This Yuran is a good kid, with good IQ and EQ, and a good family background. He won't do anything to you tonight, he just lets you get along. Emotion. Ah. Su Jianqian scratched her head and was a little confused. As a person who had been there, Su Jian could see clearly that she was going to the hospital tomorrow morning and Yuran would not cause any trouble at night. Girl, Mom, to put it harshly, our family is not worthy of Yuran. When Su Jianqian heard this, she lowered her head and bit her lip. She felt inferior in her heart. How could she not know it? Although she didn't know Yuran's family background, she knew from the surface that it was definitely not an ordinary family. Of course, Mom doesn't mean to persuade you to give up. I can see that Yuran is sincere to you. As a young master, he is not arrogant in his dealings with others. This is already remarkable. Suzy paused. So I really hope you can be with him. You two probably haven't known each other for long. Tonight is the best time for you to warm up. Mom has been through this too. Su Jianqian did not refute, but just nodded. She didn't know whether she would accept it if Yuran really wanted her that night. Su Jianqian shook off the mess in her mind and just wanted to take things one step at a time. Looking at Su Qianqian's back as she walked out, Su Si sighed. In fact, she really wanted to persuade Su Jianqian to leave Yuran. Because even if Yuran agreed, what about his family? How many competitors would there be for such a good boy? Is this daughter of mine really capable? But Suzy still kept it to herself. Her daughter finally found someone she liked, and she couldn't possibly discourage her. When Su Jianqian walked out, Yuran was on the phone. Hey, Mom, why did you think of calling me? The person who called was Yuran's mother. Xia Ran, I heard yesterday that you and Lu Qingxiu broke off the engagement. Is that true? I only heard it, I didn't say what you meant. Listening to his mother's cautious inquiries on the phone, Yuran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was probably worried that the situation was fake and that it made him unhappy. It's true. I suddenly didn't like her anymore and felt that she was not interesting, so I went to cancel the engagement. Look, I told you that my son has broken off his engagement, but you still don't believe me. My son really follows me. He is so decisive. Yuran couldn't help laughing when he heard his mother's proud words to his father on the other end of the phone. Son, you really don't like it anymore, right? Has he encountered any problems? If you have, tell me and I will solve it. It's true. It's more real than real gold. Your son did it himself. Hey, Xiaoran, you've suffered a lot. Lu Qingxiu's mother knew she wasn't a good woman, so she just kept you hanging. Don't be sad. Mom will give you some pocket money to buy something you like. Okay, thanks, Mom. Yuran hung up the phone. The first time he called Mom it was a bit awkward, but it became smoother and smoother afterwards. It was the first time he felt the love of his parents. It was really great. It was an experience he had never had before, and he inadvertently revealed a smile. Zhang Mei, Yuran's mother, immediately became gloomy after she hung up the phone. That woman has been keeping Xia Ran in suspense for so long, she really thinks Xia Ran is easy to bully. Zhang Mei attributed the reason why Yuran broke off the engagement to Lu Qingxiu's bad treatment of Yuran, which was actually true. So what are you going to do? Yufu, Yuran's father, asked. Humph, does she really think that my previous investment is so good? If she was fine with Xiaoran, I would consider it as a betrothal gift, but now we are broken up, I have to let her know that she has to give up what doesn't belong to her. Spit it out. Zhang Mei's eyes flashed with ferocity. She only had one son in her life. If her son was wronged, she, as a mother, would naturally take him back. We have to invest a lot more money, right? What's wrong, Xiao Fuzi? Are you feeling sorry for the money? If you don't give all the money you earn to my son, who should you spend it on? Hey? Is it outside? Seeing that Zhang Mei was getting more and more upset, Yu Fu had to stop her immediately. An angry woman should not be provoked. Stop, 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 just do it. Not long after Yu Ran hung up the phone, a text message was sent directly to his phone. He looked at the message with his mouth open. Chapter 12, Being Alone with Su Jianqian. Congratulations on receiving a transfer of 1 billion to your bank card number ending in 0003. The current balance is 136,500,0056. Yu Ran counted it several times. Yes, 1 billion. Is this the pocket money my mother was talking about? Sure enough, he really has no interest in money. The blush on So Kyunkin's face had not dissipated. She walked over and watched Yu Ran hang up the phone. Is there anything going on tonight? If so, just go and do it. Yu Ran looked at Su Jianqian, whose heart was beating up and down, and felt a little funny. Unexpectedly, the school beauty started to worry about gains and losses. It's okay. My mother called me just now, asking about things with Lu Qingxiu. After all, there was a lot of noise when I chased her before. Su Jianqian nodded, her eyes brightened a lot, and even her parents told her, which meant that Yu Ran had really given up on Lu Qingxiu. In fact, although she and Lu Qingxiu were ranked among the top 4 school beauties, she was still not confident in facing Lu Qingxiu. The nobility and self-confidence in Lu Qingxiu's movements was something she did not possess, and the appearance of the two people could only be said to have their own merits. But the family background is really very different. By the way, do you want to take a shower at night? I may not have a change of clothes for you at home. It's okay. I always have a set in the trunk of my car. Yu Ran was not lying. In case of emergency, he would have several new sets of clothes in the trunk of his car. And when he was just getting the gift, he also found that Liu Zitong had prepared his old clothes for him, which seemed to have been taken into account the current situation. Okay, you use it first. We can only take a shower at home. Doesn't it matter? I said, Su Jianqian, can you please stop treating me like a squeamish little princess? Yu Ran put his hands on So Kyunkin's face and rubbed it hard, making Su Jianqian laugh. Yu Ran's height of 1.8 meters compared to So Kyunkin's height of 168 centimeters. The perfect height difference makes his movements look very intimate. Okay, okay, I'm not a squeamish little princess, I'm a little prince. Su Jianqian actually smiled at Yu Ran, and she seemed not to be as reserved with Yu Ran before. Su Jian didn't bother the two of them anymore, and they talked and laughed and finally came to So Kyunkin's room. So Kyunkin's room is in a minimalist style. Well, in fact, there is no money to buy decorations. Apart from a bed, there is only a desk with a few books on it. However, the room is originally relatively small, and the extra items cannot be placed. A 2-bedroom apartment of 50 square meters is indeed quite crowded. That. Okay, okay, I'll say it again, I'm not so squeamish, just have a bed to sleep on. Yu Ran waved his hand and went directly into the bathroom and started taking a shower. Su Jianqian was listening to the sound of rushing water outside, her face was getting redder and she didn't know what she was thinking about. Okay, I've washed it, you can wash it. As Yu Ran's voice came in, Su Jianqian opened her door and prepared to take a shower. Ah! Su Jianqian screamed, her face turned red with embarrassment, and steam even started to rise from her head. This is the first time Yu Ran has seen Steam Princess, OMOXI Liuyi. Why don't you wear clothes? I'm wearing underpants. I'm used to taking baths at home, so I forgot about my embarrassment. Yu Ran spread his hands and smiled secretly at Sokyunkin's appearance. How could he have forgotten that he just wants you to see this good figure? Even his abdominal muscles are 8-pack, if he doesn't show it to you, it's not in vain. Of course, he has better things to show, after all, the big guy has come out, and the book should be gone. Yu Ran said sorry but had no intention of putting it on until he passed by Su Jianqian. He lay directly on Sokyunkin's bed, waiting for his beauty to emerge from the water. Su Jianqian also gritted her teeth. Although she had been very proactive towards Yu Ran before, she was not open-minded at heart. She felt very hot when she saw Yu Ran's body. Even a large amount of cold water in the shower could not wash away the heat in Sokyunkin's body. Yu Ran's strong and muscular figure appeared in her mind from time to time. She looks thin when she is dressed and has muscles when she is undressed. This is talking about Yu Ran. After taking a shower in the summer, Sokyunkin's pajamas were also very cool. The bra inside had been taken off long ago because she didn't have the habit of wearing it to sleep. But when she thought about living in the same room with Yu Ran, she felt a secret anticipation in her heart. Conservative but greedy for Yu Ran's body? Yu Ran was also playing with his phone out of boredom, explaining various things to Liu Zitong and teasing the system from time to time. Tongzi, this heroine is obviously attracted to me. Where are my points? You didn't embezzle them, did you? Host, please do not slander this system. This system is fair and strict. Everyone in the world knows that the heroine has not yet completely returned to her heart and has not changed the plot. Yu Ran also rolled his eyes at the system. After solving Susie's problem, he should be able to return home. He was not in a hurry at the moment. Okay, but don't peek at the system when I'm asleep at night. This system does not have that habit. Next time when I'm doing something with a girl, you have to shield yourself. Your system is not working properly. Slander, this is slander. This system is a righteous system. If you don't call this system will not come out at all. It's good for you to know anyway. Humph, this system is not like someone who can eat 2 big bowls of rice just by listening to the sound of someone's shower. FK, Tongzi, what right do you have to slander someone's innocence out of thin air? Yu Ran was about to refute something to the system when the door creaked open and the system's voice fell silent. Yu Ran also set his sights on Su Jianqian. Su Jianqian looked very cute in her panda pajamas. Well, Yu Ran, how about I sleep on the floor? After Su Jianqian finished speaking, she wanted to slap herself in the mouth. What are you talking about? I finally have a chance to have a heart-to-heart talk with Yu Ran. Yu Ran didn't say anything, but simply pulled Su Jianqian into his arms. Su Jianqian screamed, but did not resist and fell directly into Yu Ran's arms. Yu Ran is not like those male protagonists who are always dithering and suggest some crappy plot where he sleeps on the floor and then they compromise by lying together. Old Yu always hits a straight ball. Why are you so long-winded? Why are you afraid that I will eat you? Su Jianqian greedily breathed in the scent of Yu Ran's arms, without raising her head, and just said something in a sullen voice. Do you want to eat? Yu Ran didn't know if it was an illusion or what, but he could hear a feeling of fear but anticipation in Sokyunkin's words. It seems that this little girl is not honest either. Eat, why not eat? Yu Ran opened his mouth wide and gently bit Sokyunkin's face. Tisk, tang monk meat, so delicious. Su Jianqian was also amused by Yu Ran's actions and laughed. Then he raised his head and their eyes met. For a moment, sparks and lightning flew all the way. Su Jianqian didn't know where she got the courage from, and she kissed Yu Ran on the lips. At that moment, everything was silent. Chapter 13 First Kiss. Yu Ran was also a little confused. Was his first kiss taken away like this? Or was it forced? But this mint-flavored fragrance tastes really good, exactly the same as the fragrance on Sokyunkin's body. Although he was forcefully kissed, it didn't mean that Yu Ran had to surrender. He simply turned his back on the guest. He pried open Sokyunkin's teeth and stirred her tongue inside. A minute later, their lips parted, and Su Jianqian gasped for air. She was not very skilled in kissing for the first time and felt uncomfortable. It was Yu Ran's first time, so her skills were poor. Su Jianqian had just recovered and before she could speak, Yu Ran kissed her again. After the first experience, the two of them became more entangled this time, and it ended after 5 minutes. I have to say that kissing is indeed very addictive, especially for people who have been single for too long, such as Yu Ran. The same was true for Su Jianqian. The two of them kissed very passionately and selflessly. For a moment, it seemed as if time had stopped, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing. This is my first kiss. You've made a lot of money. Yu Ran laughed playfully and scratched Sokyunkin's nose. Su Jianqian was stunned at first, and then ecstatic. She didn't expect that Lu Qingxiu and Yu Ran had never kissed before. It is said that the first time is the deepest impression for a man, so wouldn't she be able to stay in Yu Ran's heart forever? Well, so no matter what happens in the future, please don't abandon me, okay? Su Jian's words had a huge impact on Su Jianqian. She was really worried that she would not be able to satisfy Yu Ran's parents. Of course, as long as you don't leave me, I will definitely not let you go. Yu Ran straightened Sokyunkin's broken hair, tucked it behind her ear, and breathed into her ear. Sokyunkin's ears felt itchy as she said this. Yu Ran will definitely not say anything else at this time. What Su Jianqian wants now is just a promise, and he will indeed not give up on Su Jianqian. At most, I can only add a few sisters to Su Jianqian. What cannot be abandoned at all. Su Jianqian is also satisfied. This is what girls like to hear at this time. The two of them had a more in-depth exchange, and Yu Ran's hands naturally became less cautious, causing Su Jianqian to stop touching her abdominal muscles. A pair of restless hands exploring her body also made Su Jianqian feel a little strange. This strange feeling caused some inexplicable changes in her body. Yu Ran felt happy. This was the first time he felt it intuitively. He didn't expect that Su Jianqian was not as small as she looked. The scale is also quite majestic. The panda is so big that it cannot be held in one hand. Tisk tisk tisk, you have a great figure, no shortcomings in your whole body. But Yu Ran also knew that it was enough, so he estimated that even if he really wanted Su Jianqian now, she wouldn't resist, but there was still business to do tomorrow. After all, he not only wants Su Jianqian, but also points. Just when Yu Ran was about to settle the matter, Sokyunkin's pretty face turned red again. Well, Yu Ran, something poked me. Yu Ran had a dark face at that time. What words? What kind of words are they? The word poke was used very imprecisely. He said it like a toothpick. What is poke? This word is not good. Use another word to describe it. When Su Jianqian saw Yu Ran's darkened face, she quickly changed her tune. She heard that men are quite cautious in this regard. Top. Well, children can be taught. Yu Ran nodded and prepared to sleep. Are you uncomfortable with that? Su Jianqian asked in a low voice. She was not a blank slate. Although she had not experienced it, she still knew the relevant knowledge. Stop talking, I won't hold it in any more. Yu Ran glared at her fiercely. If I hadn't taken down your mother tomorrow, I'd take down your mother's disease and I would have eaten you today. Well, I also know a way to make you feel better. This time, yin and yang are reversed, and heaven and earth are reversed. Sokyunkin's hands penetrated Yu Ran's body. Although Su Jianqian tried her best to warn herself that it was okay, her face was obviously not calm. But soon she understood why Yu Ran was so angry. This kind of thing is what men care about most, so naturally it cannot be described casually. Deleted. This night was destined to be uneventful. But the two of them slept very well, Yu Ran did it because he felt good, and Su Jianqian did it because she felt at ease. As the alarm clock rang the next day, the two of them looked at each other, and Yu Ran gently kissed Su Qianqian's cheek. "Good morning kiss." Su Jianqian also replied, and the two of them got up quickly. After all, today was a big day for Su Jian's treatment, so naturally they couldn't delay. Su Jian also laughed when she saw the state of her daughter and Yu Ran. It seemed that the relationship between the two had improved a lot last night. Su Jianqian also lost the sense of distance when facing Yu Ran. "Breakfast is ready, come and eat." Because of Yu Ran's presence, Suzy made a rich breakfast, including steamed buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk and eggs, all made by herself. Yu Ran was full of praise for the food, and Su Jian also showed a slight smile. She was also very satisfied with Yu Ran. After eating, Su Jian and Su Jianqian quickly cleaned up the house, and they got into Yu Ran's car together. The roar of the engine drifted into the distance along with the expectations of Suzy and her daughter. "Here we are, this is Dr. Wang, an expert in this field." The doctor Yu Ran recommended to Su Jian was an expert in internal medicine. Although Yu Ran did not know the specific symptoms of Su Jian, according to Lin Fan's description in the book, it should mean organ failure. Dr. Wang also greeted Yu Ran warmly. "Mr. Xiao Yu, I haven't seen you for a long time. Please help me bring some good things to your father." Yu Ran also nodded slightly. "Dr. Wang, you're very polite. Please help my friend check it out." Facing such a top doctor, Yu Ran still has his respect, and this may also be an important tool for him to deal with Lin Fan. Dr. Wang and his team also quickly took Su Jian for various examinations. During this period, Yu Ran and Su Jianqian also accompanied her throughout the process. As expected of a top doctor, he got a rough idea of Suzy's condition in just one morning. In the doctor's office, Yu Ran and Su Jianqian looked at Dr. Wang in front of them and hurriedly asked, "Doctor, how is my mother doing?" Dr. Wang shook his head. "The situation is not good. If not treated in time, he will not survive for 3 years." Su Qianqian's face turned pale instantly. She knew that her mother was in poor health, but Su Jian never told her the specific situation. "Dr. Wang, can you cure me?" Yu Ran is much calmer. "It's okay if the situation is not good, as long as it can be cured." "Can." The words Dr. Wang made the pale Su Jianqian feel much better instantly. "That's fine. Just treat it according to your own method. Money is not an issue." Su Jianqian suddenly thought of money. "How much does that doctor cost?" Su Jianqian asked cautiously, her heart having sunk to the bottom. Chapter 14 Treatment Plan. Dr. Wang also looked at Su Jianqian strangely. "If you don't have this person next to you, why do you still need to ask how much it costs? Isn't money just a number in his eyes?" However, as a doctor, he still tells the truth. A conservative estimate of millions, but there are 2 treatment options you can choose from. Su Jianqian was stunned when she heard the amount of money. Such a huge amount was simply not something her family could afford. The first method is to use the traditional replacement method to replace your mother's failing organs. It will cost about 5 million, but the state will reimburse 80% of it, which only costs about 1 million. However, in this case, there may be rejection. And it's hard to say when a matching organ will be available. If something goes wrong later, there will be little hope. Yu Ran waved his hand, knowing that there must be a better treatment method. "Just say the second one." The second is to use the latest treatment drug developed by the Chinese Academy of Sciences, which can instantly curb the deterioration of the situation and slowly return to normal levels. It requires about 3 to 5 treatments and costs 10 million to 15 million. New drugs are relatively expensive and there is no reimbursement, but since they are all original, there will be no problems. That's it. When will the potion arrive? If Mr. Xiao Yu wants it, he can start this afternoon, once every half month, and he will be cured after 3 to 5 times. Then let's get started. Dr. Wang nodded and went straight down to prepare without asking about the money. Su Jianqian had not recovered from the shock, and Yu Ran pulled her after Dr. Wang left. Let's go and tell your mother that her illness has been cured. Su Jianqian came back to her senses, biting her lower lip and looking at Yu Ran. Our family can't afford so much money. Who said our family can't afford it? I have it. It's only 10 million. Just sprinkle it with water. Yu Ran shrugged. No, I mean. Yu Ran's face instantly darkened and he interrupted So Kyunkin's words. What? It turns out you don't regard me as one of your own. Seeing Yu Ran's expression, Su Jianqian quickly shook her head. No, that's not what I meant, but I can't use all your money. Yu Ran had expected this situation. In the book, it was also the same when Lin Fan wanted to cure his illness. Su Jianqian always wanted to rely on herself, but then encountered a lot of problems, and finally relied on Lin Fan to solve them. That's why Yu Ran initially said that Su Jianqian was a troublemaker. But here, these things will not exist. Jianqian, let me ask you a question, is money more important than life? Su Jianqian looked at Yu Ran who was staring at her, and had to lower her head slightly, not daring to look at him. Lives matter. That's fine. If you don't treat her now, do you want to see your mother die? As for money, we don't care about each other. If you really can't live with it, you can help me earn the money back after graduation. I have no talent in business. If you are willing to help me manage the company, then you can help me earn it back. Su Jianqian no longer said any words of rejection, but just looked at Yu Ran with tearful eyes. Thank you, really thank you, I will definitely try my best to help you, I will. Yu Ran took out a tissue and gently wiped So Kyunkin's tears. He was indeed not lying. So Kyunkin's business talent was indeed not bad, and he did not know shit about business. Of course, it would be a different matter if the system gave him this talent. But even if there were, he would not go. In a world with martial arts, business ability is far less important than strength. Suzy also smiled slightly as she watched the two people walking over hand in hand. The inspection is over, can you leave? Auntie, the good news is that your disease can be cured. You can start this afternoon. You will be cured immediately after 3 to 5 treatments. Suzy's eyes also rarely shined with new brilliance again, and anyone would be excited to hear that the illness that had tortured her for so long could be cured. But the excitement immediately dimmed. No, I feel fine. The hospital may be a liar. Yu Ran thought with his feet and knew that it was a matter of money. He had to say that the two mother and daughter were exactly the same. Don't worry, Auntie. I've already paid the money. They won't refund it whether you treat it or not, so you might as well treat it. Besides, Jianqian said she will work hard to pay me back in the future. Su Jianqian looked at Yu Ran and blinked at him, and then hurriedly answered. Yes, Mom, just treat it, don't worry. Suzy was a little moved when she saw the two people singing in harmony, but she didn't know that these two people were trying to persuade her to get treatment. Thank you, Yu Ran. If the family doesn't say thank you, we are hungry. Let's go get something to eat. Yu Ran smiled slightly and took Su Jian and Su Jianqian to eat together. Su Jian watched Yu Ran holding her hand. My thoughts also drifted to the distance. I didn't expect that I would meet an almost perfect person like Yu Ran when my life was coming to an end. Because I had to get medical treatment in the afternoon, the lunch meal was relatively light, but it still tasted delicious and all three of us were very full. When she arrived at the hospital in the afternoon, Suzy was pushed into the operating room by the doctor for treatment. Although it is actually the simplest thing like injecting medicine, it is expensive. If it is broken by someone else outside, it will be a big deal. The injection of medicine ended quickly. After Suzy came out, she was temporarily sent to a single ward. It would take 1 day before she could be discharged from the hospital after the medicine was injected. Xiao Ran, thank you so much. I'm an old man and I don't know what to say. If you have anything to do in the future, just say it. After the treatment, Suzy also felt the comfort she had not seen for a long time, and she became more and more pleasant to look at Yu Ran. Ha ha ha, Auntie is not an old woman. If Auntie is no longer suffering from illness, she will definitely be much younger when the time comes. She will be like a sister when she walks with Jian Qian. Suzy also smiled happily. No girl would refuse others' compliments on her youth. By the way, Auntie, my parents asked me to go home tonight. I can't stay with you here. If anything happens, please call me. Yu Ran also thought that his parents would ask him to go home for dinner in the evening. It was getting late and he should leave. I've already troubled you a lot, just have Jian Qian here. Yu Ran also nodded, waved goodbye and prepared to go home. Looking at Yu Ran leaving, Suzy also let out a long sigh. Xiao Qian, don't hide it from your mother, how much the treatment will cost. Su Jian Qian hesitated a little. She didn't want to hide it from her mother, but it was obviously unrealistic to just make up a number and treat her mother as a fool. In the end she decided to tell the truth. 10 million. Chapter 15 Suzy's Warning. Su Jian was extremely shocked in her heart, but she still maintained the expression on her face. As a middle-aged person, she is no longer as unable to hide her thoughts as a teenager. But she also understands how big a financial outlay it is. If a person's monthly salary is 10,000 yuan, it would be 120,000 yuan a year. It would take 84 years of working without food or water to earn 10 million yuan. The key is that a salary of 10,000 yuan is not too low anywhere. Yu Ran's lavish spending still shocked her heart. What I owe him this time is not money, but life. When she thought of Yu Ran's figure, Su Jian could only sigh secretly. What an outstanding boy, could a silly daughter like her really hold people's hearts? Suzy couldn't help but smile when she thought of this. I'm afraid not. Her daughter's greatest advantage is her beauty, but beauty is the least worth showing off to these rich people. As long as they want, they can control beauties with various characteristics at will. Su Jian didn't know that her mother was having a fight between heaven and man. She just saw her mother showing a helpless smile and continued immediately. Mom, don't worry. Yu Ran said that he is not good at management. I happen to learn this. When the time comes, I will help him manage the company. We can pay back the money. Suzy rubbed her head, wondering if her daughter was naive or stupid. Su Jian is not helping Yu Ran manage this. It is obvious that Yu Ran gave Su Jian an excellent position. The key is that her daughter has not realized this yet. However, she didn't want to dampen her daughter's enthusiasm, but she still had to tell Su Jian some things. Qian, let me ask you a question, do you like Yu Ran? Su Jian nodded shyly when she saw Su Jian's straightforward question. Su Jian saw her daughter blushing just after asking about Yu Ran, and her thoughts about Su Jian were clear in her heart. It is said that a girl's blush is the most beautiful scenery. If you look at Su Qian's body, it is indeed extremely correct. Beautiful and delicious is the best way to describe it. Su Jian was helpless when she saw that her daughter had fallen in. In fact, let alone Su Jian, even her younger self would probably have fallen when she encountered a series of offensives like Yu Ran's. At this point, Suzy blushed unconsciously, but she soon put the thought behind her. I am already a grown-up, but I still think about such unrealistic things. Putting aside the messy fantasies in her mind, Suzy said seriously. Then you can hear clearly what I'm going to say to you next. Su Jian saw Su Jian becoming serious and sat down obediently, listening carefully to Su Jian's next teaching. Yu Ran is very good. There is no doubt that his family background is also extremely good. This money is definitely not something that ordinary families can take out casually, so there will definitely be fewer girls around him in the future. Are you ready? Su Jianqian sat upright. When she heard Su Jian's words, a trace of tangle appeared on her face, but she immediately became firm. I'm ready. No matter what offensive they use, I will definitely capture Yu Ran's heart. Suzy also smiled slightly when she saw her daughter's determined look, but then she shook her head. That's not what I meant. What I meant was whether you could accept it if other girls appeared around Yu Ran. Su Jianqian frowned and shook her head naturally. I definitely can't accept it. How can I accept 3 people in love? So Kyunkin's words are certainly correct, and this is also the thinking of normal people, but Su Jian was secretly happy to see her daughter like this. Fortunately, my daughter has very upright views, but what she said next was extremely realistic and hurtful. You are right, but what if Yu Ran really appears next to him, and he is very likely to be better than you? Su Jianqian looked at Su Jian's expression and seemed to realize that Su Jian was not joking. Because of Lu Qingxiu's incident, Su Jianqian always regarded Yu Ran as an extremely dedicated person and never thought that a second woman would appear. Yu Ran shouldn't be that kind of person. There was already a hint of hesitation in Su Kyunkin's words. After all, she had been in close contact with Yu Ran not long ago, and she was not sure whether Yu Ran could withstand the temptation if a better girl appeared. If Yu Ran were here, he would definitely say that he, Yu Ran, must be a gentleman and would not be able to withstand the temptation at all, not to mention those who are better than you, and he would not be able to withstand those who are worse than you. You use this to test cotters. Which cotter can withstand such temptation? Even if he is such a person, what about his family? Will he change in the future? These things are difficult to determine. Su Jianqian was stunned for a moment. These were too far for her when she was still a student. It is precisely because it is too far away that Suzy points out today that the cruelty of society is far beyond the imagination of these naive students who have not left school. I don't know. Su Jianqian was in a state of confusion. The double joy that Yu Ran and Su Jian were cured today was directly diluted by Su Jian's words. Of course these are the worst-case scenarios that Mom thinks about. Maybe Yu Ran is not that kind of person. If it happens, Mom hopes you won't be too excited. Yu Ran is the benefactor of our family. No matter what happens in the future, he will always be there. Yes. So even if that day comes, Mom hopes you can treat it calmly and not embarrass him. Su Jian's words were imprinted on Su Kyunkin's heart word by word. She was also confused and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Of course, if you feel that you and him still like each other, my mother will not object if you stay with him. Mom! What did you say? Su Kyunkin's eyes widened when she heard Su Jian's remarks that subverted her cognition. She couldn't accept it and rushed out of the ward. Su Jian looked at Su Kyunkin's back and felt very uncomfortable. Just imagining it after hearing it was so painful. What about the real experience in the future? The discomfort she feels now will also become the basis for Su Kyunkin's future growth to not suffer any bigger setbacks. Perhaps the mother's cruelty is really perfectly reflected at this moment. Su Jianqian washed her face with cold water over and over again in the toilet, and Su Jian's words circled in her mind over and over again like tarsal maggots. It was as if it was engraved in her bones before she was willing to give up. Yu Ran, what should I do? Of course Yu Ran couldn't hear it. If he heard it, he would just sigh at Suzy's vicious eyes. The most important thing is that his stupid system is going against the protagonist, and he is helpless. System Atat takes the blame again. Yu Ran followed Lu Zitong back to his home. Even with the previous memories to prepare, he was shocked by the level of luxury. The splendid pure Chinese decoration, coupled with the antique calligraphy and paintings that can be seen everywhere, I am afraid that the price of any one of them will be more than 7 figures. There was already a man and a woman sitting at the dining table in the center of the hall, waiting for Yu Ran's return. Yu Ran took a deep breath and strode forward to meet his parents in this life. Chapter 16 Warm Family. When Zheng Mei and Yu Fu saw Yu Ran approaching, they also smiled. Yu Ran also squeezed out a smile, although it was a little stiff. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Liu Zitong opened his seat and Yu Ran sat down. Son, you have suffered. Zheng Mei's first sentence left Yu Ran confused. What had he suffered? Could it be that 1 billion had treated him badly? However, Yu Ran thought about it for a while and guessed that it should be about something related to Lu Qingxiu. There is nothing wrong with Qingxiu. He doesn't like me, and I can't help it. Recently, I have also pursued something more interesting, so I chose to give up on Lu Qingxiu. And now that I think about it, she is not that good. She is just my favorite. It just gives her a halo. Hearing Yu Ran's words, Zheng Mei was so excited that her son finally woke up. Okay, my son feels like he has grown up again. He eats first, and my mother cooked it herself today. Zheng Mei's face was filled with pride and she was still very confident in her cooking skills. And I have already sentenced Lu Qingxiu to death in my heart. There is a price to pay for playing with my son's feelings. The meal was enjoyable. Zheng Mei and Yu Fu kept paying attention to Yu Ran's current situation. Yu Ran also felt warm inside. Is this the feeling of home? After having enough wine and food, the nanny quickly cleared the table. By the way, son, you said before that you had a new interest. What is it? Do you have a crush on someone's girl? Yu Fu seemed to have thought of something at this time and asked Yu Ran. Go, my son has just escaped from the sea of suffering, and you want the goblins to torture him again. I know that your family, Lao Yu, has only 3 generations, but your son is still young. You are so anxious every day. Zheng Mei also scolded Yu Fu, and Yu Fu could only curl his lips. As the lowest status in the family, he did not dare to resist the Queen Mother. Dad is not like that. I recently discovered something amazing. After Yu Ran had a meal, he no longer had any burden on his heart about calling his parents, perhaps because he had perfectly inherited Yu Ran's memory from before. His sense of belonging to this small family is unexpectedly high. Maybe this is the characteristic of a villain, a loving father and a filial son, respectful brothers and sisters, and a harmonious family. The protagonists are all lonely and frustrated, and the world cannot tolerate them. Yu Ran looked around and lowered his voice. I recently discovered the path to becoming a warrior. I am now at the first level of Ming Jin. Yu Ran decided to reveal his path as a warrior. Even if he improves too quickly in the future, he can still be said to be a genius. Otherwise, it will definitely arouse suspicion later. Warrior! Yu Fu and Zheng Mei exclaimed at the same time. As people of their level, the word warrior is naturally not unfamiliar to them. There are even many warriors secretly in the Yu family. Otherwise, in this huge business war, it would be easy to get swallowed up and no one would be left. Although the Yu family is the richest man in Jiangnan province, there is no family inheritance. This achievement relies entirely on the concerted efforts of Yu Fu and Zheng Mei. Yu Fu joined the army in his early years and found that he had been controlled by others in the computer system for a long time. The foreign system technology blockade of Daxia was extremely serious. Therefore, Yu Fu was determined to break the technological blockade against Daxia, and Yu Fu was indeed a genius, having really developed a new system. Named Ling Ran System, named after Yu Ran. This also allowed Yu Fu to rise directly in a short period of time. With this system, the military quickly invested heavily in developing the system, allowing Yu Fu to soar into the sky. Later, Yu Fu entered the field of mobile phones. Among mobile phone and computer systems, except for foreign brands that use their own systems, the rest are all Ling Ran systems. In an instant, he directly controlled most of the internet market, and because Yu Fu had a military background, others could only covet this piece of fat. In the rapidly developing information age, Yu Fu seized the opportunity with his outstanding vision and ability, and successfully became the richest man in Jiangnan province. But compared to other family-style forces with profound foundations, it seems too thin. What's more, there is only one person in the Yu family's generation, Yu Fu, and Yu Ran is a fool known to the world. Therefore, Yu Fu naturally had a lot of contact with some warrior forces. However, with his limited background, it is difficult for him to recruit too many powerful warriors, but in ordinary urban life with the protection of the military, it is more than enough. Therefore, both of them are happy from the bottom of their hearts that their son has become a warrior. In fact, both of them have tried to become warriors, firstly because of lack of talent, and secondly because of lack of time and too busy business to spare time. But it is great news that his son can become a warrior. Okay, okay, okay. Yu Fu called out 3 good ones in a row. If the east is not bright, the west is bright. Although his son has no talent in business management, he is very satisfied to have talent in martial arts. The most important thing is that Yu Ran has entered the path of martial arts. Who else dares to say that Yu Ran is an idiot? He can still be proud, but in the end he is the father of a tiger and has no sons. Yu Ran was extremely happy when he saw the appearance of Yu Fu and Zheng Mei. Just the small achievement of Ming Jin's first level made his parents so satisfied. Sure enough, parents' love is the most selfless love in the world. Yu Ran did not hesitate and punched directly in the air. The explosive sound instantly made Yu Fu and Zheng Mei very happy. Okay, good job, but warriors are made with all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Xiaoran must be short of money when he first becomes a warrior, so I will directly transfer the income from the Suzhou branch to your card. If the money is not enough, just tell mom, remember that as long as you need it, money is not a problem. Zheng Mei waved her hand, very excited, and Yu Ran was also extremely surprised. The Suzhou branch can be said to be among the top 3 in value among the branches. And Zheng Mei made it very clear that only the profits will be given, and there is no need to worry about the rest, just sit back and take the money. This deep concern made Yu Ran's eyes turn red for a moment, but he immediately covered it up to avoid being noticed. Thank you mom, I will try my best. Yu Ran didn't say anything to refuse. He accepted the love from his parents. This was the best gift he received when he came into this world. What about me? Just when Yu Ran was moved, the system suddenly said something. Xiao Tong, whenever you give me something more, I will move you up. Your current status is even lower than that of Liu Zitong. Even in the system rankings, you can only be the second child. Host. Damn it, Xiao Tong, are you scolding me? When the system saw that Yu Ran seemed to be spraying again, he immediately disappeared. As long as I didn't hear you, you never scolded me. Yu Ran was furious when he saw the system disappearing, but his cell phone rang at an inappropriate time. Yu Ran looked at the caller ID on his phone. Su Jianqian? Chapter 17, Date with Su Jianqian. Hey, Jianqian, what's the matter with calling me at this time? For the person who is about to become his woman, Yu Ran's tone is relatively gentle. Su Jianqian felt a little dazed for a moment while listening to Yu Ran's gentle voice. She originally wanted to give Yu Ran's opinion a hint. But the moment the phone was picked up, she was speechless again. Yes, what are you asking? Yu Ran, will you like other women in the future? Or will your parents accept me? Su Jianqian was confused for a moment. To put it harshly, Yu Ran has been helping her all the time, and there is no problem. If she has a questioning tone at this time, it will be very inappropriate no matter how you look at it. Yu Ran listened to the silence on the other end of the phone and looked confused. What kind of plot is this? Hey, Jianqian, are you still there? So Kyunkin's mind was in a mess, and she suddenly swallowed the things she wanted to confirm with Yu Ran. Yes, I just miss you. Yu Ran frowned slightly. He could hear the disappointment in So Kyunkin's tone, but what could she lose when she only went back to have a meal? Well, I miss you too. I'll go find you tomorrow when Auntie goes back. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped asking. With Sokyunkin's personality, she didn't want to say that your asking was in vain. Okay, see you tomorrow. There was obviously a hint of joy in Sokyunkin's tone, but Ran was also confused. What the hell is going on? I haven't seen him all afternoon. What kind of stimulation is this? Of course Ran didn't expect it was because of Su Jian. In the book, Su Jianqian was not Lin Fan's first woman. So Suzy was extremely dissatisfied with Lin Fan from the beginning. It wasn't until Lin Fan saved her that her attitude became slightly better. But because there were so many beauties around Lin Fan, Su Jian advised Su Jianqian to stay away from Lin Fan. This was also a huge obstacle between Su Jianqian and Lin Fan's cultivation. So Ran never thought that Su Jian would actually say those words to Su Jianqian. After all, he has no other woman now. Only one major villain's fiancé also broke off the engagement. After Su Jianqian put down the phone, Ran's gentle voice and the expectation of meeting tomorrow made her hesitant mood jump again. Girls in love are always easily satisfied by small things. Su Jianqian encouraged herself and tried her best to stand by Ran's side. A night at home passes quickly, but it is extremely painful for the system. This brat has chanted the reward in its ear 100 times. Last time, he obviously let it go. This time, it is clear that it has not reached the level. How can I give it? Ran doesn't care anyway, so he wants to be rewarded. Sokyunkin's plot should be completed. Behind the system, they simply pretended to be dead and ignored Ran. Early the next morning, when Ran got up, he only saw the housekeeper, Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu, are my parents busy again? Uncle Lu nodded kindly. Uncle Lu was Lu Zitong's father, a little older than his parents. He almost belongs to the oldest group of veterans who followed his parents in the world, but after he was born, Uncle Lu quit them all to work full-time as a housekeeper, and was also responsible for taking care of him. Yu Fu also told Ran not to be rude to Uncle Lu. Of course Ran couldn't be unreasonable, after all, he was brought up by Uncle Lu. Lu Zitong inherited Uncle Lu's career and became Ran's secretary. Naturally, the salary was so high because it was for Uncle Lu's sake. Master Ran, Xi Tong didn't cause you any trouble, did he? Ran shook his head. Zitong is really awesome. I feel much more relaxed with him by my side. Uncle Lu also nodded and finally went to do his own thing. Ran finished breakfast alone and sighed while looking at the deserted home. There is no doubt that Yu Fu and Zheng Mei love Ran, but they spend too little time with him. According to Ran's memory, before high school, he had a childhood sweetheart, a chubby girl, who he played with. Later, when the chubby girl went abroad, he became alone. Although Lu Zitong can also play together, their deep respect prevents them from becoming true friends, only superiors and subordinates. 3 years of loneliness in high school was also the reason why Ran fell in love with Lu Qingxiu at first sight in college. Lack of love. It can be said that Ran had nothing but money when he was growing up, and his parents flew around all year round. Although he would accompany Ran, but only a handful of times. Although Ran didn't blame them, he did long to be loved. But fortunately, Ran now has more memories. This kind of loneliness has long been used to him, and it will not have a big impact on him. Xi Tong left to find Su Jianqian. The courses in her junior year were not stressful, so Su Jianqian had relatively few classes and was able to find time to date Ran. Lu Zitong was very sensible and went to play by himself, leaving space for the old man to be alone. Ran kicked the accelerator and took Su Jianqian directly to a comprehensive shopping mall, preparing for a pleasant date. Su Jianqian has moved on from what Su Jian said yesterday, at least in front of Ran, she is no different from before. Ran, that. Okay, I know. Don't do part-time jobs anymore. I'll introduce you to a good one when the time comes. Yu Ran naturally knew what Su Jianqian wanted to say, but he naturally would not let Su Jianqian do those meaningless part-time jobs again. But he wouldn't say that he raised Su Jianqian. Su Qunqin's character is still relatively strong. When Su Jianqian saw Yu Ran say this, she also showed a bright smile and held Yu Ran's hand even more tightly. Even though Yu Ran is so good, he still pays attention to her and knows how to respect her, so she believes that Yu Ran does not treat her as a plaything. There's a claw machine over there, do you want to check it out? Su Jianqian nodded. Almost no girl could resist the temptation of grabbing a doll. Unfortunately, Su Qunqin's technique was not very good, and she failed to catch it 5 times, especially when she fell down every time she got up despite catching it, which made her a little frustrated. Yu Ran was secretly amused. This broken claw would not be able to clamp at all unless a certain amount of money was put into it. Fortunately, he had a physical plug-in. Where Su Jianqian didn't see it, Yu Ran made a gesture, and a staff member immediately acknowledged it. Qian, I'm an expert at this, do you want me to teach you how to play? Yu Ran smiled slightly, and Su Jianqian curled her lips. I don't believe it. This is obviously luck. Yu Ran was also amused, so he held Su Qunqin's hand tightly and started to control the claw machine. Come, I'll teach you how to play. Yu Ran grabbed Su Qunqin's little hand from behind and began to teach her how to hold the doll step by step. And this intimate gesture also made Su Qunqin's heart beat wildly. Although she was no longer the steam engine she had been before, she was still shy. Yu Ran also laughed secretly. This little girl was unexpectedly innocent. Look at his butt, and grab him like this. Yu Ran whispered softly into Su Qunqin's ear. Su Jianqian felt the faint heat in her ear and the good smell of Yu Ran's body, and she was dazzled for a moment. But the sound of pop brought her thoughts back, and Yu Ran had already pressed the button to grab the doll with her hand. She actually saw the doll and actually caught it. Chapter 18 Money Power. Su Jianqian was naturally very excited, while Yu Ran kept grabbing the doll inside. As he watched the dolls being picked up one by one, more and more people gathered around and the corners of his mouth began to twitch. These 2 people might be here to purchase goods. Su Jianqian was getting more and more excited, and she grabbed only the last doll left in the claw machine. The trophies piled up nearby shocked everyone, and the fact that Yu Ran and Su Jianqian were both extremely beautiful made the people around them admire them crazily. What's more, some young couples have started quarreling. The reason for the quarrel is, look at the other person's boyfriend catching the doll, and then look at you. Yu Ran naturally would not get involved in these boring quarrels. I probably can't catch this last one. It's too close to the corner. I'm afraid my claws can't reach it. Su Jianqian took a look and sighed. It wasn't that she really wanted these dolls, but she just enjoyed the process of catching dolls with Yu Ran. How can I describe how happy I am? It's still possible. I can quickly shake my claws when I strike out, and change the direction of my claws when I grab. I call it claw fighting technique. Yu Ran was talking nonsense in a serious manner, holding Su Qunqin's hand and shaking the joystick left and right, and then he would strike directly at the right moment. The claw went straight for the last doll, and the people watching nearby suddenly saw that the doll seemed to move to the side. I must have seen it wrong. How can the dolls in the claw machine move by themselves? We caught it, we really caught it. Su Jianqian jumped 3 feet high and threw herself directly into Yu Ran's arms, as excited as a child. Su Jianqian was not short to begin with, so she jumped up and let Yu Ran enjoy the treatment of facial cleanser. Oh, so enjoyable! With so many dolls, keep one as a souvenir and return the rest. Yu Ran smiled and said to Su Jianqian that the dolls in the claw machine were not of good quality and there was not much point in taking them back. Su Jianqian naturally had no intention of refutation Yu Ran. Who would really want the doll inside when catching a doll? The sweaty staff member next to them put the doll back into the claw machine. They couldn't afford to offend this guy. Just half an hour ago, the person in charge of the mall received the news that this gentleman was coming to the mall, and almost immediately went on high alert. After seeing Yu Ran giving a signal by grabbing the doll, they also cooperated vigorously. This wave is called money power. Yes, this mall belongs to him. Yu Ran and Su Jianqian continued to stroll around the mall with their trophy fox dolls. Yu Ran easily brought Su Jianqian into a high-end clothing store. Yu Ran, no, this is too expensive. Su Jianqian looked at the 6-digit price tags for any random item and was so frightened that her face turned green. How could she afford it? Although the shopping guide heard what Su Jianqian said, she still walked over with a smile on her face. The treatment is completely different from that of the protagonist. There is no pleasure of being ridiculed and then slapped in the face. Oh, it's so boring. Yu Ran felt bored. He was wearing a 20 yuan shirt, 50 yuan pants, 200,000 yuan shoes, and a 30 million yuan watch. He looked so shabby. What was going on? Doesn't the book say that these people are extremely snobby? They actually received him so politely, and they didn't enjoy the pleasure of playing the pig and eating the tiger at all. You'll be attending some banquets with me in the future, so you should buy some beautiful clothes. How would you describe So Kyun-kin's character? According to the book, she does not worship money and is very independent, but it is not necessary for Yu Ran. What he lacks most now is money. When he wakes up in the morning, he has at least 500,000 in interest from the bank. He can't spend it all. He can't spend it all at all. However, Yu Ran still respected Su Jianqian and just picked out 2 dresses and a pair of high heels for her. The price is only 7 figures, and it's 2 days' interest. It seems like I'll have to tighten my belt tomorrow, so I'll just have a lobster. Although Su Jianqian accepted Yu Ran's kindness, her inner dependence on Yu Ran became deeper. Some of Su Jian's words took root in her heart and eventually grew into a towering tree. At noon, Yu Ran took Su Jianqian to a restaurant, and So Kyun-kin's eyes widened. She had never heard of this kind of private kitchen that was not sold to the public at all, and saw luxurious gardens and ubiquitous fountains. It obviously doesn't feel resplendent, but it still feels extremely noble. Mr. Xiao Yu, what do you want to eat today? The waiter, wearing a decent cheongsam, asked Yu Ran with a smile. For 2, take a look. Yu Ran waved his hand and the waiter went down. Su Jianqian saw that even a waiter was not much less handsome than her, and Su Jian's words rang in her ears again. The mood was a little low again. Don't think so much. Whatever happens in love, just let it take its own course. If you think too much, it won't be sweet. Yu Ran rubbed So Kyun-kin's little face, and Su Jianqian felt a little better. The congee here is very famous, and it's hard to find it in other places. Congee is chicken from Kunlun Mountains. The chicken in that extreme environment is very tender. The 2 were chatting briefly when there was a knock on the door. Please come in. The door of the box opened, and a man who looked a little wretched walked in with his little hands clasped. Brother Yu, have you changed partners? Hey, isn't this a Korean plane? The person who walked in was Han Su, the 3rd young master of the Han family. As his name suggests, he was a group of imaginary people. The Han family is also one of the 5 major families in Jiangnan province, but Han Su is also a wonderful person. In his adolescence, he boasted that he could fly in 10 minutes. Hence the name Han Aircraft. I broke up with Lu Qingxiu, why didn't you know? I don't know. You and Lu Qingxiu haven't posted on Moments. How can we know? If you say that I am still better than brother Yu, look at my sister-in-law now. She has better looks than Lu Qingxiu. Han Su conveniently praised Su Jianqian. As a member of the family, it is a compulsory course for her to adapt to the changing circumstances. Yu Ran vaguely remembered that when he and Lu Qingxiu were together before, this guy praised Lu Qingxiu to the sky. Now he starts to praise Su Jianqian again, which is interesting. When Su Jianqian saw Han Su say this, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and she seemed to be very happy, and she even became more pleasing to the eye when looking at Han Su. Yu Ran also suddenly realized that neither he nor Lu Qingxiu had said anything about breaking off the engagement, but his parents knew about it, so it seemed that they were still very concerned about him. It's okay, it will be announced sooner or later. You didn't just come to me to talk about this, right? Of course. Brother Yu is having a dinner party in a week. I heard there will be big shots there. Are you interested? Listening to Han Su's words, Yu Ran suddenly remembered that this was a very important plot. Chapter 19 Sokyunkin's Points. There are only 4 days left before Lin Fan goes down the mountain, and the banquet held 7 days later is precisely prepared to safeguard Lin Fan's future. 4 days later, Lin Fan came down the mountain and cured the old man of the Bai family. Then, he entered the banquet under the recommendation of the old man of the Bai family. Then, after a series of pretense and slap in the face, he finally met the protagonist of the banquet, and with his superb medical skills, he cured the daughter of this big shot. Because of this incident, he formed a wonderful bond with this big shot, and after that, he was bailed out by this big shot every time he committed a crime. If he wanted to prevent Lin Fan from making a comeback, this banquet was of utmost importance. This big shot seems to be called Huang Yongsheng, and he seems to be a big shot on the official side, but the book does not give any specific details. However, based on Yu Ran's memory in this body, he did have some impression of this name. With his current energy, it is not difficult to get specific information. Of course, I will be there when the time comes. Just follow me then. Yu Ran nodded and understood what Han Su meant. Han Su was also one of his younger brothers, but he was ABD in the Han family and had no status, so it was impossible for him to get in. Of course Yu Ran knew that Han Su was not going for any big shot at all, he was going for Zhao Menzi, the daughter of the Zhao family. Although Han Su looks timid and doesn't seem like a good person, this guy is surprisingly innocent and has been in love with Zhao Menzi from beginning to end. The most regrettable thing is that he was killed by Lin Fan later, becoming Lin Fan's enemy. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yu Ran was naturally willing to help him, so that it would be easier to target Lin Fan. When Han Su heard Yu Ran's agreement, he thanked him respectfully and then walked out. You must accompany me to the party. When the time comes, wear the clothes I bought today. I hope my female companion can outshine everyone else. Yu Ran said to Su Jianqian with a smile, and Su Jianqian nodded quickly. She also wanted to try hard not to embarrass Yu Ran. After the meal, Su Jianqian and Yu Ran played wildly for the whole afternoon, and then went to see a movie after dinner in the evening. As dusk fell, the clock slowly pointed to 10. It's getting late, let's go back and rest. Yu Ran stretched his body. Ming Jin's body was different. He didn't feel too tired after playing for a whole day. Well, but the entrance to Nankai University is curfew at 10:30. We may be too late. Yu Ran laughed in his heart, you are not talking nonsense, you chose this movie just because you are too late. But on the surface he still looks quite serious. Well, there's nothing we can do. Let's find a hotel to stay in temporarily. Su Jianqian nodded. Although she was a little shy, she did not refuse. 2 rooms. Sorry, there's only 1 room left. 1 room then. Well, the above is just the nonsense between Yu Ran and the front desk staff. Old Yu is a gentleman, so of course he needs 2 rooms. But since this hotel is his, it is reasonable that only 1 room is left. Su Jianqian did not refuse, but held Yu Ran's hand unconsciously with more force, and a blush began to appear on her cheeks. The presidential suite was quite large. The 2 of them took a shower one after another. Yu Ran was still shirtless and was sending some messages to Liu Zitong on his cell phone. Su Jianqian came out slowly, and the blush on her cheeks finally reached its peak. Since she didn't bring any spare clothes, Su Jianqian was only wearing a bath towel. The long white legs walked slowly towards Yu Ran with light steps, and the slightly exposed cleavage also showed that this woman was extraordinary. These legs are so big, oh no, these legs are so white. Yu Ran spread out his arms, and Su Jianqian fell into his arms, and then the two of them kissed deeply for a long time. And the obstructive bath towel had already been thrown aside by Yu Ran. This kind of thing really affects your sleep at night. For the sake of Sokyunkin's health, he would never allow it. I know that no one likes to see the next plot, so I won't show it to you. I, Lao Yu, adhered to the principle of whoever goes to hell if I don't go to hell, so I digested it secretly by myself. The two of them slept until noon the next day before getting up. Su Jianqian snuggled deeper into Yu Ran's arms. Thinking of the madness last night, Su Jianqian couldn't help but blush. She had been looking forward to it for a long time. Yu Ran's body is indeed like that of an ox, and she can't even get out of bed now. Yu Ran was not a ruthless person, so he naturally ordered lunch for Su Jianqian and fed her herself. It wasn't until the afternoon that Sokyunkin's thighs could barely walk, although it looked a little strange. Originally, Yu Ran wanted Su Jianqian to rest, but Su Jianqian insisted on having a very important expert lecture in the evening. Yu Ran had no choice but to send her to Nanda University with lightning speed. The photo of Yu Ran supporting Su Jianqian, who was walking strangely, quickly appeared on the NTU forum. Shocked, Su Jianqian seems to be a famous beauty. Shocked, Yu Ran no longer likes Lu Qingxiu. Things that two school beauties have to mention. In an instant, Yu Ran and Su Jianqian quickly rushed to the top of the forum and crashed the Nanda server. The combination of Yu Ran's female traffic and Sokyunkin's male traffic instantly caused the whole Nanda to scream one after another. My goddess/male god was F-ed. After sending Su Jianqian back to campus, Yu Ran was not interested in attending any lectures. Just this morning, the system finally settled the plot reward for him. Congratulations to the host for getting 1000 points, once in 10 consecutive draws. Looking at Chesu's system, Yu Ran was speechless. Forget it, it's better than nothing. According to the system, although Su Jianqian is the heroine, she does not do much damage to Lin Fan's plot, and naturally does not earn many points. Just when Yu Ran was about to go back to draw the lottery, Liu Zitong called. Yu Ran knew that Liu Zitong would not come to him if nothing happened. Hey, Xi Tong, what happened? Master, Sokyunkin's father has appeared. What's the way to handle it? Yu Ran thought for a while. Disappear in Jinling and find a good place for him. Wang Gang was very excited. He heard in the past 2 days that his daughter had a wealthy boyfriend and the car he drove cost millions. As Sokyunkin's father, it's not too much to ask for a few million. So he walked excitedly towards Susie's house. He had already seen his happy life. But before he reached Susie's house and turned around the alley, he was surrounded by a dozen yellow men with tattoos on their arms and cigarettes in their mouths. Wang Gang was stunned at that time and swallowed his saliva inadvertently. Heroes, I don't know if you have any advice. Huang Mao, the leader, looked at Wang Gang. Sokyunkin's father Wang Gang. Wang Gang's heart sank to the bottom. He didn't know how he had offended these people. Could it be Su Jianqian? No, I was just passing by. Huang Mao also smiled slightly when he saw that Wang Gang was more shameless than him. You're right to have such a mean temperament, hit me. Chapter 20 The Second Lottery and Promotion. Ah! Screams resounded in the alley, and those who wanted to watch had no choice but to run away when they saw a dozen ferocious young men. Huang Mao casually threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stepped on the unextinguished cigarette butt. Take away. A sack was placed on the head of Wang Gang, who had been knocked unconscious, and the van quickly left the scene. Only then did the good people next to him dare to come out and look around. I said, that person seems to be Susie's old and immortal husband. That's him. I know this scoundrel. God has eyes. I'm going to tell Susie the good news. A middle-aged woman who had a good relationship with Susie also hurried towards Susie's house. Wang Gang rubbed his swollen head and suddenly woke up when he heard the rumbling sound next to him. Where am I? Before Wang Gang could observe again, a big foot had already kicked him up. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Damn it, you dare to be lazy and work for me when you wake up. A fierce supervisor kicked Wang Gang hard. Wang Gang was also stunned, and then he got up and wanted to fight. But looking at the several sturdy men with weapons around him, he finally gave up. I can only go to work obediently and start moving bricks at the request of the supervisor. Several thugs also came over curiously. Head, who is this? The overseer glanced at them. Don't ask too many questions, it won't do you any good. A big shot sent it, and he told us to treat him well, as long as he doesn't die. The thugs didn't dare to ask any more questions, so they obediently went to the edge. Not surprisingly, this construction site was where Wang Gang would be for the rest of his life. After solving So Kyunkin's last problem, Yu Ran stretched out and could finally rest after working for a few days. Then study the steps to deal with Lin Fan. However, he suddenly thought that if Lin Fan knew that his heroine had been RD by him before he came down the mountain, he didn't know what to think. That feeling, tisk tisk tisk, it's really refreshing. GGG. After Yu Ran returned home, he was also preparing to start the second round of lottery. He needs to think about how to spend the other 1000 points. Congratulations to the host for getting Kafka's purple stockings. Congratulations to the host for getting Kafka's boots. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the acceleration talisman ×2. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the detoxification pill ×2. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ming Jin skill ×2. Congratulations to the host for activating system function identification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the peak Xian level skill Tiger Roar. Looking at the things that were drawn 10 times in a row, Yu Ran's face turned dark. The dog competition system and the guaranteed dark power technique were really bad. Speaking of Grand Master level items, the probability is that you have to buy a lottery ticket, right? There is actually a built-in function that activates the system. You are so stupid. The dog comparison system, you are too shady. Yu Ran couldn't help but curse. The system had already predicted Yu Ran's anger and went offline to pretend to be dead. There is no need to explain the first two things. I will wear them for Su Jianqian another day. She should feel very good. The accelerating charm can gain twice the speed of itself in a short period of time, which is very good for running around to save one's life. The introduction of the detoxification pill was that it could remove all toxins below in Jin, which made Yu Ran's eyes light up. This thing is a good one. It will make him more confident in dealing with Lin Fan. There is no need to say much about his Ming Jin skills. He has already reached the 3rd level of Ming Jin. However, compared to entering Ming Jin, the 3rd level's body did not change much, it was just that he was stronger and had better physique than the 1st level. The system function identification allows him to identify special items through the system, which should be useful in some treasure hunting functions. But when he thought about how he had to extract the functions of this damn system himself, he always felt that he was at a disadvantage. When the Tiger Roar technique entered Yu Ran's mind, he was surprised for a moment. This skill is actually a rare sound wave skill that directly affects the enemy's status and has no precasting time. The closer the distance, the stronger it is, and the power it suddenly unleashes is extremely powerful. If you are caught off guard in close combat, you will probably be seriously injured immediately. This also made Yu Ran slightly excited. Although it was a dark energy technique, its actual effect was quite good. Afterwards, Yu Ran used the system to identify the things around him, but there was nothing special about them. A table made of ordinary sandalwood. A mahogany chair. Yu Ran also lost interest and decided to use it for treasure appraisal in the future. He went to the basement and began to experiment with his third level of Ming Jin power and Tiger Roar skills. Although he didn't feel anything in his body, Yu Ran found that his strength had improved a lot. Now, each of his punches had a force of at least 2,000 kilograms. An ordinary person would be crippled if not killed by this punch. Unlike Tiger Roar and Iron Mountain Backstroke, the system thoughtfully let him learn it directly. Yu Ran was muttering a strange spell, and suddenly a force flowed from his body into his mouth. Roar! The tiger roared, instantly causing the dummy next to it to suffer a devastating blow, and the head directly shattered into powder. Not only that, the various training facilities not far away also suffered a lot of damage. Yu Ran had such destructive power with only the third level of Ming Jin. Yu Ran was also shocked. The mass of this thing was much stronger than that of an average person's body. This meant that he could kill a group of people with just a tiger roar. Is this martial arts? Yu Ran felt his own increased strength and was somewhat excited. He did not stop until late at night. He fell into a deep sleep on his bed only after he had fully mastered the tiger roar. When he got up the next day, Yu Ran first performed some simple boxing and kicking exercises, and then opened the system panel to see how to use the points more cost-effectively. Yu Ran. Martial Arts Level, Ming Jin Level 3. Skills, Iron Mountain Lean, Tiger Roar. Currently receiving information, the Miracle Doctor goes down the mountain. System points, 1000. Mall, not yet open. Lottery pool, expand. The mall is still not open, and only the white prize pool has been activated. However, the blue prize pool is awarded with 1000 points each time, which is only enough for one draw. There is no point in opening it. The only thing that appeared was an symbol after the martial arts level. Yu Ran nodded. Do you want to upgrade to the 4th level of Ming Jin? Spend 200 points. FK, this is such a rip-off, system, you are such a jerk. It only takes 100 points to win the Mingjin lottery, but it takes 200 to improve yourself. Does this make the lottery more cost-effective? However, the items in the lottery are relatively random. Although many of them are not useless, they certainly cannot improve Yu Ran's strength. Since we are in the world of martial arts, strength is definitely the most important thing. So Yu Ran made up his mind and raised his martial arts level. It was necessary for him to upgrade to the 9th level of Ming Jin as he was about to meet the protagonist. However, after consuming 600 points to reach the 6th level of Ming Jin, further upgrade becomes 300 points at a time. Your ABCH system. You're the FG1. Chapter 21 Dongchun Kaiu. Yu Ran couldn't help but scolded his mother anymore. The system couldn't pretend to be dead anymore, so he could only explain obediently. Host, Ming Jin is divided into early, middle, and late stages. The points required for each period of improvement are definitely different, so the 1st to 3rd levels only cost 100, and the latter will gradually increase, and the lottery will increase as the host level increases. Less energy will be gained. The host's explanation made Yu Ran feel a lot less angry. If this was the case, it would be understandable. Even if the general drew Ming Jin's power later, he might not be able to increase it by one level. But after thinking about it, Yu Ran still clicked on it. Since the system stated that the 7th level of Jin was the late stage of Ming Jin, it was still necessary. Looking at the remaining 100 points, Yu Ran sighed, the points are useless. Yu Ran also casually clicked a single shot. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Hanjiao sword, the pinnacle earth-level weapon. Yu Ran was suddenly stunned. Is this the so-called single-draw miracle? The pinnacle weapon of the earth level. Make a fortune. System, I love you. Ugly refuse, refuse to post. The system seems to have been connected to the network here recently, and there are more and more internet terms. Ignoring the system's nonsense, Yu Ran took out the Hong Yao sword from the system space. Hong Yaojian's whole body is red, and there is a flame mark on the hilt. It not only looks beautiful, but also quite domineering. The sword is not long, about 70 centimeters. Yu Ran held it in his hand and waved it casually, and the sword energy loomed in the air. What a sword! Yu Ran casually chopped on the steel bar next to it, and it broke with a loud sound. Yu Ran was also overjoyed. The attack power of this sword was so powerful. If it was paired with Tiger Roar in close combat, An Jin might not be his opponent. Since he has never fought in actual combat, Yu Ran actually doesn't have much awareness of strength. He was looking for a chance to feel his strength. After spending all the points, Yu Ran hummed a little tune and went to find Liu Zitong. There were still a few days until Lin Fan came down the mountain, and he planned to visit the Suzhou branch given to him by his parents. Because if he remembers correctly, there is a very good talent here. And after all, it is his own company. Although he only takes money and does not do anything, it is still good to show his face. Liu Zitong changed his car to a Rolls-Royce. For long distances, a sports car is not as comfortable as an SUV. As Liu Zitong started the engine, the car headed towards Suzhou, and Yu Ran also sent a message to Su Jianqian to inform him of the matter. Su Jianqian also sent a cute emoticon to ask Yu Ran to pay attention to his health. Jinling is not far from Suzhou. Yu Ran has already arrived at his hotel in the evening. Yu Ran has no plans to go to the company at night. Speaking of which, this was his first time in Suzhou, and he had been fascinated by the famous names of Suzhou and Hangzhou for a long time. In the evening, he took Liu Zitong to Suzhou for a walk. Liu Zitong also did his duty and did his homework in advance. Tell Yu Ran the location and some introduction to the situation. When Yu Ran returned to the hotel, he had a good sleep. Yu Ran drove to the Suzhou branch early the next morning. Looking at the towering building in front of him, Yu Ran was also amazed. He didn't expect that this place was his own now. Yu Ran walked into the Suzhou branch with his head held high. Yu Ran rarely appeared in the company, so it was naturally impossible for people in the Suzhou branch to know him. Yu Ran actually didn't expect this. If he thought about it, he would be looking forward to pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. It's a pity that Liu Zitong naturally considered things that he couldn't consider and notified the general manager of the Suzhou branch in advance. Therefore, Yu Ran did not encounter any obstacles when he entered the branch. The branch manager accompanied him throughout the process and introduced Yu Ran to the company. Yu Ran is indeed a fool in the business world. He knows nothing about these things and can only nod his head. After walking around, Yu Ran slumped down on the general manager's chair. He finally understood why his parents had no time to care about him. There are so many things going on in a branch, not to mention the head office. Yu Ran rubbed his sore head and recalled the plot. Dong Chunkai was ugly, extremely capable, and a financial genius. With his help, Lin Fan successfully established a business empire. I want this kind of talent. But there is another question, where is Dong Chunkai? Lin Fan met him while wandering and helped him solve the debt collection matter. After that, Dong Chunkai followed him wholeheartedly. Full marks for ability and full marks for loyalty. Who wouldn't like such a talent? Mr. Xiao Yu, we found out that Dong Chunkai used to work at Linhua Company, but was banned by the industry because of some things. In fact, Yu Ran also knew this, otherwise how could Dong Chunkai be in debt? Dong Chunkai was an upright man and broke into an affair between the then chairman of Linhua Company and a new employee. The new employee asked him for help. Dong Chunkai rescued the new employee without even thinking. But what Dong Chunkai didn't expect was that the new employee behind him would actually frame him. He couldn't defend himself, and was eventually fired and banned by the chairman. What he didn't expect was that the new employee eventually fell into the arms of the chairman, and he also incurred huge debts. This man is a talent, let's find out where he is now. Lin Hua's company is not small, and the scandal involving Dong Chunkai has been despised by many people, so it is reasonable to be banned. The branch manager didn't ask too many questions. In their position, they naturally know what to ask and what not to ask. Although Lin Hua company is not small in size, it is nothing compared to Ling Ran company, and Yu Ran will not tolerate them at all. The boss of Lin Hua company wants to meet a manager of the Suzhou branch, which is a high level of ambition, let alone him. After getting the specific location, Yu Ran took Lu Zitong to where Dong Chunkai was. Along the way, the unpleasant smell made Yu Ran couldn't help but cover his mouth and nose. This place really didn't look good. We didn't take your money at all. A heartbreaking roar attracted Yu Ran's attention, and he quickly walked towards the source of the sound. Yu Ran saw a woman being pushed to the ground from a distance, and an ugly-looking boy stood in front of her, and next to her were two fierce-looking men. Stop doing this! If you don't pay back the money today, I will sell you. The black-faced man looked at the woman who fell to the ground fiercely. Tears hung on Li Jing's face, feeling a little unbearable. Dong Chunkai also looked at the two people in front of him with a sad expression. He couldn't even resist. Is he still a man? He knew that the two people in front of him were sent by Lin Hua company, but he was powerless, not even able to protect his own woman. He hated it. The two big men looked at each other, laughed and walked towards Li Jing. Looking at Dong Chunkai who was still blocking him, the two men kicked him hard in the thigh. Dong Chunkai closed his eyes and stood firmly in front of Li Jing. But the pain in my thigh never appeared. And a chuckle penetrated his ears. I'll protect this person. Chapter 22 Establishing a Financial Company. Dong Chunkai opened his eyes in some disbelief. Then I saw two big men lying on the ground howling. Yu Ran was also very excited. This was the first time he used this kind of power to fight someone. At the critical moment just now, he kicked down the black-faced man who was about to attack. The terrifying force kicked him directly against the wall, and the remaining one saw that the situation was not right and attacked Yu Ran with his stick. Yu Ran, who had not received any professional training, habitually put his hands in front of himself, but Lu Zitong would not stand for this and kicked the other one down. In fact, even if Lu Zitong didn't take action, the stick would have hit Yu Ran's hand and nothing would have happened. Yu Ran's physical fitness was already very strong now. You're courting death if you dare to touch the young master. Lu Zitong did not stop his attack and kicked the big man hard until the two men were lying on the ground unable to move. Dong Chunkai opened his eyes and saw this scene, and immediately became anxious. You guys leave quickly, they are from Lin Hua company, don't provoke them. Yu Ran looked at Dong Chunkai with interest. It was interesting. Although the system said he was a villain, he still hoped that there were good people around him. This Dong Chunkai is quite to my liking. Lu Zitong originally wanted to make some sarcastic remarks, but after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. Since the young master said that he was a talent and he wanted to work under the young master in the future, he should let the young master decide. It's okay. I can destroy Lin Hua company with a snap of my fingers. I'm the person in charge of Suzhou Lingran company. I think you are very capable. Come with me. Dong Chunkai first looked at Yu Ran in surprise, then shook his head. This also made Yu Ran a little unhappy. He didn't expect that he would be rejected. I majored in finance, not computer science, so I can't help you at Lingran. Yu Ran suddenly remembered that he had forgotten about this. After all, he knew nothing about business. In the book, Lin Fan did not say what he did before he took Dong Chunkai away. He is a man of status. Lingran is indeed not in finance, but since there are financial talents, then just build a financial company. It's a simple thing. Indeed, but I'm not asking you to work for Lingran company. I plan to invest in a company in finance. I heard that you have a doctorate in finance, so I came here to invite you. Dong Chunkai was also slightly stunned. Is this what is called a rich person? It's so casual to talk about building a company. If you want to set up a financial company, you need initial capital, at least this amount. Dong Chunkai made a 5 and Yu Ran waved his hand. It's only 500 million. I invested in this company. Dong Chunkai was almost scared to the point of vomiting blood. What he meant was, could a person really come up with such liquid funds as 50 million or 500 million? Which prince is this from? He is here to experience life. 50 million is enough, but do you really want to build a financial company? Dong Chunkai knew in his heart that this person must be a big shot. How could Lingran Company come up with 500 million? And he is so young? As expected, he must be the prince of Lingran Company. Dong Chunkai couldn't help but feel more restrained, because this person's status was much higher than anyone he had ever met before. This is not the place to talk. Bring your wife with you and let's find a restaurant to talk. As soon as Yu Ran finished speaking, he walked out, followed closely by Lu Zitong. Dong Chunkai helped Li Jing up and followed Yu Ran step by step. Lu Zitong chose a place that combined bathing and dining. After all, Dong Chunkai and Li Jing were a little dirty, so it seemed a bit unsightly to talk to the young master. After Dong Chunkai and Li Jing sorted things out, they looked much more energetic. Li Jing waited obediently behind, while Lu Zitong stood behind Yu Ran and handed over the home court to Yu Ran and Dong Chunkai. Yu Ran didn't know anything about business, so Dong Chunkai did most of the talking. Dong Chunkai also showed his outstanding ability and basically described the general prospects from construction to development. I understand, you can directly acquire a leather goods company and put your name on it, right? Then you can start working in the financial industry. You can use Lingran's connections to get a few big orders in a short time, and then you can start planning for it after you get on the right track. Dong Chunkai nodded. At present, the company has not yet appeared and can plan to this point, which is considered the limit. Okay, I have no objection. I'll pay for it and leave the rest to you. If you have any questions, call Lu Zitong, the guy behind me. He will help you solve it. I'll get you the startup capital. 200 million, wait until you finish everything. Dong Chunkai was instantly confused when he heard Yu Ran's words. Did Yu Ran mean to be a hands-off shopkeeper and leave everything to him? He thought he was just an auxiliary, but he didn't expect that he was the main force. Why can't it be done? Yu Ran looked at Dong Chunkai's demented appearance and felt puzzled in his heart. He was very capable in the book, but why didn't he look so good in reality? In fact, this is the illusion brought to him by Yu Ran's God's perspective. In the book, Dong Chunkai follows Lin Fan and becomes bigger step by step. But Yu Ran directly threw a huge cake to him. He had never been exposed to such a situation before, so how could he not be shocked? It's possible, but Mr. Yu means to leave all the company's affairs to me. Although Dong Chunkai heard it right before, he couldn't help but ask again. This was no joke. Of course, I'm not good at this. But this is 200 million. What is the concept of 200 million? You have to win 5 million lottery tickets for more than a year in a row. Dong Chunkai was confused by the amount of money he spent. I trust your ability. I don't trust anyone who doubts me, and I don't trust anyone who employs me. With the ability in the book as a guarantee and Dong Chunkai's good character, Yu Ran felt relieved. But for Dong Chunkai, this kind of kindness was like reincarnation. He was banned from the workplace. Except for Li Jing, all his friends and colleagues abandoned him. He couldn't feel guilty about Li Jing. Today, when he met Bol's appreciation, his long-awaited ambitions came back to his mind again. Employ people without any doubt. This sentence made Dong Chunkai's blood boil, and he secretly vowed to work hard to let Yu Ran see the best result. If you have anything worth remembering at home, bring it with you. If you don't have to buy everything again, don't live in that place. I have a small house of 150 square meters in the Wenhua Villa in Suzhou, and I will give it to you. Dong Chunkai looked at the keys and cards that Yu Ran threw out casually. At this time, everything he said was false. He stopped talking and just made up his mind secretly. Today's kindness can only be repaid with death. Oh, by the way, if the company develops well, Lin Hua should be the first to be hammered. Yu Ran said a light word before leaving, but I never saw it. Behind him, Dong Chunkai had already burst into tears. Chapter 23 Experience the Strength. After Yu Ran handed over the matter to Dong Chunkai, he and Liu Zitong withdrew first, but the previous conversation with Dong Chunkai was a bit boring. He had nothing to do and checked the system. This unintentional appraisal actually allowed him to discover some good functions. Dong Chunkai. Martial arts level, mortal. Loyalty, 100. Unexpectedly, the system also has the function of appraiser. This function is good, and you can see other people's strength and how they judge Yu Ran. You must know that if you don't show your aura here, no one will know how strong this person is. But system identification can allow him to take precautions in advance. He also glanced at Liu Zitong casually. Liu Zitong. Martial arts level, Ming Jin 7th level. Loyalty 100. At the 7th level of Ming Jin, with the same strength as himself, it's no wonder that Liu Zitong can solve any problem he encounters. He is also a warrior. This is not mentioned in the book. Yu Ran also identified some strangers on a whim, and at the same time he also discovered another situation. The stranger's loyalty to him is not loyalty, but friendship, but both are 0. It seems that the system's classification of feelings is relatively detailed. However, after getting the news, Yu Ran stopped paying too much attention and asked Liu Zitong to take him to a secret boxing gym. This place he also knew from the book was a gathering place for Ming Jin, and he wanted to have a fight with others. Although his current combat awareness is not very good, he still wants to try his strength. After all, he was very excited after finally obtaining the legendary martial arts from his previous life. Although Liu Zitong was curious about when the young master entered martial arts, he didn't ask. He could tell from Yu Ran's sudden acceleration towards the black-faced man. He was just a little worried. If the young master became too strong, would he still be able to work beside the young master? As Yu Ran arrived at the location given to him, after the two people got off the car, Liu Zitong stared at the building in front of him. Boxing club. Is this your first time, gentlemen? Do you have any coaches or friends you know? The front desk received them warmly. She had worked here for so many years, and all of them were ugly, burly men. Handsome guys like Yu Ran were basically invisible. I don't know anyone, but I want to talk to a martial arts master. The receptionist's eyes flashed. He was a master of martial arts, but she was not sure what the other person meant. This is a boxing gym. What does martial arts master mean? He's a master of Ming Jin. Do you understand? I want to find someone who is Ming Jin to train with me. It would be better if he is stronger. Now the lady at the front desk understood what Yu Ran meant. As soon as the word Ming Jin came out, she knew that this person was also a member of the martial arts world. The price of Ming Jin may be a bit expensive, ranging from 500 to 1,500 per hour. Oh, money is not an issue. I would like to find a sparring partner at the 5th to 6th level of Ming Jin. How much will it cost? Yu Ran thought that although his strength was at the 7th level, he had no fighting experience and his strength should be a little worse. 5 to 6 levels. The young lady looked shocked and looked at Yu Ran carefully. Could it be that he was a young master from a certain family? That's impossible. How could a young master from a wealthy family come to a place like this? We don't have 5 to 6 layers here at the moment. If you need them, I can contact our curator. The price may be higher. Okay, you can contact me, I'll wait for him here. The lady at the front desk said no more and quickly contacted the curator. Master, if you want to find a sparring partner, why don't you just come to me? Liu Zitong was also full of doubts. He was also at the 7th level of Ming Jin. Wouldn't it be good for him to be a sparring partner with him? Now that the young master has entered martial arts, there is no need for him to continue to conceal it. In fact, he has not concealed it, and Yu Ran has not asked after all. It doesn't hurt when strangers fight. Yu Ran smiled, knowing that Liu Zitong would definitely not be able to do anything to him. He was also afraid of hurting Liu Zitong, so he could find a stranger who wouldn't feel bad if he was hurt. Curator, you are noble and awesome. After more than half an hour, a muscular man with a body length of 1.9 meters walked in. Boy, do you know what the 6th level of Ming Jin is? Yu Ran glanced over and narrowed his eyes slightly. Shi Yang. Martial Arts Realm, 6th level of Ming Jin. Dislike 10. At the 6th level of Ming Jin, his attitude towards himself is disgust. Okay, that's good, now I don't feel bad about beating him. I don't know. I haven't fought against anyone from Ming Jin. I want to find someone to give it a try. What Yu Ran said was true. He really had never fought against Ming Jin's people. But in Shi Yang's eyes, it was naked arrogance. Boy, are you here to be a sparring partner or are you here to play in the gym? Shi Yang stared at Yu Ran, his eyes full of evil. Yu Ran didn't say anything, but Liu Zitong had already punched him. Shi Yang was not a coward and blocked it directly. The two punches connected, and Shi Yang took 5 steps back, looking at Liu Zitong with a slightly deeper look. Liu Zitong said nothing and looked at each other. If they really wanted to fight, he could hit Shi Yang 3 times. Okay, lead the way as soon as you come. I'm very pressed for your time. Yu Ran was also a little irritable. He wanted to experience his strength by himself, why there were so many things. Shi Yang might have been a little frightened by Liu Zitong's punch, so he led the way without saying a word. May I ask if you have combat experience? Or have you studied the system? After asking, Shi Yang looked at Liu Zitong's unkind eyes and added another sentence. This is a regular issue for sparring partners at the club. Oh, I have no combat experience and have never studied. After hearing this, Shi Yang nodded secretly. It seemed that he was a rich second-generation young master. He was probably a little bloated just after entering Mingjin. He actually dared to ask his own Mingjin to train with him in his midterm. Although the Mingjin next to him in his later stage was not easy to deal with, it was normal for him to get injured during training. If he wants to cause trouble because of this kind of thing, the other people in his boxing gym are not vegetarians. Thinking of this, Shi Yang also calmed down a little. A venue measuring 20 by 20 appeared before Yu Ran's eyes. As a sparring partner for martial artists, the venue was naturally large enough. Hearing that the director Shi Yang was personally providing training, all the students who had no training came over and wanted to learn. Shi Yang also found it useful to look at the onlookers around him. If learning martial arts was not for the sake of showing off, or not for the sake of becoming stronger, it would be meaningless. You attack first. Shi Yang made a gesture of acceptance and slightly hooked his hand at Yu Ran. That curator, if you hurt me, you don't have to pay for medical expenses. I'm actually quite strong, but I've never been in actual combat. Yu Ran looked a little shy, and his words were also very green. Shi Yang laughed. Of course, the price you paid is included. When Yu Ran heard this, he smiled evilly and twisted the corner of his mouth. Today he will also become the Dragon King of the Wrong Mouth. Yu Ran charged towards Shi Yang. Shi Yang looked at Yu Ran's starting position and shook his head. The people watching also shook their heads. It seemed that Yu Ran was really not lying and had no actual combat experience. Shi Yang looked at Yu Ran coming over and decided to give Yu Ran a blow first, and directly punched with Yu Ran's fist. With a bang, the sound of the collision between Ming Jin was already loud. But everyone opened their mouths unconsciously when they saw the scene on the field. Shi Yang was actually punched away. Chapter 24 The product produced by the system must be a high-quality product. This blowing away is not an exaggeration, it is really being beaten away. Although Yu Ran and Liu Zitong are both at the 7th level of Ming Jin, Yu Ran is definitely stronger in terms of strength. After all, the products produced by the system must be high-quality products. System, that's right, there are always unscrupulous people who are dissatisfied. The product produced by this company must be a high-quality product. The one who felt the deepest feeling was Shi Yang. Shi Yang saw Yu Ran charging towards him with flaws all over his body. As long as he blocked the punch, he could defeat him with any force. But when Yu Ran's fist landed on his, the wind from the fist blew across his face, making him feel bad. The pain from his hand instantly spread to his arm, and a distance directly knocked him away. Shi Yang fell to the ground, shocking everyone present, including Liu Zitong. Liu Zitong did not expect that the young master was so strong. Yu Ran looked at Shi Yang who fell to the ground. Why is this 6th level of Ming Jin so weak? Host, are you stupid? The late stage and the middle stage of Ming Jin are two different concepts. What's more, I will give you a perfect upgrade, and if you upgrade to the 7th level, you will be the peak of the 7th level. If you can't beat the 6th level, are you questioning this system? Yo, it's packed up, you're the only one asking whether it will be shipped in the next draw. The system didn't answer when it heard about the lottery. The lottery depends on luck anyway. No matter whether Yu Ran believes it or not, it believes it anyway. Shi Yang struggled to get up, but his right arm that touched Yu Ran lost all feeling. This guy is so strong. However, all the members around him looked at his failure, which made him a little angry and yelled at Yu Ran. Didn't you say you don't know martial arts? Yu Ran shrugged. Maybe it's my innate power. Shi Yang became even more angry after hearing this, and his disgust value soared to 50. No one had ever made him make such a fool of himself. He decided to get serious and show some color to this ignorant boy. Shi Yang charged directly, not letting Yu Ran attack first. Yu Ran saw the right moment and punched him, and he didn't know how to do anything else. Directly draw a. Shi Yang smiled slightly and dodged Yu Ran's attack. Yu Ran's attack failed and he was in an awkward position. And Shi Yang also happened to go around to his side. This punch hit Yu Ran directly in the face. Shi Yang's face was ferocious, he was bound to get his place back with this punch. When the students next to them saw the director's victory in sight, they immediately shouted in unison to cheer for the director. It seemed that Shi Yang was in a life and death battle with someone, but he didn't expect that it was just a sparring match. Liu Zitong had already stood up at this time. If the young master had any problem, this place would not need to exist. Yu Ran's shortcomings of lack of combat experience are also exposed. He doesn't want his handsome face to be injured, so he directly prepares to charge up Tiger Roar. Ming Jin shouldn't be that fragile, right? But just when he was about to use Tiger Roar, he felt a feeling on his shoulder again, and all the power in his body quickly surged toward his shoulder. His shoulder collided with Shi Yang's high-speed fist. A crackling sound made the entire martial arts hall instantly quiet, and Shi Yang's hand suddenly bent and deformed in a very strange posture. Ah! The huge pain that came from him made Shi Yang scream. This was really Yu Ran's stepless skill. Damn it! After hitting Shi Yang's arm, the huge force seemed to have not been used up and continued to hit Shi Yang's body. The students present were already panicking and looked nervously at the situation on the field. As this huge force hit him, Shi Yang's body bent into the shape of a shrimp and flew backwards, falling heavily to the ground. Even the wooden floor was cracked, showing how powerful Yu Ran's move was. Yu Ran was also full of surprise. Tishanguo didn't seem to be used by him actively. It seemed like it was a passive skill. When someone is on his side, he seems to launch directly and then hit him hard. Damn it, it's so awesome! Before Yu Ran could think too much, the students from the boxing gym came roaring around and surrounded Shi Yang. Shi Yangmeng vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood and passed out. If a powerful doctor came to check the situation, you will find that 8 of Shi Yang's ribs were broken and his arm was shattered. Fortunately, it was Ming Jin's body, otherwise he would have died on the spot. Ahole, how dare you do this to the curator? An angry student attacked Yu Ran directly, but he was kicked by Liu Zitong halfway before he ran back to Shi Yang. What? You want to do something? Liu Zitong stood in front of Yu Ran, looking at the people in front of him with cold eyes. The student who fell to the ground was still yelling. You injured the gym manager, but you still want to leave safely. Do you think you can come and leave our boxing gym whenever you want? Yu Ran was dismissive. As agreed before, the training fee includes medical expenses. I want to leave now. Who is in favor of it and who is against it? Yu Ran glanced at them disdainfully, then strode towards the door. If you make him angry and give them a tiger roar, then life and death are determined, and wealth is in the sky. Liu Zitong walked behind Yu Ran and left with him. Although the people in the boxing gym shouted slogans, they did not dare to really crowd in. After all, everyone is just here to have a casual meal, and no one wants to get hurt. Young master, you are so strong, you are simply a martial arts genius. Now I am no longer your opponent. When Liu Zitong came out, his eyes were full of care, and Yu Ran also smiled slightly when he heard the praise. This was because Liu Zitong was being humble. Without using Hong Yao sword and tiger roar, he had no chance of defeating Liu Zitong. His combat awareness is still too poor. I wonder if the mall sells such things. However, there is no intention to open the mall yet. Yu Ran also sighed slightly. Why did he suddenly start to miss Lin Fan who had not yet arrived? Lin Fan, who was on the mountain, sneezed. Who is missing me when I go? It's probably the old man from the Bai family. There's no point in rushing. I won't be able to go down the mountain until 3 days later. After Yu Ran went back, he also lay on the bed and chatted with Su Jianqian for a while, and then fell asleep. He was still a little tired after a busy day, and it was also his first time doing it, so he basically went all out, so his body was quite tired. But the result is still very exciting for him. He can also become a peerless strong person. After a brief 2 days of sightseeing and inspection in Suzhou, I discussed the specific situation with Dong Chunkaiu. Dong Chunkaiu was very quick with his hands and feet. After Liu Zitong warned Lin Hua Company, they didn't even dare to fart again. The place and specific company address were quickly determined, and the business would definitely be open within 3 days. But this is not something Yu Ran worries about. He has returned to Jinling by car. Because, Lin Fan was finally going down the mountain. Chapter 25 Lin Fan appears. Lin Fan had stayed in the mountains for 18 years. When he came to the city, he was full of excitement. He looked around and looked very curious. The people around him also looked at Lin Fan very strangely, and almost 100% of them turned around. It wasn't because of Lin Fan's excited look, it was because Lin Fan's robe seemed out of place with his surroundings. In the summer of this world, although the atmosphere is already very open, all kinds of clothes do not seem unusual. But Lin Fan's retro robes still look different, which is why Lin Fan is ridiculed wherever he goes. Who in the right mind would do this? But Lin Fan doesn't use the protagonist's standard language. If we do what we do, why should others judge us? Lin Fan was also very excited after getting off the high-speed train, looking at the flow of people everywhere. Then he frowned and saw a young woman in front of him walking towards here. He stretched out his hand to stop her. The woman who was stopped was obviously unhappy. What are you doing? Lin Fan showed his signature smile. Hello, little sister, I am a doctor. I want to see if you have been suffering from insomnia recently and have dysmenorrhea. The woman hesitated and nodded slightly. That's good. I have a way. Just put a needle on the acupuncture point and it will relieve your condition immediately. Lin Fan took out the silver needle and smiled. The woman also nodded, and Lin Fan directly reached towards her chest. This is the first pretentious plot in the book, and it also introduces Dr. Lin Fan's identity, plus a sentence that is essential for picking up girls in the future. I am a doctor, and I only prescribe the right medicine. In my eyes, private parts are just a part of the body. Well, from now on, Lin Fan will use this sentence to treat various women like crazy, and then win their favor. In the end, the beauty he picked up returned, and as long as Lin Fan saved the woman, he would either take off her clothes or the key parts, but if it was a man, he wouldn't even need to do it. To be honest, Yu Ran can't understand it. Are you treating people? You are greedy for other people's bodies, you are despicable. Just when Lin Fan's needle was about to pierce the woman's chest, a loud noise suddenly roared out. Caught the gangsters! The sudden roar made Lin Fan's hand tremble, and the needle fell directly to the ground before Lin Fan could find the troublemaker. The woman in front of her seemed to suddenly react and screamed uncontrollably. Lin Fan had obviously wanted to touch her panda just now. In an instant, railway police officers surrounded him. Lin Fan was also going down the mountain for the first time. He had never encountered such a situation before, so he hurriedly said to the girl in front of him. I'm treating you, not trying to be a hooligan. But it was obvious that the woman did not believe Lin Fan's words amid the accusations around her. This person just wanted to play gangster on me under the guise of treating a disease. Lin Fan was taken away by the railway management with a look of shock on his face. Lin Fan didn't resist. Although he didn't go down the mountain much, he knew before coming that he couldn't go against the country. So he was handed over to the police. As a pair of beautiful long legs stepped down from the police car, everyone's eyes were focused on the panda. Damn it, Super Thunder! The delicate appearance of the panda is easily overlooked by people, after all, people prefer to see rarer things. Yun Yi glanced around fiercely. The people next to him restrained themselves and only dared to secretly look at the policewoman with an explosive figure. If Yu Ran was here, he must know that this is Yun Yi, the heroine of this book. If Su Jianqian is the first thing he hates when reading, then Yun Yi is the second thing. Yun Yi is a standard girl with big breasts, no brains, and full of passion. She has to take care of any case, but is she not strong enough? Then it's up to the male protagonist to save her. If she has this sense of justice from beginning to end, Yu Ran will admire her. But since Lin Fan saved her and fell in love with her several times, this woman immediately started to act double standard, covering up for Lin Fan and making excuses. Lin Fan's subsequent murders were all worthy of death in her eyes. However, this woman had an extraordinary background. She was from the Yun family in the imperial capital. In order to escape the shackles of her family, she went to Jinling to work as a police officer. Yu Ran doesn't like this kind of person very much, and like Su Jianqian, he is not in his first strategy. Su Jianqian was an accident, but Yu Ran firmly believed that there would be no second accident. Yun Yi put handcuffs on Lin Fan, but Lin Fan was laughing and joking. Officer, you are so big. Are you working very hard? Do you want me to teach you a trick to make it easier for you? The male protagonist must have the ability to be familiar with beautiful women without shame. What's interesting is that this is also the first sentence Lin Fan and Yun Yi say in the book. However, it was when Yun Yi was investigating his suspected crime, and because of this sentence, the two of them became interested in Yun Yi. The so-called interest is the beginning of the fall. Later, they fall in love and kill each other. The hero saves the beauty and hugs the beauty back. But now that Lin Fan was being escorted for being a gangster, he still said this. In this situation, Yun Yi's face became even darker. She even smiled instead of getting angry. Very good, you can still tease the police under such circumstances. It seems you think you are awesome. Lin Fan shrugged without comment. Anyway, he didn't do it, and the Bai family would come to protect him. Lin Fan was brought back to the situation by Yun Yi, but he was still smiling and not nervous at all, which made Yun Yi even more angry. You did see him molesting women, right? Yes, officer, we even took photos specially. The person who gave evidence picked up his cell phone and took a picture of Lin Fan reaching for the woman's panda. He took many pictures. I finally chose this one just when Lin Fan's needle was knocked to the ground. His hand looked like a rogue. Yun Yi nodded. Very good. With this evidence, I still don't believe I can't cure him. We welcome your report and thank you for your cooperation. Yun Yi expressed gratitude to the witnesses. Officer, you're commended. I am also a member of Master Yu's staff. Our Master Yu is known to be kind-hearted in Lingran Company. He often warns us to help us when encountering injustice, so I dare to actively report him. Lingran Company, Master Yu, Yu Ran. Yun Yi murmured that as a member of the Yun family in the imperial capital, she had naturally heard of Yu Ran's name, but didn't the rumors say that he was an ignorant love fool? Today I feel like Yu Ran is pretty good. After the witness left, he sent a message to Lu Zitong. Done. Lu Zitong nodded. When the young master gave him this task, he was very confused. He didn't care why the young master wanted to target Lin Fan. He just needed to hate the young master. But the young master accurately predicted that Lin Fan was going to be a hooligan, which made him a little incredible. But he thought about it and felt that the situation was not that simple. The young master should do this kind of thing because he wants to do good deeds and want to leave a name. That's why he said that he asked witnesses to come. Of course, he also found the so-called witnesses. At this time, Yu Ran was holding hands with Su Jianqian while shopping. He felt that he was the ex-boyfriend of the boss in the later stage. He has to be strong, so naturally he can't do this kind of thing himself. Well, in fact, he doesn't really want to enter the protagonist's field of vision early. How do you say that? The ancient way is the best. But the next broadcast made his eyes light up. Congratulations to the host for completing the plot mission and earning 1000 points. Because the protagonist Lin Fan's hatred towards you increases by 5, you will receive double rewards. Chapter 26 The Disgust of the Two Heroines. At this time, Yu Ran was also confused, but also very excited. He just wanted to cause a little trouble for Lin Fan. It would be better if he couldn't make it in time for the banquet 3 days later. Unexpectedly, the stingy system actually gave him a reward this time. Why did he think the hatred value was doubled, making huge profits? But it seems that if you win Su Jianqian, you will only get 1000 points and 10 consecutive draws, which is similar to the reward this time. Yu Ran also looked at Su Jianqian strangely. Is the heroine so worthless? And why does Lin Fan have hatred towards him when he didn't show up at all? People in love are always very sensitive, and Su Jianqian immediately noticed Yu Ran's strange gaze. Su Jianqian also immediately looked at herself, and there should be nothing wrong with her. Su Jianqian is wearing a light yellow dress with beige high heels today. She looks elegant and noble, with her long hair floating casually behind her head. She looks like a noble princess. This skirt was bought by Yu Ran before. I have to say that you get what you pay for. After Su Jianqian finished dressing, she was stunned in front of the mirror, but she still became nervous when she saw Yu Ran's eyes. Any questions? Su Jianqian spoke softly and touched Yu Ran's arm lightly. Only then did Yu Ran come back to his senses. Oh, it's okay, I just thought about the banquet in 3 days. I was thinking about whether you can be more beautiful than others. Yu Ran made an excuse and continued shopping with Su Jianqian. He planned to ask Lu Zitong about the specific situation. Back in time, when Lin Fan was arrested and imprisoned, Yun Yi was very angry and must put this gangster in jail. But after all, Lin Fan came here to help the old man of the Bai family treat his illness, so Bai Yuan, the eldest lady of the Bai family who originally came to pick up Lin Fan, had to come to the institution to bail him out. What? You said Lin Fan was released on bail? Yun Yi's face was filled with anger and he couldn't understand why this scumbag wasn't locked up. Facing Yun Yi's anger, the director was helpless. Lin Fan's crime is not serious, not to mention that the Bai family's bail itself complies with legal procedures. The director didn't say much later. It was normal for such a trivial matter to give the Bai family face. Yun Yi was very angry, but he could only calm down immediately. The director was right, Lin Fan's matter was not a big deal after all, and the Bai family's bail would not be able to imprison him. Lin Fan walked out of the police station as if he didn't recognize his relatives. When he looked at the door, he saw another stunning woman. With a slender figure paired with a simple white skirt, a simple ponytail and delicate eyebrows, she is no worse than Yun Yulet. Lin Fan's eyes also lit up. That old guy really wasn't lying. There were many beauties and opportunities in big cities. Bai Yuan was naturally unhappy when she saw Lin Fan. She believed in Lin Fan's character at first. After all, it was her grandpa who invited him to treat the disease, but the pictures that were so irrefutable that she couldn't refute it. Frivolous people. Bai Yuan's feelings for Lin Fan were also extremely bad. Lin Fan laughed to himself when he saw Bai Yuan bailing him out, and passed by Yun Yi and said something frivolous. "Officer, if you need treatment, remember to come to me." His eyes fell on Yun Yi's panda without thinking, which made Yun Yi almost furious. "Don't let me catch you, or I will teach you a lesson." When Bai Yuan saw Lin Fan's behavior, her face was filled with disgust. It seemed that this matter was a foregone conclusion. "Thank you, Miss Bai. Let's go to Bai's house without further ado." Lin Fan showed what he thought was a gentle smile to Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan said coldly, "Follow me," and turned and left. She really didn't want to have any communication with such a scoundrel. Lin Fan didn't care and followed behind Bai Yuan. In his eyes, as long as Bai Yuan could cure the old man of the Bai family's illness, it would be a piece of cake. Therefore, Yu Ran did not expect that a small design would make the first impression of the two heroines, Bai Yuan and Yun Yi, towards Lin Fan become extremely disgusting. This is also the source of points. After Lin Fan got in the car, he saw Bai Yuan's cold attitude and decided to try to save the relationship a little. After all, he already regarded Bai Yuan as his own. "I was really wronged. I was just trying to treat the woman. I am a doctor." Lin Fan shrugged, indicating that he was quite innocent. Bai Yuan had always thought that he was not very straightforward, and now she felt that he was not only shameless but also irresponsible, and he dared to do things but not to take the responsibility. "Hey, is that so? The person who reported you has irrefutable evidence, and I heard that Yu Ran's subordinates reported you. What else do they have to do after they have eaten their fill?" "Yu Ran." Lin Fan looked at Bai Yuan's attitude and also read out the name. "You can't offend this person. Don't ask so many questions." Lin Fan was also somewhat unhappy with Bai Yuan's attitude. It was a common problem for the protagonist that if you yell at him, he would immediately turn hostile, even if it was his fault. But when he heard that it was Yu Ran's men who reported him, and considering Bai Yuan's tone, he also felt a little jealous of Yu Ran. The hatred value is 5, and the points are doubled. Yu Ran is also very happy. While Su Jianqian went to try on clothes, Yu Ran also contacted Liu Zitong and listened to the whole story. "Are you telling the police that it was my teaching that made you report it?" Yu Ran seemed to understand why Lin Fan suddenly hated him. Hearing Yu Ran's sudden raised tone, Liu Zitong thought Yu Ran was angry and stuttered slightly. "Master, I'm sorry, I was willful, please punish me." "No, you did a great job, you did a great job, give me more money." Yu Ran was in a good mood and immediately gave Liu Zitong another bonus of 100,000 yuan. Lu Zitong was relieved to see that Yu Ran was not angry. It seemed that he had not guessed the young master's intention wrongly. Su Jianqian tried on clothes many times, but she was never very satisfied. After all, the clothes she was wearing were too expensive. The contrast with these ordinary clothes is so great. This time, the place was chosen by Su Jianqian, and it was not a high-end consumption place. Su Jianqian also took out all the money she had saved to treat Yu Ran to dinner and buy things for him. Yu Ran only bought 2 pieces symbolically, and was thinking that he should find a part-time job for Su Jianqian to make money. This girl does have a very strong character. By the way, Yu Ran, are you free tonight? My mother said that if you are free, she would like to invite you to her home. Chapter 27 Mature Susie. Yu Ran nodded. No problem, let's go tonight. It just so happened that Yu Ran had some things to explain to the mother and daughter. He might be busy with Lin Fan's affairs later on, so it would be better to make arrangements in advance. Su Jianqian was relieved to see that Yu Ran didn't refuse. After all, her place was really not very popular. Given Yu Ran's status, if it weren't for her own reasons, he might never go there in his life. Yu Ran's willingness to accommodate her also made her feel a little touched and a little bit inferior. After shopping in the afternoon, Yu Ran took Su Jianqian back to her home. So it's not a nice place, but Susie cleaned the inside and outside very cleanly, which makes it seem warm. Auntie, I'm going to bother you again today. Su Jian was also stunned when she saw the gift box in Yu Ran's hand. You kid, you're already here, why do you still bring something with you? Hey, Mom, just accept it. Yu Ran didn't even listen to my advice. Hey, Qian, it's natural to come and see Auntie and bring some gifts. I'm not an impolite person. Auntie, this is a gift I carefully selected for you. Yu Ran handed over the gift. After Susie took it, she knew it was expensive when she saw the exquisite packaging. She pursed her lips and was about to say something, but then thought about Yu Ran spending 10 million on her illness, so she could only sigh in her heart, as she owed more and more. Oh, by the way, Auntie, I don't know much about the size of your clothes. Qian made this based on what I know. You try it on first. If it doesn't fit, I'll change it tomorrow. Susie nodded and turned back to change clothes. Su Jianqian and Yu Ran sat on chairs and chatted about the banquet. Yu Ran, at the banquet, will that Lu Qingxiu come? Su Jianqian bit her lip and asked the question she wanted to ask the most. Yu Ran was stunned for a moment, then recalled for a moment, Lu Qingxiu did not go in the book, otherwise he would not have gone. I don't know, I lost contact with her long ago. Su Jianqian was still very satisfied with Yu Ran's answer, but Yu Ran's next words made her curl her lips again. But based on what I know about her, she probably won't go. She doesn't seem interested in this kind of occasion, but it's hard to tell. The wings of the butterfly effect have been flapping, but Yu Ran is not entirely sure. Su Jianqian focused more on Yu Ran's understanding of her. It was obvious that Yu Ran knew Lu Qingxiu very well. However, Su Jianqian also secretly encouraged herself. She also wanted Yu Ran to understand herself, and she also wanted to understand everything about Yu Ran. However, when she knew that Lu Qingxiu might be going, she still felt nervous in her heart. I can't lose to her. This is about Yu Ran's face. Maybe she doesn't care what others say about her, but she doesn't care about Yu Ran. Unconsciously, Su Jianqian regarded Yu Ran as her most important person. As the campus beauty of NTU, Su Jianqian is not afraid of her. While she was thinking wildly, Susie walked out slowly with small steps. Su Jianqian was immediately stunned. Is this still her mother? Susie was seen wearing a water blue cheongsam, her hair was tied up with a hairpin, and she was wearing sky blue high heels. The most important thing is that Su Jian's exquisite figure is undoubtedly exposed under the cheongsam. The S-shaped curve makes her look a bit sexy. The temperament of a mature woman exuding from the inside out gives her numerous bonus points. It's a pity that her face was a little pale due to illness, so she didn't apply makeup, otherwise she would be one of the most stunning beauties. Mom, you are so beautiful. Su Jianqian sighed sincerely, but if she could give birth to a school beauty like Su Jianqian of Nanjing University, how could Su Jian be an ordinary vulgar girl? Hey, there are some flaws. Yu Ran sighed, seeming a little dissatisfied. Although Su Jian is middle-aged, what woman would not care about her appearance? When Yu Ran said this, her eyes were a little dim. Hey, I'm old, and these clothes are a bit ruined for me to wear. Yu Ran smiled. Auntie, please don't talk nonsense. If you wear this dress and stand with Jianqian, people will definitely think you are sisters. The only flaw I mentioned is that the environment is not good. If you are in a garden with green mountains and green waters, I am afraid that I can't express my love to you, Auntie. Men have to break through the threshold. Hearing Yu Ran's words, even Su Jian felt some fluctuations in her heart, covered her mouth and chuckled. You kid are still making fun of me. How can I compare with Jianqian when I'm old? Mom, you are not old at all, you are really beautiful. In fact, Su Jianqian has always known that Su Jian is beautiful, but due to the burden of life and the torture of illness, it is difficult for beauty to endure. Wearing loose clothes and aprons all year round seemed to hide Susie's beauty and figure, but at this moment she was shining again. The wind gently caressed Susie's face, as if to smooth away the traces of age, and a tear dropped to the ground inadvertently. With her eyes closed, Susie seemed to be able to vaguely see herself in her prime, dancing gracefully under the moon. The whole world could not open its eyes with that agile figure, and the matchmaker crossed the threshold of her home. The young man's anger surged into his heart. Thank you. Su Jian said to Yu Ran from the bottom of her heart. At the same time, she was envious that Su Jianqian had found such a good boyfriend. Why didn't she have such a blessing? Hey, when she thinks of So Kyunkin's father Wang Gang, she becomes even more angry. Compared with Yu Ran, he is worse than shit. Then Susie suddenly blushed, wondering what happened to her today and why she was commenting on her daughter's boyfriend. But Susie had passed that youthful age after all, and soon calmed down. If one family doesn't speak the same language, it's okay. Yu Ran waved his hand gently. After all, Su Jianqian was his first woman, and he still cared about her very much. Su Jianqian. Martial arts level, mortal. Admiration, 100. The full level of love, according to the system description, is undying until death. As the three of them were talking, the door creaked open. Soli, who opened the door and came in, was stunned for a moment. Sister, Mom, what are you doing? Seeing Yu Ran next to Su Jianqian and how her mother was dressed, Soli was a little confused about what day it was today. Yu Ran reacted quickly. Hello, I am your brother-in-law. Soli opened his mouth wide. What's going on? He only lived in school for a week, and he wasn't isolated from the world. When did he get a brother-in-law? Moreover, this brother-in-law seems to be quite handsome, but neither Su Jian nor Su Jianqian denied it. Only then did Soli realize that what Yu Ran said was not false. Hello. Soli couldn't accept it for a while. Xiao Li is back, let's have dinner. Susie also put away the table, quickly went to the inner room to change out of her clothes, put on her usual clothes and started eating. Soli felt dizzy as he watched his sister and mother frantically putting vegetables into Yu Ran's bowl. Yu Ran does not reject anyone who comes, and now that his strength has become stronger, he can eat more. However, halfway through the meal, Yu Ran was the first to reveal his purpose. Auntie, I want you to change houses. This place is a bit remote. Chapter 28 Solving the Su family's troubles. Su Jian, and even Soli were stunned for a moment, but Soli thought about it and decided that it had nothing to do with him and continued to work. Let my mother and sister think about it. No, we have already troubled you too much. Although you and Qian are boyfriend and girlfriend, we can't always be vampires. Su Jian also immediately refused. Yu Ran had helped them too much, and now he had to give them a house, which was really uneasy. Yes, Yu Ran, I will work hard to make money, and then I will let my mother and brother live a good life. Su Jian gritted her teeth and wanted to work hard on her own. Although Yu Ran had known this for a long time, let alone finding it extremely troublesome when reading, it felt pretty good when it actually happened to me. It would be a bit lacking in personality if you just accept everything as ordered and purely worship money. Auntie's illness needs to be treated. It's too far from the hospital. It's troublesome to go there for several hours at a time. Besides, the house is not given to you, it's just for you to live in. Don't be so excited. Yu Ran felt that Su Jian and the others had no reason to refuse. It was just a place to stay, so it wouldn't be that troublesome. Besides, Qian can go to an internship soon, and she can make money, so everything will be fine. Auntie's illness is the most important thing now, and it will be easier to get better if the environment is good. Su Jian and Su Qian looked at each other, with a wry smile in their eyes. It seemed that they couldn't refuse this time. The debt owed to Yu Ran will most likely not be repaid in this lifetime. Okay, I've already said these 2 words, thank you. Yu Ran, you will always be the benefactor of our family. Su Jian stood up and bowed to Yu Ran, but Yu Ran quickly helped Su Jian up. After all, Suzy is an elder, so he is not too embarrassed. Soli also stopped eating at this time. He seemed to have heard something terrible just now. Mom, is your illness cured? Soli was also extremely excited at this time. Su Jian's illness has always been a thorn in their hearts. Now it can be cured and he can take a breather. Soli was also extremely good. He was admitted to Jinling No. 1 Middle School on the recommendation of the high school entrance examination. Tuition and miscellaneous fees were waived, and the scholarship he received was enough for 3 years. Not to mention Su Qian, how could she not be outstanding at a university like Nanda? Moreover, Su Qian's academic performance was excellent, even though she worked part-time most of the time. But it still doesn't stop her from being a top student. Although the school beauty only cares about her appearance, good grades are also a bonus. Brother-in-law, thank you, thank you. This call from brother-in-law Soli was sincere, and his favorability level was high when he looked at the ridiculously handsome man in front of him. You're welcome. You should study hard in the future. Yu Ran responded with a smile. But before Soli's surging mood cooled down, Su Jian dropped another bombshell. Yu Ran, were you the one who solved Wang Gang's matter? Soli and Su Qian's smiles froze instantly as the word Wang Gang appeared. This beast, why are you mentioning him? Soli blurted out without hesitation, if it weren't for his beastly father, how could their family's life be so difficult now? Su Qian grasped the key point. It seemed that Wang Gang had not come to see them again. Yu Ran's matter was not covered up and it was impossible to hide it from him. The only possibility was that Yu Ran could help her solve it, but thinking of Wang Gang's money-grubbing character, Su Qian looked at Yu Ran with worries in her eyes. Yu Ran, have you gone to see Wang Gang? Both Su Qian and Soli called their father by his first name, and Soli didn't even treat him as a human being, which shows how deeply the two people hate him. Well, Wang Gang's matter has been resolved, and no one will harass you again in the future. Yu Ran, Wang Gang is a piece of shit, it won't matter how much money you give him. Who said I gave him money? Yu Ran looked a little funny. But even if you beat him up, he will still come back, and Yu Ran better not do this kind of thing in the future, otherwise you will be in trouble when the time comes to call the police. Su Jian knew about Wang Gang's beating, and she was slightly worried when she looked at the boy in front of her. No matter what, her family owed him too much. Why did you fight with him, Yu Ran? You weren't hurt, were you? After hearing Su Jian's words, Su Jian stood up immediately and immediately checked Yu Ran's body. Yu Ran also touched Su Qianqian's head. I didn't do it myself. I am a good law-abiding citizen. You will never see him again. Before Yu Ran finished speaking, Su Jian became even more anxious. No, how could you do such a thing, Yu Ran? Do you need our help to hide this kind of thing? So Li stood up directly. Brother-in-law, if this kind of thing is really troublesome, I'll take the blame. You've helped my family so much, it's worth it even if I go in. Yu Ran suddenly laughed, but he was also a little satisfied. Did these two people think they had killed Wang Gang? It turns out that if Su Jian and the others hated Wang Gang so much, they would have killed him if they had known earlier. They still have to take the blame, but it can be seen from this that Su Jian and the others have completely accepted themselves. What are you thinking about? You too, he is your father no matter what. How could I do that? I am a good and law-abiding citizen. I just found a job for him elsewhere. When Su Jian heard Yu Ran's words, she let out an anxious breath. Don't risk yourself for him, it's not worth it. That's right, brother-in-law, that guy is nothing but a father. I never recognized him. Soli's attitude towards Wang Gang can be said to be extremely bad, and he is no different from an enemy in his eyes. You kid, stop saying a few words. Su Jian made a move to ask Soli to sit down quickly. Why don't you say a few words, that guy is a beast. He cheated on me when you were pregnant with me, Mom. What has he done besides asking us for money and sucking our blood these years? Soli was in his adolescence, when he was at his most irritable, and his dissatisfaction with Wang Gang was instantly vented. Susie's face was also a little ugly, and it made her feel uncomfortable to have these family scandals exposed in front of Yu Ran. Yu Ran also saw this. Then Wang Gang really has no taste. And Su Jian is so beautiful. How can he like other people? When Su Jian heard Yu Ran's words, the corners of her mouth softened a little. No one doesn't like compliments. That woman is much uglier than my mother. What an eyesore. Soli angrily continued to sit down and cook, and the matter came to an end. At the same time, Lin Fan also came to the Bai family, preparing to treat the old man of the Bai family. Chapter 29 The Peak of Lin Fan's Life. Lin Fan walked into the Bai family with his head held high. After all, it was the Bai family that needed his help. Bai Yuan followed behind him, and when she saw Lin Fan like this, disgust filled her entire body. Xiao Yuan, how come you're still picking someone up now? Bai Shan, the current head of the Bai family and Bai Yuan's father, spoke with a hint of blame in his tone. It took me an entire afternoon just to pick someone up at the train station. You should ask Master Lin how he was arrested for molesting women. Bai Yuan looked at Lin Fan in front of her with a mocking tone. Lin Fan also frowned. This woman was being unreasonable. He had clearly explained it to her in the car. I've already told you that I was wronged. Believe it or not. Lin Fan was in a very bad mood now. He was already very happy to be in the police station, but Bai Yuan's repeated ridicule made him a little angry. Bai Shan also heard Lin Fan's words. He wanted to ask a few more questions but stopped talking. After all, the Bai family needed his help now. Okay, stop talking, Master Lin. My father has been waiting for you in there for a long time. Please come in. Lin Fan glanced at Bai Yuan inconspicuously, snorted, bowed in his long robe, and strode inside. Bai Shan was slightly displeased with this arrogant character, but he had to endure it since it concerned his father's life. Being the head of the family still has this kind of demeanor. As soon as Lin Fan stepped into the inner room, he saw the old man lying there in a sickly state. The old man had grey hair, a grey face, and a deathly aura all over his body. It was obvious that he would not live long. Next to him, two people who looked like doctors were guarding him. Father, little friend Lin Fan is here. Bai Shan called out softly, and the old man's eyes, which had been tightly closed, opened a little, but he looked a little weak. Little friend Lin Fan is here. My old bones are really unable to move, so I can't greet you in person. I hope little friend Lin Fan will forgive me. Lin Fan had originally felt bad about the Bai family after what happened with Bai Yuan just now, but the attitude of Bai Shan and the old man in front of him was quite good, which made his expression slightly eased. He also observed the old man's condition carefully and quickly came to a conclusion. He casually glanced at the bowl of finished medicine next to him, and Lin Fan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the remaining medicine residue. Who prepared this medicine? It's the old man, what's wrong? The older of the two doctors said. You are going to kill him. Lin Fan glared at the old doctor. The old doctor was so angry that he trembled when he heard Lin Fan's words. What nonsense are you talking about? I have been practicing medicine all my life, so how could I have a prescription that would harm people? It is not right for you, young man, to talk nonsense at such a young age. Lin Fan snorted. Tell me, what is the prescription you wrote? Ginseng, deer antlers, calla lilies, these mild remedies are naturally helpful in treating Bai Kuang's illness. Bai Kuang is naturally the name of the old man lying on top. You don't even know what disease he has. The medicine he took would only accumulate in his body. If I had come 2 days later, he would have died. Faced with Lin Fan's harsh words, the old doctor was obviously a little angry. You are so rude, young man. I am treating your father, and you are looking for someone like this to insult me. Bai Shan didn't know how to answer either. The old doctor in front of him had been practicing medicine for 30 years, and the Bai family relied on him for many of their illnesses. But Bai Kuang's illness was indeed not cured this time, so he thought of asking Lin Fan to come down the mountain. However, facing the anger of such a hero, Bai Shan didn't know what to say. Before Lin Fan cured Bai Kuang's illness, he couldn't offend Lin Fan, so he could only act as a peacemaker and smooth things over. Lin Fan, Dr. Fang is also our Bai family's old doctor, but people always make mistakes. Do you think my father's illness can be cured? Bai Shan did not mention the old doctor's problem, nor did he say that Lin Fan was wrong. Everything depended on Lin Fan's medical skills. If the cure is good, everything will be fine. If the cure is not good, Lin Fan will not be able to leave the Bai family intact today. His Bai family is not an ordinary family. Of course, is this the reward? Bai Shan immediately presented a card. This is the agreed upon treatment fee of 10 million. Lin Fan nodded and then glanced at Dr. Fang. Watch, how do I cure the disease? Old Dr. Fang was also furious, his chest was shaking all over, and he was staring at Lin Fan. Lin Fan took out 13 silver needles. Looking at Bai Kuang's body, he quickly gave Bai Kuang acupuncture and explained the cause of Bai Kuang's illness. Mr. Bai's disease is caused by the obstruction of the internal organs. Ordinary supplements cannot enter the body at all and will only accumulate in the body. No matter what treatment medicine is used, it is useless. Once the medicine accumulates too much, it will endanger life. If you want to cure the disease, you must clear the internal organs. It can be cured only by taking the medicine into the body. Lin Fan quickly applied the acupuncture, and Mr. Bai's complexion quickly turned red, as if he had been choked by something. Get the trash bags. Bai Shan did not dare to neglect, but quickly took the bag and handed it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan handed the bag to Bai Kuang's mouth, vomit. Bai Kuang suddenly vomited crazily, almost vomiting out everything in his stomach. This lasted for several minutes, and then Bai Kuang lay there with a pale face. Lin Fan handed the garbage bag to Bai Shan and began to change the acupuncture points, and then used Qi Jin to help Bai Kuang channel the internal Qi in his body. Not long after, Bai Kuang's pale face turned rosy again, which shocked everyone present. The two doctors also looked extremely ugly. In this way, they were really quacks as Lin Fan said. Fortunately, the Bai family didn't make it difficult for them, they just let them go down to rest. Okay, then just follow the previous prescription to simply supplement your nutrition. Lin Fan also let out a long breath after retracting the needles. Helping Bai Quoing to clear his dirty air for nearly half an hour was not without loss. Bai Quoing opened his eyes at this time and felt that all the burdens in his body had disappeared, and his body felt much lighter. He immediately cupped his fists and said to Lin Fan. Little friend Lin Fan has superb medical skills. It seems like I can live for a few more years with my old bones. Without the illness, Bai Quoing became obviously more excited. Lin Fan seemed calm. Collect people's money and help them eliminate disasters. Despite this, the Bai family, still owe you a favor. Xiao Shan, go prepare the guest room so that little friend Lin Fan can rest. Bai Shan also nodded hurriedly and personally guided Lin Fan. Bai Quoing looked at the direction Lin Fan left as if he was thinking about something. Soon, he waved and asked Bai Yuan to come forward. Xiao Yuan, what do you think of Lin Fan? Bai Yuan is not a fool. She knows that Grandpa wants to bring her and Lin Fan together as soon as she sees her. Humph, greedy, lustful, and arrogant. Hey, if you are capable, you will inevitably be arrogant. If you are lustful, it is not a big shortcoming. Don't set your sights too high. When Bai Yuan saw her grandfather's matchmaking, she didn't say much and left directly. Bai Quoing looked at Bai Yuan's leaving figure and sighed. It seems that the matchmaking is not easy. However, Bai Quoing also brought Bai Yuan and Lin Fan together in the book. At that time, Bai Yuan only thought that Lin Fan was arrogant, but after pretending to slap two old doctors in the face, she became more interested in him. As the saying goes, interest is the beginning of downfall. But now, it seems that the situation has changed a lot. The Bai family was not the only one who knew about the courtesy Lin Fan received from the Bai family. Yu Ran, who was lying on the bed at this moment, simply moved his fingers. Lin Fan, the treatment provided by the Bai family is pretty good, so hurry up and enjoy it. This may be the pinnacle of your life. Chapter 30 King Pesticide is really fun. In fact, it was not that Yu Ran had never thought about not letting Lin Fan go to Bai's house to snatch or destroy this opportunity. However, after Yu Ran thought about it carefully, it was better to give it to him. If it was destroyed, Lin Fan didn't know what other adventures he would have. The Bai family is just a second-rate family. Although it is a bit arrogant to say that they can be crushed to death with one finger, there should be no problem with two fingers. Because of this, it is even more impossible for Yu Ran to go to Bai's house to help Mr. Bai treat his illness. To put it bluntly, Mr. Bai has to look at his own mood when he sees Yu Ran. It was too outrageous to take the initiative to treat him, so Yu Ran let Lin Fan go to Bai's house. Moreover, if Lin Fan didn't go to Bai's house, how would he make Lin Fan feel uncomfortable at the banquet 3 days later? The more central issue is that given Lin Fan's medical skills, it is impossible for him not to give him any opportunities. After all, he didn't have the ability to rob and steal Lin Fan's medical skills. Hey, when I was looking at tomatoes back then, it seemed that some systems had such a prop. After all, the system is not powerful and is very picky. Are you right? It's a dog system? You are dead, don't queue, the man with the lower head will know the benefits. Why don't you go online less every day? What the hell are you talking about? Yu Ran was speechless about this system. Ever since he connected to the network here, it still seemed a little mysterious. Everything you said is correct. It is said on the internet that if Tong Sheng wants to live a good life, he should not argue with Shabai. Are you right? Yu Ran remained silent and just nodded. System. Damn it, why do I feel like I'm being scolded? Yu Ran rolled his eyes disdainfully, and you still want to trick yourself? I think your system is not as smart as classmate Xiao Ai. The bickering between the system and Yu Ran was naturally going on crazily in his mind, but soon Yu Ran slapped the system and forced it to shut down. It was Su Jianqian who came out after taking a shower, blowing her hair. System. Scumbag. Turn off your phone immediately. At. As for why Yu Ran and Su Jianqian came to the hotel to stay at night, it was all thanks to Su Jian's help. She drove Su Jianqian and Yu Ran out of the house on the grounds that the home was too crowded and Su Li had to go to school and had to sleep alone. Well, Yu Ran is very satisfied. She jumped up from the bed and used a hair dryer to help Su Jianqian blow her hair. A faint smell of shampoo came from her freshly washed hair. Coupled with the faint fragrance of Su Qianqian's body, Yu Ran couldn't help but feel a little distraught. Eat the marrow to know the taste, eat the marrow to know the taste. As this so-called familiarity comes from the first time, Su Jianqian is not as shy as before, or she also has the slightest expectation. Just when all the clothes were thrown on the ground, Yu Ran suddenly thought of something and took out a piece of white silk. It is the white silk of Ayaka Kamisato who was drawn for the first time, and it is a good use at this moment. Yu Ran smiled slightly. Although Su Jianqian was shy, she didn't resist too much. She directly used the attack speed equipment 3 times, 5 times, and 2 times. It has to be said that after the Game of Honor of Kings has attack speed shoes, the shooter's attack speed has been greatly increased, and it is easier to get critical hits. The damage dealt is naturally extraordinary, and the enemy will scream in agony every time it hits. Especially when she was attacking Zhenji crazily, Zhenji's small body couldn't withstand it at all, and she soon died and turned into a puddle of water. Well, this night was an extraordinary experience. Early the next morning, Yu Ran and Su Jianqian helped Su Jian move. Su Jian brought quite a lot of things, although most of them Yu Ran felt were unnecessary. You can buy them in supermarkets, but Yu Ran didn't say anything, just let her be happy. However, Su Qianqian's slightly crooked walking posture made Su Jian give Yu Ran a meaningful look. Even though he was as calm as Yu Ran, his face was half red. The new gameplay last night was a little too wild. The move was basically completed in the morning. Suzy distributed the items that could not be taken away to the neighbors who took good care of them. The eldest sister next door looked at Yu Ran and said directly to Su Jian. Suzy's hard life has come to an end. Good luck to you. If you are lucky, you will have such a good man to help you. Suzy also smiled and nodded. Such a good man? Indeed. We're here, this will be our new home from now on. Yu Ran's sports car was placed elegantly in front of a villa. It can be said that Suzy has overestimated the luxury of the house as much as possible, but she was still a little unbelievable when she actually saw it. In a central area like Jinling, where land is at a premium, such a villa appears. It is divided into 2 floors, bright and spacious. Suzy couldn't name any of the decorations inside, but they strongly reflected one word: trench. Let's go, let me get you familiar with it. Yu Ran didn't have much expression. He had many houses like this. He was very excited when he saw them at first, but then he gradually became numb. This is the indoor constant temperature swimming pool, this is the gym, and this is the kitchen. The bedrooms upstairs, 1 master bedroom, 3 secondary bedrooms, and 3 guest rooms. When the time comes, Auntie, you and Qian 1 room each for Su Li. Yu Ran took Suzy around the house quickly. Suzy no longer knew how to describe it. She had never seen such a luxurious house before, and she didn't even dare to think about it. It had 2 floors, and any floor was several times larger than her original house. Su Jianqian was also shocked from beginning to end, and once again understood that Yu Ran's identity was not simple. Auntie will live here from now on. If you have any questions, just call me. Qian will come back here during the holidays. It's not far from Nanda. After Yu Ran finished speaking, he handed the key to Suzy and her daughter. Thank you. Suzy actually said it countless times, but she didn't know what to say in the situation in front of her. The vocabulary is so poor that I can't say anything to you, Ran. We are all one family. No need to say thank you. Auntie, please stay here while I send Qian to school. Su Qian still had classes in the morning, so Yu Ran sent Su Qian back to Nanjing University. And he returned to his other house, where Liu Zitong waited for a long time. Liu Zitong respectfully handed Yu Ran a piece of information. Master, what do you want from the banquet in 3 days? Chapter 31 Dark Strength and Vitality. Yu Ran took the information and Liu Zitong was very prudent in his work. Yu Ran asked him to find information about the banquet, and he found almost all the information about him who attended the banquet. The slightly more important ones are also marked with red dots, which makes it very convenient for Yu Ran to read. Of course, most people don't really care about Yu Ran. His status as the only son of the richest man in Jiangnan province is something that not many people can take seriously. What he mainly wanted to see was the news about the mysterious man, and Liu Zitong also marked this news. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Huang Yongsheng, the general of China's southern military region, came to the banquet because of his daughter's special situation. Daxia here is completely different from the China before traveling through it. The south is a military region, while the north is mostly composed of aristocratic armies, controlled by the 5 major families in the imperial capital. Although there are exchanges between the north and the south, they generally belong to 2 parts. General Huang Yongsheng is basically the third in command under the commander and deputy commander. His high status was astonishing. No wonder Lin Fan was able to survive even if he committed such a serious crime in the future. However, Liu Zitong also marked a line of small words below. Dong Yu was once the old leader and had a close relationship with the Yu family. No wonder Yu Ran had an impression when he heard this name before. Yu Ran grinned. With this line of words, many things would be much simpler, and he would not have to recommend himself. There are definitely not a few people who are jealous that their family can rise so quickly. They can rise from scratch to the richest man in Jiangnan province. Not to mention the families in Jiangnan province, even the families in the imperial capital will probably look at him with eager eyes. The reason why the Yu family can continue to develop is inseparable from the southern military region. His father Yu Fu is a person from the military region. And the first wave of systems was also provided to the southern military region, along with the technology. According to his father at the time, he didn't actually think much about it. He just came out here to do something for them. Therefore, the private camp will have a solid shield, and even the 5 major families in the imperial capital will not dare to quarrel with the southern military region. Since he is one of our own, he has to take advantage of this favor. Yu Ran briefly looked at the rest of the list, and it was more detailed than what was introduced in the book, but it had nothing to do with Yu Ran. He's not in the business world, so he doesn't need to make any connections at all, and even if he wants to make connections, people will find him. This strength cannot be lost. Putting the document aside casually, Yu Ran was already looking forward to meeting Lin Fan in 3 days. He was very scared before, but once he heard that the systems discussed can double the points, those fears were forgotten. GGG, Lin Fan, are you ready? Ah, sneeze. Lin Fan rubbed his nose to see if someone was talking about him, but he had an uncomfortable feeling. Well, someone must be scolding him. After Yu Ran returned to his room, he looked at the 2,000 points on his system. The dam mall was not open as usual. Yu Ran thought about it and decided that it would be better to improve his strength to Jin first. 8th level of Ming Jin, 1,700 points remaining. 9th level of Mingjin, 1,400 points remaining. Yu Ran stopped here for a moment. The system, your grandma's, why has it been upgraded to 500? Jin's points in the first level suddenly increased to 500, which made the already poor Yu Ran even worse. As your strength improves, you will get more points every time you improve your strength, dear. The system voice sounded very calm, as if it was used to Yu Ran's crazy words. Of course Yu Ran also knew that, but he felt unhappy. Originally, he wanted to do 10 draws in a row, but now he only had 900 points left after the upgrade, and he couldn't even afford to draw. That's too expensive. Can it be cheaper, maybe 400? After all, I'm not Ming Jin. Dear, the engine upgrade has always been at this price. It has not changed for so many years. If you can't afford it, think more about your own reasons. Have you worked hard to complete the task for so many days? Damn it, I mentioned it. Yu Ran was also helpless. It was imperative to improve his dark energy because Lin Fan was already at that level of strength now. With the improvement of his dark power and the Hong Yao sword, he should not lose to Lin Fan now, just in case the protagonist gets desperate. According to the system, after killing Lin Fan, a stronger protagonist will come, so he plans to take care of himself as a novice experience package first. But as his disgust level increases, no one knows what Lin Fan will do, so he must have strong self-protection abilities. Dark Power Level 1, points remaining 900. After Yu Ran clicked to upgrade to Dark Energy, his whole body instantly became warm and he could clearly hear the sound of the bones in his body. It seems that something has changed inside my body. Yu Ran calmed down and began to sense the condition inside his body. The book introduces the dark power. The biggest difference between the dark power and the obvious power is that a cave that can hold vital energy will appear in the body, which can absorb and exhale the thin vital energy between heaven and earth to fight the enemy. In other words, dark power is the beginning of the road to martial arts, and bright power is just a transitional period. However, in the current Dharma-ending world, it is extremely difficult to absorb vital energy only by relying on heaven and earth. The reason why dark power is called dark power is that in addition to absorbing vital energy, it also carries vital energy during the attack and can directly attack the enemies inside. It leaves hidden internal injuries to others, so it is called hidden power. To put it simply, the dark energy can directly invade other people's bodies and cause internal injuries. If your energy control over the dark energy is strong enough, you can even accumulate and detonate it inside the enemy's body, severely injuring and killing the opponent instantly. He often read in books that there is a different level of heaven in each realm, and now it seems to be true. Now, if he meets myself at the 9th level of Ming Jin, I am afraid that I can defeat him in less than 10 rounds. After Yu Ran arrived at the basement, he prepared to test his dark energy strength. He restrained his strength when punching the dummy, but mixed in the power of his vital energy, so there were not too many scars on the surface of the dummy after one punch. In less than 3 seconds, the hidden force caused cracks to appear on the dummy from the inside. Yu Ran grinned, "What strength? It's a pity that his vitality is too little to be squandered. The speed of recovery of this vitality can only be described as slow. I don't know how long it will take to fill up this bottomless pit of vitality." Later, Yu Ran picked up some weapons and found that he could also apply hidden power to them, but they would basically break directly after use. After all, ordinary weapons cannot withstand the power of dark energy. The Hong Yao sword can, but the power of the Hong Yao sword is much stronger than his dark energy, so there is no need for enchantment. Overall, Yu Ran was very satisfied with this improvement in his strength, and he felt more and more satisfied with martial arts. Although he doesn't have any skills to absorb vital energy now, he is not afraid of Lin Fan just by relying on this skill. After returning to bed, Yu Ran opened the system panel out of boredom. Yu Ran. Martial Arts Level, Dark Power Level 1. Skills, Iron Mountain Lean, Tiger Roar. Currently accepting information, the Miracle Doctor goes down the mountain. System points, 900. Mall, not yet open. Lottery pool, expand. Looking at the 900 points, Yu Ran sighed. The points were really not enough. But Lin Fan, you have to be generous to the banquet in 3 days. How many points I can get is up to you. Yu Ran fell asleep as he was thinking. The white moonlight shining on the world brought a touch of brightness to the dark night. But what Yu Ran didn't see was that the moonlight entered his body intentionally or unintentionally. His body was absorbing the energy like a whale, and a small black hole was faintly forming above his body. If a martial arts master could see this scene, he would be horrified. The speed of absorbing vital energy is unheard of. Chapter 32 Susie's Request for Help. When he got up the next day, Yu Ran stretched out and felt the vitality filling his body. He was first surprised and then ecstatic. This body is actually full of vitality. He doesn't have any vitality absorption method, but he can absorb the vitality of heaven and earth. Then there is only one possibility. System, you did this. Call Brother Tong. There was a lot of arrogance in the system's voice, and Yu Ran also grinned. Brother Tong is so awesome, he can actually absorb vitality like this. Seeing Yu Ran's obedience, the system became proud. That's for sure. Brother Bentong's ability is unfathomable, and it's easy to absorb vitality. So that means I can use my vitality at will in engine. Yu Ran touched his chin. Most of the dark energy was very difficult to use in the use of vitality. Now that there is no restriction on the use of his own vitality, his strength can be said to have improved to a whole level. Host, do you really think it is so easy to absorb vitality? Isn't it? Yu Ran had an innocent look on his face and absorbed it all by himself in just one sleep. Isn't it easy? System. Of course it's not easy. Yesterday happened to be a full moon night, and the vitality was overflowing. Otherwise, it would be difficult to absorb the vitality. Anyway, you can use it sparingly. Okay, Brother Tong, everything you said today is right. Yu Ran was also very excited. The strength of the energetic Jin and the weak Jin were completely different. An Jin who is energetic can take on level challenges at his fingertips. Now, let alone the middle stage of An Jin, he is not afraid of the general late stages. But Yu Ran is not the protagonist, and he has no intention of seeking death. He wants stable happiness. This strength can already hold down Lin Fan anyway, so this script is already halfway through. GGG, tremble, Xiao Lin Fan. Yu Ran rubbed his palms, absorbing his energy all night long and making him more energetic. If you are full of energy, you have to vent it quickly, otherwise what a waste. You think so, Su Qian? This time it's Kafka's purple stockings. Su Song is indeed very discerning and purple is indeed very charming. Su Qian lay weakly on the bed, her head resting slightly on Yu Ran's chest. This guy, in the middle of the day, was so impatient that he looked for himself to eat, and then he tried to show off. Although I don't hate it either. The two of them were leaning over each other when So Kyunkin's cell phone rang. Hey, Mom, what's the matter? Hey? Are you in a hurry? Okay, I understand. After Su Qian and Su Jian finished talking on the phone, they scratched Yu Ran's palm. Well, what's the matter? What's wrong, Aunt? I don't know. She asked me to go back and asked me to help with something, but I can't go back to this state. Su Qian said weakly, if it weren't for the fact that there was no class in the afternoon, she would not dare to let Yu Ran do this. Then let me go and have a good rest. Then I will take you to have a big dinner in the evening. Yu Ran scratched So Kyunkin's nose, and Su Qian kissed him playfully. Okay, my Yu Ran is the best. Immediately, Su Qian huddled under the quilt and prepared to have a good sleep all afternoon. Yu Ran stretched out, put on his clothes and prepared to go find Susie. I have to say that this is life. Su Jian was also very surprised when she saw Yu Ran, and then she thought of something. Her daughter's voice was hoarse when she answered the phone just now. As someone who has been here before, she immediately thought of the reason why Yu Ran came over. These two little guys were restless at noon. Immediately her face turned slightly red. This Yuran's fighting power was so strong that Qian couldn't get out of bed. Yu Ran was stunned when he saw Su Jian's face turning from white to red. What was going on? He lowered his head and looked at his clothes. There was nothing wrong with it. This was not a normal outfit. Then why is Susie's face so red? Could it be that he is wearing the legendary Aunt Jean's outfit? Aunt. Yu Ran shook his hand in front of Susie's eyes. Susie also came back to her senses and spat secretly, wondering what she was thinking about every day. Oh, it's okay. I have to trouble you again. Qian also wants to trouble you for this little matter. It's okay. Qian has something to do. I have more free time. As Yu Ran and Su Jian walked in, Su Jian also told Yu Ran her problem. She originally wanted to clean the house properly today, but some places were too high for her to reach alone. But it was too dangerous to stand on the chair without support. Her current health was not good, so she planned to ask Su Jian to come back and help her. After Yu Ran understood the situation, he immediately prepared to help. Susie is indeed very capable and has managed the house in an orderly manner all by herself, but there are indeed some places that are difficult for her to reach. Su Jian is much shorter than Su Jian, only about 1.6 meters, and she looks a little bit clingy next to Yu Ran. Yu Ran quickly helped Su Jian move the chair over. Susie said she wanted to wipe the chandelier above so she couldn't reach it. At first, Yu Ran wanted to do it by himself, but Susie insisted that Yu Ran just hold on to the chair. Susie was really embarrassed to let Yu Ran do the work. In fact, Yu Ran didn't care. In this life, Yu Ran didn't experience any pain in life, but in the previous life, he basically did everything by himself. Therefore, the fusion of memories from the two worlds is of great help to Yu Ran, almost perfectly filling his vacancies and making up for each other. Susie stood on the chair with a rag and began to wipe the dust on the lamp. In fact, Yu Ran didn't know why he had to wipe the dust on it. Who would normally check if the lamp is dirty? Yu Ran just held the chair boredly, looking at Susie's movements above from time to time. But looking at Yu Ran, she realized something was wrong. Susie twisted her buttocks and wiped the lamp dust hard. After experiencing some years, she looks unique from Yu Ran's perspective. To say that Susie's appearance must be good, although the illness had a great impact on her, the successive happy events made her a lot more energetic. It is said that people feel refreshed during happy events, and this is not a random statement. So when Susie was rubbing the lamp, she was humming a tune naturally, and her buttocks were twisting back and forth naturally. Yu Ran's face looked a little unnatural. Su Jian was indeed a little too close to him. Susie was petite, and even if she stood on a chair, Yu Ran could still reach her thighs. In other words, if Yu Ran leans forward a little bit at this time, then they will have a negative distance contact. And being impartial will hit you in the butt. It's terrible. Yu Ran swallowed slightly. The sage time with Su Jian at noon had passed. The second male lead in this book pops up again. He is not a good person, and it is difficult for Yu Ran to control him. Susie above obviously didn't realize this, and was humming enthusiastically. After wiping this one, go to the next one. Su Jian said to Yu Ran with a smile, and was about to get off the chair and change positions. At this time, an unexpected situation occurred. Susie twisted her ankle. Ah! With a scream, Susie fell off the chair. Chapter 33, The Heroine Beyond the Plot. The expected pain did not appear, and Susie fell into a warm embrace. Looking up and meeting Yu Ran's eyes, Su Jian's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and when she saw her current posture, her pretty face turned red instantly. Yu Ran actually caught her like a princess hugging her. Feeling Yu Ran's strong chest and the good smell on her body, Susie felt a little sinking and greedy for a moment. But thinking of Su Jian bit the tip of her tongue to force herself to wake up, actually wanting to take the initiative herself. Yu Ran didn't expect that Su Jian would suddenly take the initiative. If she didn't cooperate well, Su Jian ran directly into his arms. An elastic softness made him feel a little distraught for a moment. He was sure that Susie was not wearing anything. However, since she was the only one at home, she would naturally not wear any unnecessary restraints. Yuran felt a little embarrassed when he saw Susie running into his arms. But Susie was even more embarrassed, because when she bumped into Yuran's arms, her stomach was obviously hit by something. Based on her years of experience, this brat. But her ambiguous posture at this moment seemed even more indescribable in Yuran's arms. Susie was also in a daze, but she also knew that she had to end the current situation quickly, otherwise the trouble would be even greater. She simply stepped back, trying to distance herself from Yuran, but the ankle she had just sprained made her scream in surprise. Ah! She leaned back directly, and what supported her was not the cold floor, but the warm hands across her waist. "Auntie, if you're hurt, it's better not to be brave." Yuran also smiled bitterly. What kind of plot development is this? No one has told him. How could Susie dare to look at Yuran head-on? She lowered her head and blushed without saying a word. Yuran first helped Susie sit down on the sofa, then calmed down slightly and went to the medical room to take out an ice pack. Seeing Yuran going to the medical room, Su Jian felt an unknown sense of disappointment. This inexplicable emotion made her a little overwhelmed. Yuran quickly brought the ice pack. "Yuran, I'll do it myself." Su Jian looked at Yuran and spoke softly. She was a little confused now. "Let me do it, aunt, you are a patient." Yuran looked at Su Jian and didn't listen to her. He first took a brief look at Susie's red and swollen ankle. The injury was not serious, but it would take a few days to heal. Putting Susie's slippers aside, a small white foot was exposed, which was only as big as Yuran's palm. The instep had a smooth arc, the toes were round and the nails were trimmed beautifully and cleanly. Veins were faintly visible under the fair skin. The soles of her feet are pink when held in her hands, like the most delicate and softest jade in the world. Yuran pressed his thumb on the heel. Her heel was soft. A small foot that is as smooth as jade is exposed, as crystal clear as mutton fat jade, with a little bit of luster, slender and soft. Yuran gently held it in his hand, and then applied the ice pack to Susie's injury. Susie couldn't help but snorted. It still hurt a little when the ice pack was applied to the wound. But looking at Yuran holding her feet and feeling a little shy, her voice was a little strange. "Auntie, it's better not to run around for the next 2 days. Then I'll tell Qian and ask her to come back and take care of you." Susie nodded and inadvertently shrank her toes. At this time, Susie's feet were still on Yuran's hands, which seemed a bit funny. Yuran let go of his hand, stood up slowly, and prepared to leave directly. What happened today shocked his brain. Although many people really think about this kind of thing, they are still a little overwhelmed when it actually happens to them. "Yuran, thank you." Su Jian watched Yuran get up and said softly, but this time thank you seemed to be completely different from the previous tone. There was even a hint of charm. Looking at Su Jian's face, Yuran's mind felt a little swollen for a moment. The system panel also pops up at this moment. Susie. Martial arts level, mortal. Friendliness, admiration 80. The reason why brackets appear is that, according to the system, they appear between the two. The level as high as 80 made Yuran's head hurt. He had never thought about these things. Okay, look at you like that, don't you mean to hit a straight ball, just do it. You know nothing about the stupid system. Yuran rubbed his head and walked out. Susie's eyes behind her gradually became dim. She didn't even know what she was expecting for a moment. From a series of things like Yuran helping her treat her illness, driving away Wang Gang, and helping her change her house, she had a very high impression of Yuran. But what happened today made this good impression slightly distorted. Susie is a very strong person. But she also hopes that someone can protect her from the wind and rain, and Yuran's appearance is undoubtedly a light that lights up her life. But this light didn't seem to belong to her, and she was even worried that Yu Ran would never come again in the future. Hey, you are not such a coward. The system was still encouraging him, and Yu Ran's head hurt. Even if he planned to intercept Hu Linfan's bunch of heroines, he didn't hesitate. What happened today was truly beyond his expectation. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Before leaving, he still called Su Jianqian. Su Jian's injury still made Su Jianqian very nervous. I took 2 days off and ran home to take care of Suzy. Seeing Su Qianqian's meticulous care, Su Jian was relieved on the one hand, but also felt a little strange on the other. Yu Ran lay down on the bed, and the scenes of today continued to pass through his mind, like a movie. He was suddenly at a loss. Hey, System Suzy isn't the heroine of this book, right? Aren't you talking nonsense? Don't you even watch the finale? Yu Ran rubbed his head, and it was true that Lin Fan's wedding in the finale did not include her at all. She was just a tool to promote Su Qianqian's plot, nothing more. Why did he win Su Jianqian? Apart from her beauty, I'm afraid it was more because of the plot and points, right? This sudden appearance of Suzy caused a slight disturbance in his state of mind. Aren't you going for the heroine? Moreover, the female protagonists are indeed beautiful and capable, and the male protagonists' works must be high quality. This is true. So he had never considered anyone other than the heroine before. Yu Ran's deep thinking left the system a little puzzled. Judging from the situation these days, Yu Ran was not such a hesitant person at all. They are a decisive group. As he said himself, he, Lao Yu, likes to hit straight balls. What's going on today? I said host, you won't be timid because of the points issue, right? I'll let you be the villain. The villain should do whatever he wants. Do you understand? Yu Ran, whose mind was in a state of confusion, suddenly heard something glowing in his mind when he heard the words "follow your heart." That's right, if you have money in a system, shouldn't you just do whatever you want? If the heroine likes him, grab him, if she doesn't, don't want him, at worst, he'll just kill him. It doesn't matter if he's not the heroine, he's not a slave to points, even the system is his subordinate. Well, it's just a little bit of wind and frost. Chapter 34 Meeting Lin Fan for the first time. After Yu Ran figured this out, he could say that his whole body felt smooth, and even his sleep felt much better. Even so, Yu Ran did not go to Su Jian. It would be better to give her a cooling-off period. Of course, the main reason was that Su Jianqian was there. Moreover, Yu Ran still had to focus on the banquet 2 days later and had no time to manage his daily life. And the day before the banquet, Han Su, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, came running to see him. Brother Yu, I'm coming. Who will lead your Han family this time? My eldest brother Han Li. As for Han Li, Yu Ran asked casually. This Han Li was quite powerful, and he was considered one of the best talents of his generation. Business talents similar to Lu Qingxiu started taking over from the Han family very early, but they were a few years older than Yu Ran. This Han Li was not bad at all, and he caused a lot of trouble for Lin Fan in the midterm. Yu Ran stopped asking further. He already knew the general steps this time, and now he was waiting for the banquet to begin. Lin Fan, are you looking forward to it now? Yu Ran smiled crookedly, the points should not be less this time. The banquet started at around 6 o'clock the next night. As a member of the 5 major families, Yu Ran would not arrive early, otherwise he would lose face. Yu Ran showed up at Su Qianqian's home on time at 5 o'clock. Qian, are you ready? Yu Ran strode inside, and the person who greeted him was naturally Su Qian. Seeing Su Qian attending the ceremony, Yu Ran couldn't help but feel excited. I saw Su Qian wearing a black skirt that exposed half of her thighs, and her proud figure was fully exposed under the skirt. The originally tied hair hangs down behind, which is a typical black, long and straight look. The seemingly simple makeup and clothes on her face give her a sense of white moonlight. The black high heels she wore under her feet made her look extremely noble. The black skirt and high heels were naturally the other clothes and shoes that Yu Ran had given her before, and they were still stunning to look at today. Does it look good? Su Jianqian blinked her big eyes and stared at the expression on Yu Ran's face. She actually started putting on makeup and changing clothes before 3 o'clock, and she also looked at her condition in the mirror countless times. But even so, she was still worried that Yu Ran would be dissatisfied. She had never attended such a banquet, but she also knew that there must be hundreds of flowers blooming inside. As Yu Ran's female companion, she must not weaken his limelight. It's very beautiful, but it still lacks something. Yu Ran smiled and hung the heart of the ocean necklace that had been prepared on So Kyunkin's neck. The heart of the blue ocean shines brightly under the black combination, making the originally beautiful Su Jianqian covered with a veil of ocean. Su Jianqian looked at the expensive sapphire on her chest. She didn't say anything to refuse it. After all, she wanted to represent Yu Ran's face today. Especially when she might meet Lu Qingxiu, a senior who had been famous for a long time but had never met before, she didn't dare to underestimate her. By the way, where is Auntie? Is the injury better? It's much better. It will be fine in a few days. I have already told my mother. Yu Ran nodded, but didn't go in to say hello to Su Jian. He might as well wait for a while. When Suzy heard the sound of the car leaving, she felt slightly uncomfortable. Didn't this guy come and see her? After all, she is his mother-in-law in name only, really. An unknown fire arose spontaneously. Suzy got into the quilt with a wry smile and continued to do her embroidery, but her thoughts drifted to the sky again. Yu Ran took Su Jianqian to the luxurious manor, where today's banquet was held. Su Jianqian held Yu Ran, who was dressed in formal clothes, with countless cautions in her heart. He is so handsome. Today, Yu Ran is wearing a hanfu, not a traditional suit, but with his good figure and high-end hanfu, he looks like a classically handsome man. Han Su and Liu Zitong had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Yu Ran coming, they immediately came over. Master! Brother Yu! Let's go in! Yu Ran nodded to them and entered the manor with Su Jianqian on his arm. The guard at the door glanced at Yu Ran and immediately made a gesture of invitation. He couldn't afford to offend this man. As for the invitations and the like, Liu Zitong didn't even take them out, just brushing his face was enough. Yu Ran came here because of a delay. As someone of his level, there is really no problem in arriving at this time, but there is still someone with him, so naturally he is our male protagonist. Lin Fan was naturally a maverick and could not come to the venue with the Bai family, so he arrived alone. Yu Ran glanced at Lin Fan. This was his first time meeting the so-called male protagonist. The protagonist looks like a standard character with clear facial features. He is not handsome but looks very determined. He looks out of place in a Taoist robe. Why can't you come in without an invitation? I am a guest of the Bai family, do you understand? Lin Fan looked at the guard who stopped him in front of him and immediately became angry. This is the rule, sir. Please show me your invitation. The guard looked at Lin Fan with a speechless look on his face. He was wearing a Taoist robe and running to a place like this. He didn't look like a serious person. Are you looking down on others? Why don't you show the invitation to the guy next to you? Come on, the protagonist must drag the person next to him into the water, and then the plot of being mocked and slapped in the face begins. It's a pity that Lin Fan didn't know that he was pulling a whale this time. However, Lin Fan's words obviously attracted the attention of the people inside. This Lin Fan actually arrived at a stuck point. Even the Bai family did not dare to be so indulgent. What's more, he actually mocked Yu Ran next door. Cold sweat appeared on Bai Quoeng's head. This Lin Fan was simply killing him. After all, the order of arrival at the banquet is generally closely related to the level of status. I'm not telling you, buddy, you just came here dressed as a street vendor. Do you know where this is? Some of the busybodies inside couldn't bear it any longer and started taunting Lin Fan. They also wanted to show their faces in front of Yu Ran. Everyone also started laughing. Lin Fan's dress seemed incompatible with the banquet. This is the representative scene of Lin Fan's pretentious slap in the face, because Huang Yongsheng was about to arrive and asked about this farce. After learning that Lin Fan had superb medical skills, he immediately invited him to detoxify his daughter, and then slapped everyone in the face. Niu bipoles can only be said, but now that Yu Ran appears here, Lin Fan's chance is naturally gone. Bai family, this is your slave? Did you order to ridicule my young master? It was Liu Zitong who spoke, but everyone knew that he represented Yu Ran. Bai Quoing and Bai Yuan also trembled slightly, although Yu Ran was a loser to the outside world. But where the identity is, they don't dare to neglect it. This family slave made Lin Fan extremely angry, and he started to want to kill someone when he looked at Liu Zitong. Sorry, this is indeed a guest of our Bai family. He came a little late because he had something to do. I will take them in right now. How can Bai Quoing care about Lin Fan's emotions? If Yu Ran is dissatisfied with the Bai family, there will be big trouble. She asked Bai Yuan to quickly bring Lin Fan in. Lin Fan's anger was muted before he could express it, and Yu Ran showed a mysterious smile. Xiaofan, where are you? Chapter 35 Two Women Quarrel. The Bai family is really clever. They actually let their own people arrive last. Bai Quoing's face changed drastically. He said such words that were simply murderous. Any one of the 5 major families here could crush the Bai family to death. But looking around, I don't know who said it. Yu Ran was also secretly surprised. It seemed that these people were all old foxes, and they threw such a big surprise at the Bai family without saying a word. Han Li also smiled with interest at the position of the Bai family, seeming to be moved. Damn BD, it must be that son of ABCH from the Wang family who wants to slander us. Bai Quoing's face turned blue. If he did this in public, the Bai family would be easily targeted. Bai Yuan was even more unhappy when she saw Lin Fan's disapproving look. This man had no idea how big a problem he had brought to the Bai family. When Yu Ran entered the venue with Su Jianqian on his arm, there were many whispers from the side. Hey, Master Yu has changed his female companion. This one is no worse than the previous one. Young Master Yu still has good taste. Don't talk nonsense, someone from the Lu family is here today. It seems Lu Qingxiu is here. If they hear about it, it won't be a good thing for us. Su Jianqian listened to the whispers around her, especially the sentence that Lu Qingxiu had also arrived, and her tense body immediately reacted. Yu Ran also felt the changes in Su Jianqian. What's wrong? Su Jianqian shook her head, and then adjusted her state. Sister Lu, I won't lose this time. Yu Ran didn't know what was going on, but Su Jianqian, who was a little bit frightened just now, immediately became more confident, exuding a special temperament. But this was a good thing for Yu Ran, so he didn't ask any more questions and took Su Qianqian's hand and walked inside. Young Master Yu. Xiao Yadong. Along the way, many people who knew Yu Ran greeted him one after another, and Yu Ran responded with a smile. Lin Fan's little episode just now did not affect the lively atmosphere of the banquet, except that the Bai family was a little dull. But the most discussed one is Su Jianqian, who attracts the most attention. After all, Yu Ran and Lu Qingxiu were well known throughout the city. Whether the sudden change of female companion today revealed any information made these old foxes wonder. Master Yu, today's female companion is a bit unfamiliar, isn't she? Han Li walked over with a smile and glanced at Han Su behind him. Han Su shivered and leaned back. Then he thought that he was with Yu Ran, so he puffed up his chest a little. Han Li asked a question that many people were curious about. After all, Yu Ran rarely attended the event without a female companion, so it must have been Lu Qingxiu. Girlfriend, Su Jianqian. Yu Ran's answer was concise, but a lot of storms immediately started around him. So Yu Ran and Lu Qingxiu were really blown away. Su Jianqian watched Yu Ran talk about her status openly, and she proudly puffed up her chest so as not to embarrass Yu Ran. Han Li also smiled with some meaning. If Yu Ran and Lu Qingxiu were to be together, it would not be a good thing for their family. Yu Ran is an idiot, but he is an only son and has abundant funds. Lu Qingxiu's business ability is extremely good, and the combination of the two may make it difficult for Jiangnan province to resist. Now that they are separated, it is a great joy for them. Although this new girlfriend looks good-looking, she is unheard of and must not be from a big family. Then it doesn't matter to them. Just when Han Li was about to say something more, a low exclamation sounded. Lu Qingxiu walked over there. Lu Qingxiu didn't know why she walked over suddenly, but she just felt a little unhappy. In fact, this was a very rare thing for her. For the sake of her sister, she had already put her feelings aside. Moreover, families like the Lu family basically have no family ties at all, so her mood has always been calm. But today I saw Yu Ran bringing a new female companion to the scene and loudly announcing that she was his girlfriend. Her calm state of mind was still slightly disturbed, and she couldn't help but walk towards this side. When Han Li saw the real master on the stage, he smiled slightly and exited the battlefield. This show was quite worth looking forward to. Lu Qingxiu stopped 5 steps away from Yu Ran, and Su Jianqian blocked her in a very natural posture. Lu Qingxiu's eyes also fell over Su Jianqian. Lu Qingxiu curled her lips slightly. She was no stranger to this person, and this name was something Yu Ran told her before. Back then, Yu Ran excitedly told her about the top 4 beauties of NTU. Although she didn't care, she still remembered a few people alongside her. Su Jianqian is one of them. Senior Lu, hello. Su Jianqian smiled sweetly and looked harmless, but the aura between the two women at this moment told everyone around them that this was not a drill. Lu Qingxiu just glanced at Su Jianqian slightly, and then looked at Yu Ran. Yu Ran, long time no see. Yu Ran stared at Lu Qingxiu's strange appearance with 80k big eyes. Is this the sun coming out from the west? Lu Qingxiu actually took the initiative to say hello to me? Although So Kyunkin's facial expression remained unchanged, her eyes became much darker. She doesn't like to play tricks, but that doesn't mean she doesn't know how to do it. How can a campus beauty who lives alone in Nanjing University be a stupid fool who doesn't understand anything? Lu Qingxiu's move was obviously ignoring her. Senior Lu, I think it's a bit impolite to go over someone else's girlfriend and say hello directly. So Kyunkin's voice was sweet and her tone was not offensive, but almost everyone present looked over. This sentence is not simple. It directly shows the identity and declares sovereignty. Yu Ran also glanced at Su Jianqian curiously. He didn't expect that Su Jianqian, who looked soft and waxy on the surface, would be so tough in the face of Lu Qingxiu. Is this a war between women? Even without the smoke, it seems extremely terrifying. He thought for a while and said nothing. It would not be good for Su Jianqian to say hello to Lu Qingxiu. Moreover, the cold sweat on So Kyunkin's palms showed that her mood was not as relaxed as it appeared. He and I have known each other for a long time. Su Jianqian is just a newbie here. Isn't it annoying to worry so much? Lu Qingxiu's voice was cold, and her words were naturally merciless. She didn't like women like Su Jianqian who pretended to be weak. Sister, I'm joking. If you take too much care, it will naturally make you annoying, but just taking care of those peacocks with their tails open shouldn't be like that. So Kyunkin's voice was still soft and waxy, but her voice was raised by a degree, and she looked at Lu Qingxiu with piercing eyes. This irony caused many people around to whisper. They did not expect Su Jianqian to be so strong. Without the background, without the protection of Yu Ran, Lu Qingxiu would probably eat all the bones. Hello Lu Qingxiu, Qian is a little ignorant, I hope you don't take it to heart. At this time, a middle-aged man strode toward the venue, and Yu Ran smiled slightly as he looked at the person in front of him. The goal has arrived. Yu Ran was no longer interested in listening to the two women's argument at this moment. However, the different names for intimacy and Yu Ran's partial and protective words towards Su Qian still made the people around them nod slightly. It seemed that Yu Ran had really let go. Su Qian gave Lu Qingxiu a smile and followed Yu Ran's pace, but the pride in her smile made Lu Qingxiu's eyes slightly cold. Chapter 36 The main character appears. Due to the commotion caused by losing Lin Fan, Huang Yongsheng didn't pay attention to him and just strode directly to the field. Mr. Huang! Mr. Huang! Mr. Huang! Everyone present greeted Huang Yongsheng one after another. Although most people were not close to Huang Yongsheng at all, it was good to show his face. What if someone took a fancy to him? Uncle Huang! Yu Ran also smiled and greeted Huang Yongsheng. Huang Yongsheng stopped and looked at Yu Ran. His eyes seemed a little confused, and then he suddenly smiled. It turns out to be little Yu Ran. I haven't seen him for a long time. He has grown up and become handsome. I can't even recognize him. How is your father recently? Hehe, thanks to Uncle Huang. Huang Yongsheng smiled and walked into the venue with Yu Ran. Yu Fu was Huang Yongshen's soldier back then, and Huang Yongsheng had also visited Yu Ran before. But many years have passed, and although Yu Ran's appearance is different from before, he is still very similar to Yu Fu. Huang Yongsheng is a typical Iron Tower man, tall and powerful, with a slightly rough voice. It was a bit incompatible with the atmosphere of the banquet, but no one cared about it, and they all started to befriend Huang Yongsheng. However, Huang Yongsheng didn't pay too much attention and went straight to the main seat, with a hint of melancholy in his eyebrows. After Huang Yongsheng arrived, the banquet officially began. Most people who come to this banquet may not even know Huang Yongsheng, they just come to this banquet for friendship and relationship. The person who knew Huang Yongsheng had to be at least the head of a second-rate family. They vaguely learned that the purpose of Huang Yongsheng's visit this time was to detoxify. So they all brought the best doctors in the family, which is why the Bai family attracted Lin Fan. If they can climb Huang Yongsheng's big tree, no one in Jiangnan province will dare to confront them in public. So soon there was a lively fight below, and the sound of laughter and drinking resounded throughout the audience. Huang Yongsheng also had a few drinks under the encouragement of various family heads, but the melancholy in his eyebrows could not be eliminated. Su Qian sat next to Yu Ran obediently. This snack is good, you can try it. Yu Ran fed the food to Su Qian's mouth. Su Qian also ate it slowly, and then fed Yu Ran back. Han Su next to him felt uncomfortable looking at the sour smell of love. Han Qian, if you have something to do, go and do it. In fact, Yu Ran probably knew what Han Su was thinking. Han Li was too strong and he wanted to have some ability to protect himself. Fighting in the family has always been like this. Fortunately, I am an only son in the Yu family. Han Su hesitated for a moment, then nodded, and then went to other tables to make friends. After all, Han Su is a member of the Han family, and the family below him is somewhat flattering, which makes him look good. As for whether he can succeed, that's not Yu Ran's concern. Many people came to communicate with Yu Ran, but after Huang Yongsheng arrived, most of them went to Huang Yongsheng to make friends. And Yu Ran's status is not something that ordinary people can come here, so it's a bit quiet here. Only Yu Ran and Su Qian were showing their affection as if no one was around. Not many people paid attention to Yu Ran's display of affection at this moment, but there was a pair of eyes staring at them from beginning to end without leaving. Yu Ran would occasionally glance at his ex-fiancée, wondering what was wrong with her that made her stare at him all the time. If the friendship level wasn't only 30, he would have really thought that Lu Qingxiu was in love with him. After feeding the baby, Su Jianqian would challenge Lu Qingxiu without hesitation when she saw her gaze. As time went by, Lu Qingxiu's brows became even gloomier. Yu Ran also pulled Su Qianqian's sleeve and spoke softly. Don't provoke her anymore. It will be troublesome if she gets angry and targets you. Su Jianqian was quite well behaved. She listened to whatever Yu Ran said and no longer looked at Lu Qingxiu. She just focused on looking at Yu Ran. Yu Ranke never dared to underestimate the ability of his villain fiancé. Su Jianqian was really just a little karami in front of her. Although Yu Ran is not very afraid of her now, he doesn't want to cause any trouble. Lu Qingxiu's mood had been a little low since the beginning of the banquet. It was probably because attending this banquet was totally out of character for her. Although she had heard before that Yu Ran had a new girlfriend, it was a different feeling to see it in person now. She felt that she didn't like Yu Ran, but seeing how nice Yu Ran was to Su Jianqian, she felt a little uncomfortable. This situation clearly belonged to me before. But what bothered her most was that after Yu Ran broke off the engagement, those old guys in the family started to show up again. The accusations against her are endless like a torrent of water, which is of course also related to the recent decline in the company's performance. Without the help of the Yu family, she would obviously suffer a great impact, and more importantly, there was a powerful force sniping at her. Just 1 week was enough for her to feel overwhelmed. She knew that she would have to vomit out all the benefits she had enjoyed from the Yu family. Although Yu Ran doesn't understand business, his parents are not ordinary people, especially Yu Ran's mother, who has always been unhappy with her. I have been busy with these things these days, and I attended the banquet today on a whim because I saw that Yu Ran had a new girlfriend. She always felt that something was beyond her control, which was a bad feeling, and she had important things to do. She suddenly felt that it was a good thing to have Yu Ran by her side. At least it would play a positive role in her plans. She saw that Yu Ran and Su Jianqian were no longer looking at her, and her head was slightly lowered, but her eyes seemed to be considering something. Everyone, we are holding this banquet in Jiangnan province today because Huang has something to ask for. If anyone can help Huang solve this problem today, Huang will definitely reward him handsomely. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Huang Yongsheng finally couldn't help it and spoke loudly to the banquet hall. The people present were stunned at first, then ecstatic. They didn't expect Huang Yongsheng to ask for help. What if they could solve it? Everyone began to get excited, and some even shouted out loudly. Mr. Huang, if you have any problem, just tell us directly. We will never shirk our responsibility to help you. Huang Yongsheng looked at the excitement in the audience, but his mood did not change at all. This time he really just wanted to give it his all. My daughter Huang Lingmeng was unfortunately poisoned a few days ago. I have sought out many famous doctors but no one can cure her. I am holding a banquet today in the hope that someone or a family can help my daughter detoxify. If someone can, I will reward him handsomely. After Huang Yongsheng finished speaking, 2 men in black pushed a wheelchair and slowly came to the center of the hall outside the banquet hall. The person sitting in the wheelchair was Huang Yongsheng's daughter. Huang Lingmeng. Chapter 37 5 Poison Powder. Huang Lingmen's face was pale, and there were bruises on her arms. She looked like she was poisoned. The facial features on her beautiful face were wrinkled, as if she was enduring some severe pain. Huang Yongsheng was heartbroken when he saw Huang Lingmeng. He only had such a daughter, but she was poisoned by the enemy's revenge, and no one in the army could save her. Now that the date is approaching, he can only try to see if there is anyone in Jiangnan province who can help his daughter detoxify. Yu Ran also looked at Huang Lingmeng without leaving any trace. Sure enough, as the book said, the poison had penetrated into his bones and it was almost impossible for gods to save him. Soon some grey-haired old gentlemen from various major families came out first to observe Huang Lingmen's condition. Mr. Huang, I wonder what kind of poison your daughter has been poisoned with. A doctor just took a brief look at Huang Lingmeng and knew that Huang Lingmeng was extremely poisoned and could even be said to have missed the best time for treatment. 5 Poison powder. Huang Yangshen's eyes burst into flames, and 3 words popped out of his mouth through gritted steel teeth. All the doctors present immediately exclaimed. Woodug powder is not a legendary poison, and even the materials are derived from daily life, but this poison is extremely difficult to cure. Woodug powder is made by fusing any 5 of the 5 poisonous flowers and 5 poisonous insects. Although the materials are common, it is extremely difficult to fuse the toxins together. Therefore, woodug powder is actually considered a rare poison, and its solution is also very easy. Almost all the combination solutions are made public. But the problem is which 5 kinds of poisons are included in the 5 poison powder. If you guess the wrong one, it will disappear directly. After all, the corresponding antidote can only remove the corresponding toxin, and the military doctors have only deduced 3 toxins after these days of deduction and observation. If you want to continue research, it will take a lot of time, but it is obvious that Huang Lingmeng does not have that time, so Huang Yangsheng held a banquet to see if there is no way to treat the horse as a living doctor. Several experienced doctors circled around Huang Lingmeng many times, checking Huang Lingmeng's pulse from time to time. Huang Yangsheng was also well prepared. Huang Lingmeng's blood was placed next to him. The doctors observed carefully, but many slowly left soon. They cannot detoxify this kind of poison. If Huang Lingmeng miscalculates, he will die. Huang Lingmeng's current condition is not good. It would be better if he died naturally. If he dies after eating their formula, I'm afraid Huang Yangsheng will be furious. Therefore, less than half an hour later, there were only 5 doctors surrounding Huang Lingmeng, and doctors returned to their positions one after another. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. They all shook their heads at their companions. This poison could not be cured, at least not in this short period of time. In my opinion, the blood is light purple and corrosive. It should contain 2 toxins, scorpion venom and corrosive flower, but it is difficult to distinguish the other toxins. I am afraid it will be difficult for us to deduce other toxins at this time. The doctor of the Han family just shook his head after looking at it for a long time. Although he thought it was possible to prepare an antidote, it was not realistic in a short time. As the Han family doctors returned to their original positions, only Huang Yangsheng was left next to Huang Lingmeng again. Huang Yangsheng was also slightly startled, but it was Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in Jiangnan province. It took their army nearly a day to calculate these 2 toxins. But this old gentleman only took half an hour. Perhaps if he had asked for help earlier, Huang Yangsheng clenched his fists slightly. The expression on his face actually showed a hint of pain, and Huang Lingmeng pulled Huang Yangshen's clothes with his hand. My father is fine. He died for the country. I am lucky. Huang Lingmeng had a smile on her face. When she came here, she knew that she was going to die soon. The father had no other choice, so he took this trick and showed the most unbearable side of his daughter in front of everyone. Everyone, if you know any smart doctors, you can invite them. I, Huang Yangsheng, will be very grateful. Huang Yangshen's slightly trembling body showed that his mood seemed to be difficult to calm down. Yu Ran is sitting firmly on Diao Yute. It's not time for him to take action yet. According to the situation, no one can do anything. Our male protagonist started to show off, and as expected, Lin Fan sat up from the Bai family camp and wiped his greasy mouth from what he had just eaten. This kind of thing was not worth mentioning in his eyes, so he filled his stomach first, and after these incompetent people left the stage, it was time for his performance. When he strode out, he was about to announce his name, but unexpectedly a figure stopped in front of him. Yu Ran smiled slightly. I'm sorry Xiaofan, you are too young, you can't handle this kind of pretense, let me do it. Uncle Huang, maybe I have a way to help Ling Meng detoxify. Huang Yangshen's originally gloomy eyes suddenly burst into light, staring at Yu Ran with piercing eyes. Huang Lingmeng, who was curled up in a ball, also looked up at Yu Ran, and the hope of life was once again ignited in his heart. Although she said she was not afraid of death, who would want to die at a good age and in the prime of life? Boy Yu Ran, do you really have a way to help Ling Meng detoxify? Yu Ran nodded. Although wood powder was difficult to crack, he had an antidote pill produced by the system. All poisons under an jin can be detoxified. Although wood powder has left many doctors at a loss, it is just an ordinary poison, and the detoxifying pill can naturally detoxify it. Yu Ran still asked the system with some worry whether the detoxification pill would be effective. However, the system was very arrogant and only replied to him with one sentence. Produced by the system, it must be a high-quality product. Although this dog system is very doggy, it will naturally not talk nonsense about such things. Boy Yu Ran, do you have a doctor in the Yu family who can tell the formula of this voodoo powder? Huang Yongsheng looked at Su Jianqian and Lu Zitong who came with Yu Ran. These two young people did not look like doctors. No, but I have a way to detoxify it without knowing the formula. Before Huang Yongsheng had time to reply, a sarcastic voice suddenly came from behind. It's shameless to say that wood powder has no way to detoxify except to see the 5 poisons. You, a dandy, should just stay aside. Mr. Huang, I can see the poison in Miss Ling Men's body. Naturally, this voice came from Lin Fan. Seeing Yu Ran cutting Hu off before him, a feeling of irritation came to his heart. Especially when he knew that the person in front of him was the person who reported him to the prison before, he felt even more unhappy. Today he is going to swell this dude's face. The Bai family's complexion suddenly changed. This Lin Fan actually insulted Yu Ran without knowing what was wrong. How dare he? Lin Fan, don't talk nonsense, Mr. Xiao Yu, this is not what our Bai family means. Unexpectedly, Bai Yuan was the first to speak out. He, who was already unhappy with Lin Fan, directly stopped him from speaking out to prevent Yu Ran from angering the Bai family. Bai Kuang, on the other hand, sat firmly on the Diao Yute without saying a word. He was so scheming that he understood that if Lin Fan could climb up to Huang Yongsheng, the Yu family would not dare to attack them. So I only let my granddaughter speak. If Lin Fan can detoxify, then it is the unintentional words of the junior. If not, then Bai Yuan is the representative of my Bai family and has already drawn a clear line with Lin Fan. No matter what, the Bai family will not lose money. But Yu Ran ignored Lin Fan and just said to Huang Yongsheng. Uncle Huang, do you think I would joke about something like this? Chapter 38 The confrontation between Yu Ran and Lin Fan. Before Huang Yongsheng could answer, Lin Fan, who was ignored by Yu Ran, became even more angry and rushed over, roaring at Yu Ran. You are looking down on human life. You absolutely can't save her. Only then did Yu Ran turn around and look at Lin Fan disdainfully. For a protagonist like this, ignoring him was the greatest cruelty. Well, that's pretty villainous. Huang Yongsheng also looked unhappy. This Lin Fan kept saying directly that his daughter must die. And what Yu Ran said was right. The relationship between their family and the Yu family made it impossible for Yu Ran to joke about it. What's more, the clothes Lin Fan was wearing didn't look like a serious person, so he naturally believed Yu Ran even more. Yu Ran, just treat it with peace of mind. I won't blame you even if it fails. Lin Fan was still shouting there. How can a playboy like you know how to treat illnesses? Yu Ran sneered. Noisy. Bang, a shocking slap resounded throughout the whole place, and the whole place was extremely silent for a moment. Lu Zitong couldn't stand the yelling Lin Fan anymore, so he went up and gave him a big mouth. Lu Zitong Mingjian's strength and speed were naturally not slow. He was standing behind Yu Ran very close to Lin Fan, and this slap hit Lin Fan squarely on the face. Lin Fan really didn't expect that Lu Zitong would actually dare to hit him. The most important thing was that this was a banquet. They usually talk but don't do anything. After all, everyone is civilized, but Liu Zitong obviously doesn't care about this rule. My young master is the one who rules. Lin Fan was unprepared and suffered a big loss. Although the slap was not very harmful, it was extremely insulting. Lin Fan also changed from confusion to anger immediately, with a ferocious expression as if he wanted to eat everyone in front of him. Gritting his teeth brought out a roar. You are looking for death. With his Jin strength, he could basically destroy the boy with only Ming Jin in front of him with one punch. In his rage, he had already forgotten all reason. He directly gathered all his strength and hit Liu Zitong hard. I want him dead. What happened at the scene instantly stunned everyone. First, they didn't expect Liu Zitong to hit Lin Fan in the face. Furthermore, I didn't expect that this audacious Lin Fan would actually dare to fight back. He was a member of the Yu family. But a discerning person can also see that neither Lin Fan nor Liu Zitong is an ordinary person, they should both be warriors. Although their strength cannot be seen, they are definitely not ordinary people. They can be spectators in this game. So they stared closely at the situation in front of them, unwilling to blink at all. Lin Fan's punch was very fast, causing a blast of air in the air. Liu Zitong, who was the first to bear the brunt, immediately felt the pressure. Invincible. This was his first feeling. Lin Fan's power was obviously much greater than his own, although he could not judge Lin Fan's specific strength. But he could also vaguely feel that it might be in Jin, but even so, he had no intention of surrendering. The young master is still behind him. The worst he can do is die. The young master must not be harmed. Liu Zitong also gathered all his strength in an instant, the veins in his hands popped out, and the muscles in his whole body collapsed tightly. To hit his strongest blow. But what he didn't expect was that before Liu Zitong's fist was released, he felt a punch rushing towards him in the opposite direction. That power was not at all inferior to Lin Fan's, and he even felt a vague threat from this punch, which was a threat to his life. But before he could react, a punch from behind directly hit Lin Fan's fist. After the two punches were added together, an astonishing collision sounded in the center. Liu Zitong was at the center of the interaction of forces. He quickly covered his body with both hands and was directly knocked back 3 steps by the aftermath of this force. What surprised him even more was that this power did not come from other people, but from Yu Ran. When did the young master actually have such strength? He vaguely remembered that the young master had become more powerful a few days ago. But before he could think about it, Lin Fan and Yu Ran had a shocking collision and the winner was already decided. A huge force was transmitted from Lin Fan's arm to his body, and Lin Fan vaguely felt that this force had other flavors. That is vitality, and this vitality is extremely powerful. As a classical medical school, they naturally have techniques to absorb vitality, but Lin Fan has never heard of such deep vitality in an Jin. But regardless of whether Lin Fan heard it or not, the fist in front of him told him that it was real. The power of dark energy and vitality quickly invaded his right arm, and a sound of bone tearing resounded through the surface of his body. Lin Fan is naturally not an ordinary person. As a protagonist, one of their characteristics is his perseverance. Of course, he is still a little mature as a fledgling. But Lin Fan naturally would not give up easily. He roared angrily and exerted force with his feet, trying to push back this huge force. Snap! The sound of the tiles breaking under their feet shocked everyone present. What a huge force it was! Facing Lin Fan's increase in pressure, Yu Ran seemed very calm, because he had no choice but to go all out when he made a move. He concentrated all his energy on this punch. He did not dare to hold back in the face of Lin Fan, and the roar of the tiger was faintly waiting in his mouth. What he wanted was absolute suppression. However, Yu Ran obviously underestimated himself. Even if Lin Fan increased his strength, it could not match the powerful vitality bonus. Unable to bear the huge force any longer, he flew backwards and fell to the ground, sliding for tens of meters. Lin Fan couldn't bear it anymore and spat out a stream of blood. Then he looked at Yu Ran with a strong look of fear on his face. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar. The strength Yu Ran showed was so strong that everyone couldn't believe it. Everyone present had some knowledge, and they all murmured two words. Warrior. It seems that although this Yu Ran is a fool in business, he has good martial arts skills. I'm afraid that the idiot look I used to have was also deliberately put on to deceive everyone. This person is very scheming. Just when everyone thought so, Yu Ran calmed down his numb right arm a little. Grandma, it's the first time I've used this power, it's so powerful. However, his expression remained unchanged. He looked at Lin Fan with a hint of ridicule, and the corners of his mouth were slightly crooked. If you dare to go against me, you are worthy of it. You are so annoying, so get out of here. The dandy energy radiated almost from the inside out, and the feeling of self-satisfaction almost overflowed the screen. Everyone present could not help but open their mouths. Well, there are still some problems with Yu Ran's evaluation. He is indeed different now from before. He should be a capable idiot. Chapter 39 Detoxification. But everyone was still stunned by Yu Ran's strength. Although his strength was good, what he said still felt like a fool. So people present still didn't think highly of Yu Ran. Yu Ran didn't have any idea about this, because he was originally a rich second generation, so why should he pretend to be gentle and elegant? The rich second generation just wants to bully others. But the eyes of two people present lit up, one was Huang Yongsheng and the other was Huang Lingmeng. Both of them murmured. Anjin. Huang Yongsheng thought that Yu Ran's strength was so strong, and he had entered martial arts. Maybe what he said about being able to help Huang Lingmeng detoxify was not just rhetoric. That means my daughter can be saved. What Huang Lingmeng was thinking about was that such a young Anjin was so powerful that he really wanted to compete with him. Huang Yongsheng and his daughter are not ordinary people. Although Huang Yongsheng is a southern general, his martial arts talent is extremely poor. He barely used resources to reach the 9th level of Ming Jin, but Huang Lingmeng, as his daughter, was extremely talented in martial arts and had already entered the middle stage of Dark Jin. He was also the youngest Anjin force in the Southern Army, leading a group of special talents, so he was ambushed during a mission. Huang Lingmeng was injured and poisoned in order to save everyone. Huang Lingmeng was able to reach the middle stage of Anjin so quickly because, in addition to her extremely high natural ability, she also had an extremely combative heart. This kind of person is generally called a martial arts idiot. Although it is a bit inappropriate for a flowery girl, Huang Lingmeng is indeed like this. So when she saw Yu Ran's martial arts talent, her first thought was to fight him. Lin Fan, as his defeated general, was naturally ignored. After all, as a martial arts idiot, he only fights the strong. I wonder what Uncle Huang thinks of this move. Yu Ran laughed heartily, seeming to be a little carried away. Of course, this was also the character he wanted to create, a playboy with some talent. He thinks this kind of persona suits him very well, and most people who look more arrogant will not be wary of others. Lin Fan naturally does the same. If you want to hold him tight, you have to keep him hopeful. An arrogant playboy shouldn't be able to hit you, right, Lin Fan? Huang Yongsheng looked at Yu Ran and was a little complacent but didn't say anything. After all, it's normal for young people to be a little complacent with such achievements. Yes, I didn't expect that boy Yu Ran would embark on the path of martial arts. It is not surprising that Huang Yongsheng is a martial artist. After all, the Yu family is so rich that it is easy to accumulate some resources. But to be able to cultivate to this level obviously requires not only resources, but also talent. Another very important point is the person who leads the way in martial arts. For Yu Ran to achieve such strength, there must be an expert guiding him behind him. Huang Yongshen's thoughts were naturally clear to Yu Ran, otherwise how could he pull out this big flag? Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to my master's teachings. Before he left, my master gave me a few life-saving things, including an antidote pill that can cure all poisons. Yuran magically took out a box, opened it, and a beady elixir was instantly revealed in front of Huang Yangshen's eyes. This is the detoxification pill produced by the system. The strong fragrance of the pill spread instantly to the entire audience, and a slight smell made people feel refreshed. What a baby! In today's cities, pills are extremely valuable, and Huang Lingmeng, who has entered martial arts, naturally understands this even more. Otherwise, how could the military be helpless against her poison? According to what Yuran said, this pill was given by his master to save his life. Such affection is quite deep. Quack, quack, host, you finally admit that I am your master, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Just as Yuran handed the elixir to Huang Yangsheng, the systematic laughter in his mind made Yuran's hands freeze for a moment. The dog competition system, get out of here, it has nothing to do with you. Ga ga ga, host, you are called Sundara. I understand. You are too honest to speak out. No need to say more, no need to say more. Don't go online too much. The stupid bird system is not as smart as classmate Xiaoi. Huang Yangsheng looked at the hand that Yuran handed over for a moment, and then handed it over, sighing secretly in his heart. Yuran was also reluctant to give up. After all, this was a life-saving thing. This time he owed a huge favor. Is there anything particular about taking this? You don't need to chew it, just swallow it. Reimu's toxins will be eliminated quickly. Huang Yangsheng nodded and handed the elixir to Huang Lingmeng. Huang Lingmeng looked at Yuran's face and swallowed it without hesitation. Everyone has given their life-saving things to themselves, so why should I hesitate? After swallowing it, Huang Lingmeng frowned instantly, which made Huang Yangsheng a little worried. Girl, how does this feel? It is medicine after all, and the effect may not be so obvious at first. Huang Yangsheng was also a little worried about whether this elixir could cure him. After all, Huang Lingmen's poison had penetrated into his bones. Seeing Huang Lingmen's expression, he was even more worried. Huang Lingmeng shook his head. It's not that the efficacy of the medicine is bad, but that the efficacy of the medicine is too good. This level of detoxification pill is probably already a perfect level of pill. It was not that Huang Lingmeng had never taken elixirs before, but this was the first time she had seen such a heaven-defying elixir. She believed Yuran's words even more that this was a life-saving thing given to him by his master. She felt that the toxins in her body were slowly fading away, and the pain she once felt was gone forever. She suddenly stood up from the chair, which shocked Huang Yangsheng. Huang Lingmeng punched directly and powerfully. I feel great, thank you Yuran. The sons and daughters in the army were generous, and Huang Lingmeng was even more happy, as he no longer had to be tortured by this damn voodoo powder. And she vaguely felt that after the pill was detoxified, some of its pure medicinal power spread throughout her body, and she even felt a faint sense of breakthrough. This favor was greatly owed to Dafa. This elixir is absolutely hard to find. You're welcome, how dare I ignore the relationship between Uncle Huang and my father, otherwise my father will definitely kill me when I go back. Huang Yangsheng laughed loudly when he saw his daughter recovered, and his depression disappeared. Okay, okay, good boy, I will go and tell your dad when the time comes that you are a good boy. Yuran also smiled wantonly, and glanced at Lin Fan who was seriously injured and vomiting blood. No one dared to help Lin Fan who fell there. He was seriously injured and watched Yuran save Huang Lingmeng. He can do it even if he has infinite roar in his heart. But what chilled him even more was that the people from the Bai family didn't dare to show their faces at all, as if they wanted to distance themselves from him. The pain in his arms and insides and the dull pain on his face made his anger increase a few degrees. I just gritted my teeth secretly, Lin Fan, will definitely avenge this. Everyone, I hope you won't spread the word about today's incident. Huang also asks everyone to give me a penny. Huang Yongsheng swept the venue. Although his tone was polite, his eyes were scanning like an eagle's eye. Everyone also quickly agreed with a smile and did not dare to say nonsense. Neither the Yu family nor Huang Yongsheng was the one to offend. The banquet also came to an end at this moment, and Yu Ran opened the system happily. The points this time will definitely not disappoint him. Chapter 40 Taking Stock of Gains. After the banquet, Yu Ran said goodbye to Huang Yongsheng and Huang Lingmeng, and left with Su Jianqian. As for Lin Fan, he didn't even look at him. This kind of greatest disregard can show his arrogance. Although he can crush Lin Fan to death now, but after all, he has little experience at present, so he might as well live a little longer. Yu Ran took Su Jianqian back to where he lived. After all, it was not good to go to hotels all the time. Su Jianqian also looked at Yu Ran's residence curiously. Unlike her imagination, Yu Ran's temporary residence was surprisingly simple. Basically, it was very homely, which allowed Su Jianqian to quickly adapt to this place. She was really afraid that Yu Ran's home would be full of luxurious decorations, and she would really have to be careful when the time came. It's been a tiring day. You should take a shower first. Yu Ran smiled slightly at Su Jianqian, and Su Jianqian nodded. This dress looks good. The high heels are really tiring to wear and she sweats a lot. Yu Ran was about to go to bed to see what he had gained this time, but Su Jianqian suddenly turned around and smiled. Want to come together? Yu Ran, who originally planned to open the system, immediately turned it off. Here I go. System scumbag, you are such a scumbag. Yu Ran ignored it. Points are available at any time, but this opportunity is not always available. The sound of running water in the bathroom shows that it is not peaceful inside, but the content still requires payment to watch. I, Lao Yu, will not share it with you. The joy of this is not enough for outsiders. When lying on the bed, Yu Ran had already entered sage mode, and the exhausted Su Jianqian had already fallen asleep in his arms. It also gave Yu Ran time to check out his harvest. Congratulations to the host for completing the plot mission and earning 2,000 points. Because Lin Fan's hatred for you has increased to 30, you will receive double points, gain 4,000 points, and get an additional chance to draw 10 consecutive draws. Dog system, have you swallowed up my points? Yu Ran became furious and yelled at the system. This system never does that kind of thing. Host, please respect yourself. Amitabha. That's nonsense. Last time, if the hatred value was increased by 5, the points would be doubled. This time, if the hatred value is increased by 25, the points would be doubled. According to the ratio, the points should be 8 times this time. The system gives me points back. Didn't this system tell the host? No matter how much the hatred value is increased, the points will be doubled. This system has given you an extra 10 draws in a row, so just be satisfied. Yu Ran gritted his teeth. The damn system never told him about this, but now he had nothing to do. At least he was given 10 draws in a row, so he could accept it. However, Yu Ran suddenly frowned. He had made Lin Fan like this, and his hatred value had only increased by 25? This is very inconsistent with the character of the protagonist, who must retaliate. In fact, Yu Ran never expected that what Lin Fan hated most after this incident was not Yu Ran, but Liu Zitong and the Bai family. Although he was defeated by Yu Ran, it was Liu Zitong who really humiliated him. After all, that slap hit him firmly on the face, and Yu Ran was hated together with him. On the contrary, the hatred value is not very high. In Lin Fan's eyes, Yu Ran is just a dandy, arrogant and domineering, and those bullies who bully others are the ones who really make people hate him. Not only that, he hated the Bai family even more for being ungrateful and even adding insult to injury. Bai Yuan not only publicly stated that she had nothing to do with him, but even the Bai family had no one to help him after he was injured, so they just left alone. And he threw his things out directly, completely forgetting the life-saving grace Bai Kuang promised. After all, for Bai Kuang, the interests of the Bai family outweigh everything else. Lin Fan has been ostracized by both Yu Ran and Huang Yongsheng. He is simply seeking to bring hatred for the Bai family by going his own way. What's more, it's not like the Bai family didn't pay for medical treatment, nor was it ungrateful. He even gave Lin Fangke an extra 10 million and wrote a letter telling him not to provoke Yu Ran. This was already the end of his benevolence. But Bai Kuang did not expect that the sum of these things would bring Lin Fan as much shame as that slap. Therefore, his hatred towards the Bai family has reached its peak this time. Liu Zitong and Yu Ran, who instead humiliated him, are still slightly behind. Of course, Yu Ran didn't know these things clearly, but it was a bit strange. It would be good if Lin Fan had less hatred towards him, and he could still harvest wool a few more times. Delightful. Yu Ran glanced at Su Jianqian next to him and was not in a hurry to improve his strength. Every time he improved his strength, he needed to adapt for a while. Obviously this time was not a good time. What if Su Jianqian is injured tomorrow morning and this happy life of S*X is gone? This is something he cannot bear. Now that she has had more in-depth exchanges with Su Jianqian is no longer as jerky as before. The knowledge I learned from Mr. Hata and Mr. Hoshinomiya in my previous life can also be put into practice. Just one word. Cool. Although Su Jianqian got up early, she didn't get up until noon. Yu Ran's crazy energy made her lie in bed and didn't want to move at all. What about the fields that she promised would not be damaged by plowing? She felt that she was really going to be spoiled. She suddenly felt that it wouldn't be a bad thing to have a sister to share the burden. Since Su Jianqian didn't want to get out of bed, the important task of taking care of Su Jian naturally fell on Yu Ran today. Yu Ran also went directly to Su Jian's house after lunch, preparing to take care of Su Jian. As for whether this care is serious or not, it must be serious. When Yu Ran saw Suzy, she was doing embroidery in a set of clothes that looked like yoga clothes. The yoga clothes outlined Suzy's figure more perfectly, with bulging front and back, full of charm. The most important thing is that the pain has been reduced a lot, and there is a hint of blush on the face, making it look more attractive. Su Jian was caught off guard by Yu Ran's sudden visit, and her face suddenly turned red when she thought of what happened a few days ago. Yu Ran also smiled slightly. After a few days of accumulation, Suzy's friendship/admiration value has reached 90. If it does not decrease but increases, there is only one situation, and that is self-defense. Qian was a little sleepy, so she asked me to take care of her. Her complexion has improved a lot, and she looks good today. Yu Ran said with a smile, his face looked like a harmless lamb. Su Jian secretly spat. Su Jianqian had no habit of staying in bed at all, this accident was really terrifying. But this enemy actually ran over again, and it seemed like nothing happened. Could it be that what happened a few days ago had no impact on him at all? But Suzy looked calm on the surface. Then it's troublesome for Xiaoran. Yu Ran smiled and nodded, sat down on the ground, and then held Suzy's little feet. This pair of jade feet is truly as if they were made in heaven. Suzy was also taken aback and shrank back unconsciously. What are you doing? Yu Ran pretended to be confused. Of course you want to see Auntie's injury? Hey? Where did Auntie go? Chapter 41, Strategy against Suzy. Even the experienced Suzy was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Yu Ran's faint smile made her really think that Yu Ran didn't seem to think much about it. Am I overthinking? I have to say that Yu Ran's smile is really deceptive. Yu Ran really wants to check on Suzy's injuries. He didn't lie about this, but as for whether he had other ideas, that is unknown. Yu Ran looked at Suzy's small feet. The 5 delicate toes were white and beautiful. They were indeed jade feet. Compared to Sokyunkin's beautiful feet, they are more attractive. However, Yu Ran has no intention of tasting them for the time being, but he is bound to take a look at them. Susi looked at Yu Ran and saw that he was checking her wound normally at first, so she felt relieved. But before she could even breathe a sigh of relief, she noticed Yu Ran's audacious look. Susie was definitely not mistaken, it was an extremely aggressive look. She had seen Yu Ran look at Su Jianqian in the same way before. What does this kid want to do? Yu Ran seemed to notice Susie's gaze and put down Susie's feet. The wound should be healed soon, but Auntie's feet are really pretty. Yu Ran stood up and praised casually. Susie's eyes narrowed. She was now a little unsure whether Yu Ran was speaking casually or had ulterior motives. But she didn't know what to say at this moment. There were some things she didn't dare and couldn't point out. Yu Ran didn't seem to care about the change in Susie's eyes. He just sat next to her, his eyes looking at the embroidery that Susie had not yet finished. "Auntie, your embroidery skills are really good. These two dragons playing with a pearl are so lifelike, it's simply a work of art." Susie looked at Yu Ran's praise for her and just smiled slightly, but she didn't know if there was something wrong with her ears. She seemed to hear something different in Yu Ran's tone of voice. Could it be that Yu Ran really had that kind of feeling towards her? This was actually a misunderstanding of Yu Ran by Susie. As everyone knows, I, old Yu, am a person who likes to play straight and a good citizen who never does such shady things. Yu Ran really thought that Susie's embroidery was very good, and wanted to start a conversation with Susie, and then do this and that, and finally that, and it would be done. "Yu Ran, I don't have any problem with that. If you are busy, you can leave first." Susie bit her lips and teeth. She was in a state of confusion. Her hands kept moving together, showing her inner unrest. She really wanted to calm herself down now, but could Yu Ran help her calm down? It was definitely impossible, so she decisively refused. "Auntie, this won't work. Qian told me to take good care of you, and I'm fine." Yu Ran smiled brightly, he was really fine. Lin Fan was still recovering from his injuries, so they had to wait until his hair grew back before they could fleece him. Susie looked at Yu Ran in a daze. She clearly didn't want Yu Ran to stay here, but she felt a little secretly happy that Yu Ran stayed here. She didn't know how to describe this contradictory feeling. When Yu Ran saw Susie's expression, he knew that she must be struggling and hesitant. "It's okay, let old Yu add fuel to the fire. Auntie, let me give you a massage. I learned a little bit before for my mother." This is actually Yu Ran talking nonsense. He can give a chicken feather massage, but his real purpose is not to do anything else. He just pressed it a few times symbolically, and it didn't matter whether it worked or not. Before Susie could speak, Yu Ran had already stood up and came behind her, gesturing for her to relax a little. Susie's words of rejection lingered in her mouth for a long time, but she didn't say them out in the end. Her emotions towards Yu Ran were also extremely complicated. But no matter what kind of feeling it is by no means annoying. So she did not refuse Yu Ran's request. When Yu Ran started to massage his shoulders, Su Jian also frowned. It didn't look like he knew how to massage, but Yu Ran didn't use much force. Anyway, he just treated it as playing with a child. But soon Susie discovered that something was wrong with Yu Ran. He actually started to give up his shoulders and gently beat her back. But after hammering for a while, Yu Ran's hand moved closer and closer to her thigh. No matter how stupid Su Jian was, she knew that this boy had no good intentions. In fact, as long as she yelled, Yu Ran would definitely stop, and that would be the end of the matter for today. After that, she and Yu Ran would still be as if they were meeting for the first time. But for some reason, the throbbing in her heart made her take no action for the first time, and just watched Yu Ran's actions. "Auntie, let me massage your thighs." Yu Ran finally realized that he had done so much foreshadowing, which was not in line with my straight ball personality, Lao Yu. But starting now, it's my turn, Lao Yu. Susie's thighs were very slender, and she had no time to gain weight due to the previous illness. Her thighs are very skinny, even her thighs are not as thick as Yu Ran's arms. Yu Ran quickly finished massaging all parts of her thighs. Looking up, she met Su Jian's complicated eyes. Su Jian didn't expect Yu Ran to be so bold. When she handed Su Jian to Yu Ran, she thought that Yu Ran might not like Su Jian peacefully, but she didn't expect that she would be the second one. Although she knows that she is not bad, she is by no means a top beauty. What does this mean? Yu Ran would be surprised if he knew what Su Jian was thinking. With Su Jian's temperament and appearance, as long as she recovers from her injuries, she will be an absolute top beauty. Otherwise, how could there be a school belle daughter like Su Jian? It's just a joke that it's in her genes. The two looked at each other, and Susie turned away first, but she still said nothing. Yu Ran stood up slowly, and then got close to Su Jian's body. Su Jian's body was trembling, but there was still no movement. Well, she thought it must be caused by her leg being injured and unable to move. Yu Ran hugged Su Jian gently without making any movement. Sister Jian, thank you for your hard work. Seeing Yu Ran's changed title and Yu Ran's movements, Susie inevitably trembled. Yu Ran, don't mess around. Susie's voice was trembling, and there were even tears appearing in the corners of her eyes. I won't mess around. I just think it's really hard for you, Sister Qian. When Qian was with me, she told me everything she did from childhood to adulthood. You're really working hard. Please let me take care of you in the future, okay? Yu Ran's voice was soft but close to Susie's earlobe, and the faint voice drifted into Susie's heart with the wind. Su Jian has been waiting for this sentence for too long. She has raised 2 children alone and is still in poor health. Only Su Jian and Sol Li know how much she has paid. But the person who said this to her was wrong at all. Yu Ran, I know, but you still have Qian. Susie whispered, but with a hint of vibrato. Chapter 42, Give a Good Girl a Home. Yu Ran's expression remained unchanged. He had already thought of his words. Su Jian was the biggest obstacle among them, but also the biggest help. Yes, of course I know. It is precisely because of Qian's existence that I feel sorry for you even more. Qian often told me that I will be very nice to you in the future, but when the time comes, you will have your own family and you will be alone. It's not good to be alone, so I think it's better to take care of you directly. Yu Ran didn't know if his absurd reasoning could convince Su Jian, but Yu Ran knew that Su Jian actually didn't need to convince her at all, he just needed to give her a reason, that's all. The admiration value of up to 90 already explained everything. But there's nothing wrong with it. Does Sister Qian feel bad about me? If she doesn't feel good about me, I will never force it. At worst, I won't come anymore. Yu Ran's decisive tone seemed to be thinking about Su, and he was determined to succeed or succeed. And it was this determination that caused Susie's last line of defense to collapse. Yu Ran will never come again in the future, just like Su Jian warned Su Jian before, their family owes Yu Ran too much, and it is obviously impossible to burn bridges across the river. So Susie refused without much thought. No, that's not the case. I feel very good about you. You are a very good boy. Yu Ran smiled slightly, and the final move was about to decide the outcome. He suddenly held Su Jian's shoulders and looked into her eyes. That's okay, I really want to take care of you, Sister Qian. The sincerity in Yu Ran's eyes finally made Su Jian defeated, and her lips trembled slightly. Good. Before the second sound came out, Yu Ran's lips were already blocked, and the fierce kiss intensified on the sofa. Su Jian was already extremely mature compared to Su Jian, and her kissing skills were naturally incomparable to Su Qian's. The kiss between the two lasted for a long time. Susie hadn't felt such a domineering and powerful feeling for a long time, and she felt like her heart was about to melt. And against Yu Ran's strong chest, she felt the long-lost warmth, and she finally found the sheltered harbor. Perhaps the previous hardships and fatigue were just to meet him. Suzy clung to Yu Ran's chest for a long time and refused to let go. She seemed to be worried that this was a mirror image, which made her satisfaction disappear instantly. Yu Ran patted Suzy's back gently. Looking at Suzy's movements, he was actually surprised. There is not much introduction to Suzy in the book. In other words, Suzy actually acts on her own. And he actually really felt sorry for what happened to Suzy. Of course, he felt sorry for her. If Suzy didn't have that devilish figure and appearance, he would just feel sorry for her. Now he is not only distressed, but also loving. Thank you, Yu Ran, but don't worry, I won't affect you in the slightest. It would be better if you have time to think of me and would like to come and accompany me. Suzy whispered softly into Yu Ran's ear, and Yu Ran burst into tears instantly. Listen, listen, what a good girl. He is really not a scumbag, he just wants to give every good woman a home. At this time, Yu Ran definitely couldn't follow Su Jian's advice, so Yu Ran simply hugged Su Jian. The way the princess hugged her made Suzy exclaim, and then she huddled tightly in Yu Ran's arms. At 1.6 meters tall, he looked small and exquisite in Yu Ran's arms, but rather cute. Yu Ran directly carried Su Jian into the bedroom. As soon as he put her on the bed, Su Jian took the initiative to wrap her arms around Yu Ran's neck and started kissing her fiercely. It is said that women in their 40s are like wolves and tigers. At this age, Suzy has been alone in a vacant house for many years, and her heart and body are full of loneliness. Now that she is determined to give herself to Yu Ran, she looks even more bold compared to Su Jian. It's time for Lao Yu to enjoy the day once again, so I won't tell you the details. All I can say is very moist. Yu Ran understood all the feelings of youthfulness and maturity in one day. She is truly a top beauty. Compared to Su Jian was more violent, but her constitution was worse, so she was exhausted in less than an hour and lay motionless on the bed. If it weren't for the fact that she was still breathing in and out, Yu Ran really thought she was going to die. Although 1 hour is far from Yu Ran's peak, he has already said that he is very strong. That damn system actually gave him Shiquan pill, is it looking down on him? Host, you are not like this when you take Dabu pills. If you climb the system, am I weak? I'm experimenting with the power of your big tonic pills. Yu Ran spoke seriously, his face extremely sincere. Suzy smelled the aroma of food when she woke up. Although Yu Ran was indeed a little violent, she was actually the one taking the initiative in most cases. Thinking of how unrestrained she had been before, Suzy's mind suddenly calmed down. What had she been doing before? She reluctantly prepared to get dressed and get up, when the door opened directly. Yu Ran's strength had reached an jin, and his senses were naturally much stronger. When he felt that Su Jian was awake, he immediately opened the door and came in. Why didn't you call me when you woke up? Sister Qian, you are still a patient, so be careful. Suzy also rolled her eyes at Yu Ran angrily. I knew I was a patient, but I still exerted so much force, so I didn't know how to be gentler. Yu Ran was also laughing wildly. Sister Qian, you have wronged me. You obviously said it was not enough. Su Jian's pretty face turned red when she told Yu Ran, and she was helped outside by Yu Ran. Looking at the sumptuous meals on the table, she was also a little dumbfounded. Are these lobsters and abalones made by Yu Ran? Suzy looked at Yu Ran with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Yu Ran was honest. I ordered takeout and gave it to Sister Qian. She is a little weak. Yu Ran does know some home cooking, but these dishes are obviously beyond the standard, and what he wants most now is money, and the things that can be solved with money are nothing. When Su Jian heard Yu Ran's words, she also frowned. Why did he feel that Yu Ran's weakness seemed to be specific? Helping Suzy sit down, Yu Ran also placed a piece of lobster meat in her bowl. I've already sent someone to deliver food to Jian. Don't worry, she will go back to school directly tomorrow and won't be back at night. Su Jian's eyes were a little complicated when she heard So Kyunkin's name, but soon she could only sigh. She really owed it to the brat in front of her. Sister Qian, don't worry, I will stick to my word and I will definitely treat you and Qian well. Yu Ran looked at Su Jian sighing and quickly agreed. I know, it's just that you seem to have said this before, and it feels a little weird to say it now. Suzy did not deny her previous behavior. Although it was a hormonal action, she obviously thought it through carefully. And seeing as Yu Ran, this brat, might be more troublesome in the future, he can also help his daughter, well, that's it. After eating, Suzy leaned on the sofa and prepared to continue embroidering. She looked a little confused when Yu Ran sat next to her. Hey? Aren't you going home? Yu Ran also smiled shyly. Qian said that if she doesn't come back, I will definitely take good care of Sister Qian. Chapter 43, Unfair Mall. Su Jian looked at Yu Ran's smile and the corners of her mouth twitched for a moment. Should she say it or not, the young man is in really good health? If she remembered correctly, Su Jian was sleeping in the hotel and couldn't come, right? This little BD is really energetic. But even so, Su Jian did not reject Yu Ran, but worked hard to recover her body. Revisiting her old place, she learned something about it. Early the next morning, under Suzy's strong objection, Yu Ran regretfully left the bed and prepared to go home directly. Suzy's foot injury today was no longer a problem. It's okay for him to stay here any longer, but he has other things to do, and he has to say goodbye to Wenro Township for the time being. Arriving at his own private practice basement, Yu Ran beamed instantly as he looked at the accumulated points. With 4,900 points, the wave took off immediately, and Yu Ran naturally began to use his own strength without hesitation. After all, in this world, strength is the foundation of success. Upgraded to the second level of dark strength, with 4,400 points left. Upgraded to the third level of dark strength, with 3,900 points left. The third level of engine to the fourth level of engine is the middle stage of engine. It is no surprise that the price has risen again. System, you are robbing money. You actually want 1,000 points to level 1. Yu Ran's eyes bulged out when he looked at the subsequent increase in points. They doubled again. This is too expensive. Host, this system focuses on a fair and conscientious service. Please do not question the behavior of this system at will. I don't know if it's because I've watched too many dramas about overbearing presidents, but the system actually got tough for once. Yu Ran sighed, Grandma, this dog system is really a big player in points. There is no way to continue ordering. Upgraded to the fourth level of engine, with 2,900 points left. Upgraded to the fifth level of dark power, with 1,900 points left. Upgraded to the sixth level of engine, with 900 points left. Ding! The accumulated consumption points have reached the quota, now open the system wall. When Yu Ran reached the sixth level of engine, he spent the points and finally opened the long-dusted system wall. Yu Ran also quickly opened the system panel to check. Yu Ran. Martial Arts level, Dark Strength 6th level. Skills mastered, Iron Mountain Reliance, Tiger Roar. Currently receiving information, the Miracle Doctor comes down the mountain. System points, 900. Mall, click to open. Lottery pool, expand. Clicking on the system mall, Yu Ran looked at the products in the mall. You don't know this, but you are shocked when you look at it. There are so many things in it, ranging from daily necessities to various martial arts and weapons. It even has some spaceships. It can be said that as long as you have points, there is nothing you can't think of and nothing you can't do. However, the points above made Yu Ran gasp a few times. It was really not that expensive. Blue-silver coil, the level of the skill cannot be predicted. After using it, even the world may be destroyed, let alone people. Points required, 1 billion. There is also a line of small words below that states that countless more powerful worlds have been entangled and died. Star Luo chessboard, the level of the props cannot be estimated. Once obtained, the host will be invincible in the world and can refine and control this galaxy. Points required, 1 billion. I'm talking about the system, can I really afford to replace this thing in my lifetime? Yuran looked at the items in the mall in reverse order. The introduction of each skill and prop was invincible in the world. It really said that the heifer was flying, so awesome that it reached the sky. Please host, please work hard, everything is possible. Although the system was a gesture of encouragement, there seemed to be a hint of ridicule in the words. Yuran was also speechless, how could he afford it at this price? System, do you really have these two things? You're not trying to trick me, are you? Yuran is actually a little unbelievable. The system really has such awesome props, and it still needs to cooperate with him? Based on your human situation, it probably means that your boss will reward you with a car if you do a good job at the end of the year. That's probably what it means. When Yuran heard these words, they sounded so familiar to your grandma. Isn't this just a painting? Damn it, I didn't expect that I would become a rich second generation and still have to eat cakes. What a stupid system. Yuran shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Let's take a look at the items he could afford to buy. But as soon as he opened the first page, the first product surprised Yuran. Specialty of Dachu, after using it, I said it is good, the effect is just right, invincible Hehuan powder, you deserve it. Points required, 100. The corners of Yuran's mouth twitched slightly, and then he spoke in a very serious tone. System, are you really a serious system? I suspect you are engaging in color schemes, and there is conclusive evidence. Slander. Host, you are slandering this system. This system has no idea. Yuran looked at the second item without saying anything. Invisibility talisman, after being attached to the body, it uses special light and shadow to make itself invisible. It lasts for 3 minutes and can be easily seen through by powerful or special items. Points required, 200. Yuran looked up, his expression self-evident, and his eyes were pointed directly at the system. Host, you are blatantly slandering me. You are slandering me. I am a serious system. Yuran didn't say anything, just sneered at the corner of his mouth and let the system guess, while he continued to look deeper to see if there were any other items. Location conversion talisman, it can be used to change the location of a person within a specified distance. The conversion time is within 0.5 seconds. The stronger the strength, the more difficult it is to convert. Points required, 500. Yuran looked at it and found that this spell was pretty good, but it was too restrictive. It required ordinary people and a specified distance. It seemed that it could be within 1,000 meters. However, the effect is still quite large. After all, it ignores many things and can directly switch the positions of two people. If he instantly switches to a person's side, Tiger Roar plus Hong Yao sword, Huajin will be caught off guard and he will have to eat a pot. However, Yuran has no plans to change. The main reason is that he is too poor now and is down and out. He can't afford the rest at all at the moment, but he has marked a few very good things so that he can buy them directly if necessary in the future. So he still planned to keep it for emergencies. But there was one thing he actually needed right now. Elite level combat awareness. Immediately obtain elite level combat awareness after use. Points required, 1000. Yuran's demand for this is still quite large, but it's a pity that it's still a little short of the mark. It seems that he needs to gather more of Lin Fan's wool. According to the system's explanation, the elite level is probably the level of an ordinary soldier king, which is more than enough for Yuran, who basically doesn't take any risks. Even though he was knocked down by Lin Fangqian with one punch, if it was a life and death fight, his fighting consciousness would probably be a breakthrough. But fortunately, there is a system that can quickly instill such unreasonableness into him, otherwise he would really have to practice hard. After being promoted to the 6th level of Anjin, Yu Ran conducted simple training in the training room and became familiar with his own strength. It has to be said that the middle stage of Anjin is indeed much stronger than the early stage of Anjin. Even if he doesn't use his vitality now, Lin Fan would never be able to catch his punch before. After getting used to the strength, Yu Ran planned to go to school. Chapter 44 Meeting Lu Qingxiu by chance. Yu Ran went to school for two purposes, one was to find Su Jianqian, and the other was because his counselor was urging him to go to school again. Liu Zitong had no other choice. He had been suppressing it for a long time and could no longer hold it in. Finally, he had no choice but to tell Yu Ran. Yu Ran was also speechless. His family had already been arranged, so why did he need to go to class? What's more, I am seizing the time to improve my abilities, so why would I be interested in attending classes? If that doesn't work, I can just buy a detailed explanation of university knowledge on the system. Alas, I have to say that the system has indeed corrupted Yu Ran's mind. However, Yu Ran still plans to go directly to Nanjing University to solve his next campus problems. Liu Zitong drove Yu Ran to Nanjing University. He kept looking at Yu Ran curiously. He was extremely familiar with Yu Ran. It was no exaggeration to say that he was the person who knew Yu Ran best in the world. But he had no idea when Yu Ran became a warrior, and Yu Ran had changed a lot, seeming to be much smarter than before. However, he had no intention of asking about these secrets. After all, he just had to do his job well. But he vaguely felt that the young master's change was closely related to the broken engagement. Yu Ran soon met his counselor. Alas, those sexy and beautiful counselors in novels are all lies. My counselor is obviously a middle-aged lady. Although she is probably a little older than Susie, she is completely different from Susie in appearance and other aspects. He has no interest at all. Yu Ran, you kid, even though the principal said so, you can't not come to NTU for a day. There are several teachers who are very dissatisfied with you. If you don't come, those old-fashioned people may not come this semester. I gave it to you. The counselor said to Yu Ran earnestly that this final exam of their junior year would be their last exam in college. Several of their teachers were very unhappy with Yu Ran's absence from class, but luckily the principal intervened and Yu Ran was not forced to fail the course. But this semester is a little different. One of the junior classes is taught by an old-timer. He is considered the most experienced professor in Nanjing University. He has an old-fashioned personality and does not give face to anyone. After so many years of teaching, he has already had many students all over the world. So he didn't care about what the principal said. If Yu Ran skipped his class, he would probably fail, which would be very troublesome. Fortunately, this professor only teaches one class per semester, so this is the real reason why the counselor called Yu Ran back. Yu Ran nodded after hearing the instructor's patient explanation. He didn't need to skip just one class, and this class was a public class, so he could take the class with Su Jianqian. Then you can decide what to do in class. Classroom style JPG? Well, it sounds quite interesting. Yu Ran also nodded and agreed. After walking out of the counselor's office, Yu Ran went straight to find Su Jianqian aimlessly, but he didn't expect to meet an unexpected person at the door. Lu Qingxiu. Yu Ran looked at Lu Qingxiu and found it a little unbelievable. How could Lu Qingxiu suddenly return to Nanjing University? Didn't she go back to inherit the company during her sophomore year? Lu Qingxiu raised her eyes and looked at Yu Ran, her eyes still showing the same indifference as before. Just when Yu Ran thought that Lu Qingxiu would ignore him, she unexpectedly spoke. Yu Ran, long time no see. Yu Ran? Didn't we just meet at the banquet 2 days ago? Why is this topic so abrupt? Yu Ran didn't really want to get involved with his fiancée. Lu Qingxiu was not only scheming, but also difficult to talk to. Don't you see, even the last Lin Fan failed to conquer Lu Qingxiu? But if he didn't say a word, it seemed that he was a little separated from his past. After all, he used to be crazy about Lu Qingxiu. Oh, long time no see. I'm waiting for my girlfriend to finish class. How about you? Yu Ran spoke in a straight line at high speed. He wanted Lu Qingxiu to stop the topic immediately. He said to wait for Su Jianqian, you must have nothing to say. I'll come back to take graduation photos and get my diploma. Lu Qingxiu's voice was still indifferent, but she answered his questions steadily. But although the tone was still cold, Yu Ran still sensed something was wrong, especially when Lu Qingxiu pulled her hair with her hand. Yu Ran was obsessed with Lu Qingxiu to the point of being crazy and understood every move of Lu Qingxiu. This action clearly means, I'm not very happy. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. But why is Lu Qingxiu unhappy? Just because he mentioned his girlfriend Su Jianqian, but they had met her at the party, Lu Qingxiu's friendliness of 30 was only slightly better than that of a stranger. Are you saying you like it? Are you jealous? Absolutely impossible. Could it be that she wants to plot against herself? It's no wonder that Yu Ran thinks this way. After all, Lin Fan's only few difficulties were caused by Lu Qingxiu, so he understands more clearly what a terrible person this indifferent woman in front of him is. Because of this thought, Yu Ran didn't answer Lu Qingxiu's words. Lu Qingxiu didn't say anything more, and the two of them fell into an inexplicable silence. This atmosphere made Yu Ran feel a little uncomfortable. When he was about to leave, his footsteps stopped abruptly. That's not right. I, Lao Yu, have done nothing wrong, so why should I run away? Besides, he is here to wait for Su Jianqian. Where is he going? Thinking of this, Yu Ran simply held his hands and looked at Lu Qingxiu to see what she wanted to say. I have to say that Lu Qingxiu is really good looking, no matter how you look at her, she looks good. Lu Qingxiu may have taken a graduation photo today. She just wore simple jeans with short sleeves, but she managed to show off that kind of high-end beauty. Sure enough, whether the clothes look good or not really depends on the person. Lu Qingxiu frowned slightly as she looked at Yu Ran's careless eyes. She had known Yu Ran for a long time, but she had never seen Yu Ran's eyes like this. In the past, Yu Ran, in order to please Lu Qingxiu, was afraid that she would be angry, let alone look at her unscrupulously, and did not even dare to look at each other for too long. Therefore, it was obviously a bit unnatural for Lu Qingxiu to receive such a look from Yu Ran. If it had been anyone else, Lu Qingxiu would have given him a roll of her eyes or turned around and left. But now she stood there indifferently, not knowing what was going on in her mind. Yu Ran saw that there was no expression on Lu Qingxiu's face, as if she was in a daze. But when encountering this expression, Yu Ran knew that Lu Qingxiu was struggling and seemed to be thinking about making a certain choice. Hey, sometimes it's a headache to know too much. Yu Ran, I'm about to graduate. Do you want to take a photo with me? Lu Qingxiu pursed her lips slightly, seeming to have made a very difficult decision. No, Yu Ran has something else to do next. Su Jianqian strode over and stood in front of Yu Ran. Chapter 45 Lu Qingxiu's strange behavior. Is get out of class over? Yu Ran looked at Su Jianqian standing in front of him and rubbed her hair. Su Jianqian stood in front of Yu Ran like an old hen guarding her chickens, looking at Lu Qingxiu warily. Seeing Yu Ran's intimate movements, Su Jianqian seemed to enjoy it. But Lu Qingxiu's expression remained unchanged, and she just rolled her hair casually, showing that her heart was not as peaceful as it is now. Well, get out of class is over. If get out of class isn't over, I feel like I'm going to be exploited. Su Jianqian looked at Lu Qingxiu warily, and the classmates who quickly swarmed out were stunned when they saw this scene. Two school beauties competing on the same stage? Fighting over a man? This will definitely be the headline news on campus tomorrow. Some gossip lovers have quietly taken out their mobile phones, preparing for a breaking news. He has already written the title. Shocking, the story that two school beauties and a man had to tell in school. Yuran obviously didn't have the habit of being treated like a monkey, so he pulled Su Jianqian away directly, while Lu Qingxiu followed Yuran and the others step by step. Seeing this situation, the classmates next to them became even more gossipy and followed Yuran quietly. But as a person stood in front of him, he bumped into him without looking carefully at the road. "Hey, why are you blocking the road?" Liu Zitong smiled slightly and pressed the shoulder of the candid photographer hard. "Brother, you have a very good body. You even dare to take pictures of my young master." The sound of bones gradually breaking made the candid photographer's expression instantly become convulsive. "It hurts, it hurts. No more patting, no more patting." Liu Zitong casually sent away the candid photographer, although he didn't know why the young master got together with Lu Qingxiu again. But this was not something he had to interfere with, but he didn't want Yuran and Lu Qingxiu to be together. That woman didn't like Yuran at all. There was no comparison with Su Jianqian. After being together with Su Jianqian, the young master smiled much more than before. As a subordinate, he only wanted the young master to be happy. When they reached a secluded path, Su Jianqian finally couldn't bear it anymore. "Lu Qingxiu, what do you mean? Why are you following us? Do you like being a light bulb so much?" Lu Qingxiu didn't even look at Su Jianqian, but just glanced at Yuran casually. "Just dropping by." Su Jianqian stamped her feet angrily, but there was nothing she could do. She had no control over which way Lu Qingxiu took. Yuran sighed. Lu Qingxiu's rank was higher than Su Qunqin's by an unknown amount, and Su Jianqian was an expert in this method. Lu Qingxiu is the undoubted king. Not to mention Su Jianqian, even Yuran felt that Lu Qingxiu was interested in him. What happened at the banquet plus the current situation. Su Jianqian doesn't believe you when you say that Lu Qingxiu has no idea about him. Just Lu Qingxiu's seemingly cold words and unexpected actions, almost 99% of men have to be controlled by her. In the past, Yuran was so controlled by her that she had a high rank. It's a pity that Yuran now has the help of the system. The untouched 30 friendliness tells Yuran that this Lu Qingxiu is completely pulling the strings. She wasn't attracted to him in the slightest, which was why Yuran wanted to stay away from Lu Qingxiu. Even if he had a system, he felt that he might not be able to outsmart Lu Qingxiu. But he couldn't be indifferent to Su Qunqin's jump. Originally, Lu Qingxiu was at most a familiar stranger in his eyes. After all, Su Jianqian is his girlfriend. Not to mention that Yuran really doesn't want to have a relationship with Lu Qingxiu. "Stop following us, we are going on a date for dinner." Yuran tried his best to make his voice sound as cold as possible, but it didn't seem to have any effect on Lu Qingxiu. She still followed Yuran without saying a word, glancing at Yuran gently with her eyes from time to time. Yuran really had a headache. If Yuran jumped out and said that Lu Qingxiu didn't like him, then the whole world would probably attack him. Really Gan? Unfortunately, Yuran couldn't do anything to her. "They said you could do something along the way?" Su Qunqin's face changed color with anger. Fortunately, Yuran didn't have the slightest nostalgia for Lu Qingxiu, which made her feel very comfortable. She just couldn't stand how Lu Qingxiu trampled on Yuran's sincerity. But the roar of the car finally broke the awkward atmosphere. "Master, do you want to go out to eat with Miss Jianqian?" Liu Zitong got out of the car and handed the car key to Yuran respectfully. Yuran patted Liu Zitong's shoulder as if he had been saved. The lips moved slightly. "Take Su Jianqian away in a hurry." Liu Zitong also smiled happily, because what Yuran's lips said was, "Good job, more money." "Oh! Heaven and earth, here I come again. Miss Qingxiu, I will take my leave first." Liu Zitong said goodbye to Lu Qingxiu politely. After all, Lu Qingxiu was from the 5 major families, so he still understood. Lu Qingxiu watched Yu Ran leave with Su Jianqian, but gave Lu Zitong a meaningful look, and then strode away. No success. There was only a murmur between heaven and earth that only Lu Qingxiu could hear. After arriving at the hotel, Su Jianqian still stamped her feet angrily. This stinky Lu Qingxiu obviously did it on purpose. Okay, leave her alone. She thought I was Yu Ran from before. With this little trick, don't worry, I won't be manipulated by her. Yu Ran comforted Su Jianqian with a smile and gave her a piece of beef. Su Qunqin's anger disappeared quickly, and she was soon dating Yu Ran with a smile. With Yu Ran, she would be happy no matter what she did. In the evening, Yu Ran took Su Jianqian back to visit Su Jian, although Yu Ran said that Su Jian's foot injury had healed a lot. But Su Jianqian is still a little worried. When Su Jianqian opened the door, Su Jian was embroidering her Erlong opera beads and saw Su Jianqian and Yu Ran coming back together. She felt unnatural for a moment, but quickly covered it up. "Mom, how is your injury?" Seeing that her ankle was basically healed, Susie smiled and nodded. "Mom is okay. That's for sure, with my careful care, Mom's foot injury will be healed soon." Yu Ran also interrupted with a smile, but the care he emphasized was not heard by Su Jianqian. Instead, Su Jian rolled her eyes. This bad boy dared to tease Su Jianqian in front of her. Su Jian's injury was healed, and Su Jianqian felt relieved, and the 3 of them chatted happily. In the past, Susie didn't actually pay much attention to their chat content, but now she also wants to integrate into Yu Ran's life, so she listens very carefully. "By the way, I have good news for you. As for your part-time internship, I have already taken care of it." Chapter 46 So Qunqin's internship. As soon as Yu Ran's words came out, Su Jianqian jumped up immediately. Okay, what kind of part-time job is it?" Su Jianqian has long wanted to help Yu Ran. Even if she can't help her, she still wants to save money to buy some gifts for Yu Ran. They may not be expensive, but they are all hers. It was actually prepared before. It's just that my aunt happened to hurt her foot, so I didn't tell her. It just so happens that my aunt's injury is healed now, and you can rest assured to work. It's about finance. Su Jianqian also brightened up, and the part-time job with a professional counterpart made her even more satisfied. He listened carefully to Yu Ran's next words. "But it's not in Jinling. It's in Suzhou. It's a newly established financial company. The current leader is a doctor in finance named Dong Chunkaiu. I plan to let Jianqian follow him and learn something while working part-time." When she heard that she was going to Suzhou to work part-time, Su Qunqin's expression changed slightly. Doesn't going to Suzhou mean that she will be in a different place from Yu Ran? She doesn't want to in her heart. Now is the sweetest time, and she doesn't want to be separated from Yu Ran. Su Jianqian opened her mouth, but did not say a word of rejection. When she heard this kind of position, she knew how much effort Yu Ran had made to help her find it. If she refused, it would definitely break Yu Ran's heart. So although Su Jianqian felt reluctant in her heart, she still didn't say it out loud. But knowing a daughter is better than a mother, Su Jian can see through Su Qunqin's thoughts at a glance. Yu Ran, Jianqian is studying at Nanjing University after all. Wouldn't it be putting the cart before the horse if she goes to Suzhou part-time? Of course I have considered this. Jianqian is about to finish her junior year, and there will be no classes for her senior year. There are also fewer things to do next. I think I can give it a try there. It is said to be a part-time job, but in fact it will be very useful for Qunqin's future work. It's very beneficial, and after all, the company is just starting up there. Jianqian joins now and becomes a veteran. It is inevitable that Jinling will open a branch when it grows. At that time, Jianqian can apply to work in Jinling. Yu Ran's words not only left Su Jian speechless, but even Su Jianqian understood Yu Ran's good intentions. He immediately gave Yu Ran a hug and kissed Yu Ran on the face. "Husband, thank you, I will definitely work hard. Now call me your husband. Why didn't you refuse before?" Yu Ran scratched Sokyunkin's nose teasingly, and Sokyunkin's face turned red. Su Jian shook her head helplessly when she saw the interaction between the two. This girl Jianqian has been eaten to death by Yu Ran. But Suzy smiled indifferently. Even she was eaten to death by this boy, so what did it matter? "By the way, when are you going to let Jianqian come over? The sooner, the better. Suzhou is not far away. It can be traveled back and forth in 2 hours. If Jianqian has some free time, she can go back to Jinling, and I will go to see her." When Su Jianqian heard the conversation between Yu Ran and Su Jian, she secretly encouraged herself. She must make some achievements. Otherwise, how could she be worthy of Yu Ran's help to her? "Then I'll go tomorrow. I don't have any classes these 2 days, so I'll go and get familiar with it first." "Okay, I'll take you there tomorrow. You'll stay in Suzhou for a few days, and there will be a class that you have to attend. Then we'll come back together." When Su Jianqian heard Yu Ran's words, she jumped 3 feet high. In an instant, the sadness of parting disappeared a lot, and she jumped back to the room to pack her things. Suzy and Yu Ran were sitting opposite each other in the hall, and Suzy couldn't help but speak. "Did you run this company?" Yu Ran looked at Su Jian in surprise and nodded. "Sister Jian is really perceptive, you can see it all. You brat, how can there be such a good company where you can both intern and study? The team leader is still a big boss. Later, you even asked Jianqian to come to Jinling to open a branch? I don't believe this was not done by you. Su Jian has been in the society for many years and is not a fledgling like Su Jianqian. Naturally, she knows very well how good the job Yu Ran said is. I originally planned to hand over this company to Jianqian, but she is still young and is learning from the big boss." Yu Ran shrugged. He was not in the mood to start a company, he was a man who wanted to become the king of martial arts. "But no matter what, thank you," Su Jian said sincerely, but Yu Ran smiled evilly. "Sister Jian, it's not good to just say thank you with your mouth." As she spoke, she moved her face towards him. Su Jian was also a little frightened. This brat, Su Jianqian was packing her things inside. She glanced quickly, and quickly kissed Yu Ran on the face before breaking up. Unexpectedly, Yu Ran took it one step further, pulled Suzy into his arms, and kissed her deeply. Su Jian was caught off guard by Yu Ran's sudden attack, but she did not dare to resist, for fear that the sound would be too loud and attract Su Jianqian out. She could only try her best to cooperate with Yu Ran. After the kiss, Su Jian hit Yu Ran with her fist. But it's not very strong, and it looks more like coquettishness. "You are going to die. What if Jianqian suddenly comes out? Just be honest when you come out." "I have no intention of hiding, Sister Qian." Yu Ran teased. With his current perception in the middle stage of Anjin, Sokyunkin's situation could not be hidden from his eyes and ears. But of course he wouldn't say it like that. After all, even though Suzy said she didn't care about this, Yu Ran still had to give it to her. Highlights. If a woman says she doesn't want it, she wants it. Suzy was slightly shocked after hearing this. Although she never thought that Yu Ran would make her public, she was still deeply touched by what Yu Ran said. "Don't talk nonsense. It's not good for Jianqian to know." Suzy lowered her voice, but the coquettishness in her voice made Yu Ran tremble a little. It seemed that what she just said was very useful to Suzy. Yu Ran didn't get any closer. Relaxation and restraint are the correct answer. "Hey? Aren't you going to rest here at night?" Su Jianqian was a little stunned when she saw Yu Ran's uncharacteristic behavior. When did this pervert leader change his gender? "Well, I have some things to deal with at home, and I'm resting here." I'm afraid I won't be able to leave tomorrow. Yu Ran smiled evilly and scratched Su Qianqian's face. Su Qianqian also smiled back. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. Yu Ran said hello to Su Qian and returned directly to his villa. He still had some news to learn before leaving. Master, I have investigated Lu Qingxiu's recent affairs clearly. This is information. Lu Zitong handed Yu Ran the information, which made Yu Ran frown. He had to figure out Lu Qingxiu's affairs, otherwise it wouldn't be a problem if he was always being led around. Is the capital chain broken? Suspected of being sniped. Yu Ran looked at the information in his hand and tapped his fingers lightly on the table, as if he understood what was going on. Chapter 47 Lu Qingxiu's Dilemma. Lu Qingxiu rubbed her brow gently. What happened during this period was far beyond her control. She didn't expect that there would be so many troubles after she and Yu Ran broke off their engagement. She had never paid much attention to Yu Ran, and the engagement was just the result of the Lu family's coercion. She felt that her status was entirely due to her own efforts, but after Yu Ran broke off her engagement, she discovered what it means to influence the whole body with one move. Companies that had good relations with the Yu family began to gradually reduce their cooperation with them. Not only that, the issue of funding also began to come under various attacks. The originally promised payment was also delayed inexplicably, and she was extremely busy in just half a month. She's not stupid, this is obviously the Yu family's revenge, and she doesn't know what role Yu Ran plays in it. However, she felt that it was more likely that Yu Ran's parents were seeking revenge for their son. So after careful consideration, she decided to use the easiest way to solve the problem, which was to repair her relationship with Yu Ran. As long as Yu Ran was willing, her problems would be solved. But it was obvious that things were beyond her control. Yu Ran not only found a new girlfriend, but also treated her like nothing. Although there was a bit of acting in the communication between her and Yu Ran, some anger and unhappiness did show up naturally. This kind of half-truth is easy to manipulate people's hearts, but she found that Yu Ran was completely different from before. Warrior? Is it because of this that you turn a blind eye to her? Lu Qingxiu sat on a chair, her slender calves resting casually on the table. She felt a little tired all over. She casually pulled out a piece of information she had asked to collect from her desk and read it carefully. Su Qianqian? Does Yu Ran like this genre now? The two of them had established a relationship in just 2 days. She was still a little unbelievable when she saw these simple news. If you want to solve the current company's difficulties, solving Yu Ran can be said to be the simplest and least expensive way. Lu Qingxiu has always adhered to this philosophy and acted absolutely calmly. Therefore, she gave everyone the feeling of being cold and arrogant, and she was so indifferent that no one dared to approach her. Boom, boom, boom. A knock on the door interrupted Lu Qingxiu's contemplation. Please come in. Lu Qingxiu changed back to her normal sitting position and looked at the men who opened the door. Miss, the family is somewhat dissatisfied with your recent situation. They feel that your breakup with young Master Yu Ran was too hasty and has caused immeasurable losses to the Lu family. The subordinate lowered his head and reported the matter to Lu Qingxiu, staring at the floor without daring to raise his head at all. A beauty like Lu Qingxiu couldn't help but peek whenever she raised her head, and the person who peeked wantonly before had his eyes gouged out by Lu Qingxiu. So he only dared to lower his head and report the news. He knew very well how powerful his master was. Those old guys. Is there any other news? Even Lu Qingxiu, who was as indifferent as snow, still showed a trace of anger on her face, but it was fleeting. She has been able to control her emotions very well, otherwise in a family like the Lu family, nothing would be left. They are already coveting the position of Miss. It seems that they are all waiting for the financial report of the Miss Company this month. The subordinate reported his news to Lu Qingxiu in detail, and he left with relief as Lu Qingxiu waved. The aura of his young lady is really too strong. The pressure of being face to face makes him never want to come again next time. He should let the boss report next time. He thought to himself. Lu Qingxiu leaned on the chair, and her irritability made her involuntarily open a cabinet. There were a lot of gifts inside, all of which Yu Ran bought for her, but she basically didn't open them. At this time, she opened the cabinet and wanted to study Yu Ran. Without Yu Ran's help, it would be difficult for her to maintain her position in the Lu family. Only she knows how much effort she put into getting to this point without any background. Looking at it, she felt more and more irritable. Lu Qingxiu took a deep breath and took out a photo. Only then did she calm down. The photo was of her sister, whom she had not seen for 10 years. Although the Lu family lets them talk on the phone every year, they have never actually met in person. The goal she has been working hard for is to rescue her sister. Her parents made a big mistake when they were in the Lu family and were banished by the clan rules. They then died outside. She didn't even know how they died. All she knew was that at the age of 13, she suddenly fell into a daze when she looked at the corpses of her parents, losing the last protection of her elders. Her situation became increasingly difficult, and her younger sister was also taken away by the Lu family. The two sisters had already shown amazing beauty at that age. So the Lu family has already made plans to throw them out for marriage when they reach adulthood. And she runs these companies to increase her voice in the family and rescue her imprisoned sister. She actually didn't know why her sister was imprisoned, even though her sister was still so young. But she wants to save her sister, she only has her sister. She will do whatever it takes to do this. This company is her hard work, and it is currently the most profitable industry of Liu's company. If she loses this company, her status in the Lu family will plummet. She might even lose the opportunity to talk to her sister every year because of this, and she would never allow it. Lu Qingxiu closed her eyes tightly, and when she opened them again, she returned to her previous indifference, but the blood dripping on her palms showed how uneasy she had just been. Lu Qingxiu gently wiped off the blood on her nails and hands, picked up her cell phone and made a call. She wants to change the lives of herself and her sister. Yu Ran looked at the news and understood Lu Qingxiu's current difficult position. That lunatic Lu Qingxiu would do anything for her sister, and her scheming depth frightened him. He didn't know if the break in the capital chain had something to do with him, but Lu Qingxiu's behavior was definitely related to him. Yu Ran pondered for a moment and suddenly thought of what Zhang Mei had said before. I guess it won't be my mother's revenge. Toot toot. Hey, Xiaoran, why do you have time to call your mom today? Mom heard about what you did at the banquet, which was really great. But Mom heard that martial arts is very tiring. You must have worked hard to improve so quickly, right? If you need anything, just tell Mom. Before Yu Ran opened his mouth, Zhang Mei started to praise and care about him, which made Yu Ran feel warm in his heart. It's really tiring, I have to click on the system a lot. Thank you, Mom, but Lu Qingxiu's attitude towards me was a little different at the banquet and at Nanda. That stinky woman is just pretending and wants to deceive my son to see if I don't kill her. When Zhang Mei heard about Lu Qingxiu, she instantly became furious. Yu Ran rubbed his eyebrows, it was really his mother who did it. Chapter 48, Give up targeting Lu Qingxiu. No, I have a girlfriend now, and I didn't even pay attention to her when she came to me. What, you guys can do it? When will you bring it back for me to take a look at? When Zhang Mei heard this, she immediately beamed, as long as it wasn't Lu Qingxiu, anyone else would be fine. Well, it will take some time, but her family is relatively ordinary. Hey, Xiaoran, you need to change your thinking. It's just normal. Why do you think your girlfriend cares about other people's family conditions? No matter who you are, they are not as rich as my family, so these things don't matter. Just be nice. Zhang Mei's sincere teachings made Yu Ran couldn't help but smile. She was a really good mother. Oh, Mom, I got it, but Lu Qingxiu doesn't need to target her, just treat her as a stranger. Besides, my family will lose a lot of money by targeting her, so there's no need. Not bad, not bad. My son already knows that he is thinking about his family, so my mother will stop and teach her a lesson. Hey, you thought my son was easy to bully. Zheng Mei is very satisfied. Not only has her son stepped out of Lu Qingxiu's shadow, but he also has a new girlfriend. As for who the girlfriend is, it doesn't matter. Who can be more irritating than Lu Qingxiu? By the way, Xiaoran, your dad seems to have something to tell you, so I gave him the phone number. Zheng Mei handed the phone to Yu Fu, and Yu Fu's voice soon rang. Xiaoran, you are so awesome. Mr. Huang has personally called me to express his gratitude and praise you very much. I heard that you have entered Anjin. You are so awesome. You are worthy of being my Yu Fu's son. Yu Fu's proud voice made Zheng Mei over there roll her eyes at him. Screw you, you know nothing about martial arts, my son is obviously the best. Yu Ran smiled as he listened to his parents bickering. It felt really good. Oh, by the way, son, I recently heard that an auction house is going to hold an auction. There may be items related to warriors in it. It's about a week away. I've helped you get VIP tickets. You can go directly then. Don't feel bad. If money is useful to you, just buy it. Okay, Dad, I understand. Is there anything else? Nothing's wrong, I'm hanging up. FKU, just hang up. My son called me, just hang up. Yu Ran heard Zheng Mei snatching the phone away from the other side of the phone and chatting with Yu Ran about some household matters. It wasn't until the night got darker that Zheng Mei reluctantly hung up the phone and told Yu Ran to sleep well. Yu Ran was lying on the bed, thinking about the auction that Yu Fu mentioned, which was also mentioned in the book. He was going to ask Liu Zitong to prepare it, but he didn't expect that Yu Fu had already prepared it for him. This auction can be said to be a huge opportunity for Lin Fan, but now... Hehe, they all belong to me, Lao Yu, Yu Ran giggled. The phone received a text message notification tone. Yu Ran twisted his mouth for a while, and his father gave him another billion and asked him to spend it hard. It was so good, Yu Ran slowly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Yu Ran directly dialed Lu Qingxiu's phone number. As the president of Liu's, she was not in the habit of sleeping in. Hello. Lu Qingxiu's still cold voice sounded, but Yu Ran heard a hint of joy. That Qingxiu, I found out what happened before from my mother. From now on, my Yu family will not target you anymore, and you won't use it to please me. Besides, your acting skills are too poor. I am the only one in this world. The person who knows you best, so you continue to work hard to be your President Lu. After Yu Ran finished speaking, he hung up the phone. After this time, he should really be done with Lu Qingxiu. He was still a little afraid of Lu Qingxiu's unscrupulous attitude. The most important thing was that he was also worried that Lu Qingxiu would do anything to his parents. Lu Qingxiu often insists that if the problem cannot be solved, then solve the person who caused the problem. Although his parents were surrounded by a group of bodyguards, they were just afraid of what might happen. Moreover, it would still be a headache for him to have another secret enemy staring at him. He still prefers Lin Fan, an enemy on the surface who can be manipulated at will. Lin Fan's injury is probably almost healed. I don't know in what capacity he will go to the auction, but he is vaguely looking forward to it. It wasn't until the beep sound rang 5 times that Lu Qingxiu silently put down her phone. Was her previous performance so poor? However, Yu Ran said that it would be a good thing not to target her anymore, but Zheng Mei's previous actions still left her in deep trouble. The recent financial statements are still not very good, and those people in the Lu family may still cause trouble. But she also prepared a countermeasure. One plan continues. Yu Ran took Su Jianqian and drove towards Suzhou. Along the way, Su Jianqian was sitting in the passenger seat chatting with Yu Ran. It actually made the atmosphere on the road much better. Su Jianqian wore a dress today, with skin-beautifying silk threads, which made her thighs look slender and beautiful. Yu Ran couldn't help but play with it at traffic lights, which made Su Jianqian make a shy sound. Sadder. However, not only was this ineffective, it actually made Yu Ran even more aggressive. After the car arrived at the place, Dong Chunkai was already waiting at the door. Mr. Yu, the prototype of the company has been completed, and I am also preparing the basic projects. May I show you around? Yu Ran said hello and followed Dong Chunkai to look at his financial company. When Dong Chunkai introduced it as he walked, Yu Ran kept nodding. I have to say that Dong Chunkai's hands and feet are indeed very nimble. The preparations have been so complete in less than a week. He is very satisfied. He is indeed a talent. Well, I'm very satisfied. This is Su Jianqian, my girlfriend. She also studies finance, so I want to put her here to study with you. Dong Chunkai nodded quickly. Mr. Yu, I will give good guidance to Mr. Su. That's not what I meant. You are still the main priority here. What Jianqian said is mainly about studying. Manager Dong, please take care of me. Su Jianqian showed a gentle smile, and Dong Chunkai quickly held half of her palm and retreated at the first touch. By the way, do you have enough funds? Do you want to add more? Enough is enough. Dong Chunkai was also sweating profusely. Is this the young master? He just wanted to spend hundreds of millions. Let's do this, Jianqian comes here, I will add another 200 million, and you try to stabilize the situation. After stabilizing the situation, you can choose Linhua Company as the first target. When Dong Chunkai heard this, tears filled his eyes and he knelt down on one knee. I will live up to President Yu's trust. Linhua Company was a thorn in his heart, and Yu Ran asked him to remove it directly. Originally, he had no way of repaying the kindness of knowing him, and even more so now. After today's mission, Yu Ran took Dong Chunkai and Su Jianqian to dinner and then went to the hotel to rest. It's the best time of the day again. Chapter 49 Lin Fan enters Nanjing University. At the hotel that night, Yu Ran experienced a nice atmosphere. It's a pity that Su Jianqian has to work and study these days, so Yu Ran doesn't give her any strength. In the next few days, Yu Ran was completely free, reviewing the plots and characters in the book and becoming familiar with his own power. Listen to the report about Lin Fan. Anyway, take your time as you like. Su Jianqian had really worked hard these days. When she got to the hotel every night, she fell into bed and fell asleep. Yu Ran did not embarrass her. It's better to save a little and go back to teach Sister Qian how to behave. 3 days passed in a flash, and Yu Ran took Su Jianqian back to Nanjing University to attend the class of the old professor. For the sake of his graduation certificate, Yu Ran was still very conscientious. Although Yu Ran felt that it was of no use, it could stop many people's mouths. Yu Ran never thought that this professor's class would be so popular that he directly borrowed the school's largest lecture hall for teaching. And Yu Ran and Su Jianqian met the woman he didn't want to meet at the door, Lu Qingxiu. Yu Ran was actually a little surprised, because Lu Qingxiu had already graduated from her senior year and there was no need to attend such a course. Did you come here just for yourself? Yu Ran quickly took a look at Lu Qingxiu's favorability score. 40, well, it's a 10-point increase, which is gratifying, but it has nothing to do with liking it. Yu Ran, thank you. Just when Yu Ran was about to walk in as if he hadn't seen anything, Lu Qingxiu suddenly spoke. Su Jianqian immediately held Yu Ran's hand alertly, as if making an invisible demonstration. It's okay, we're settled. Yu Ran didn't want to talk to Lu Qingxiu. Although he was very greedy for such a big boss, he also knew how much he weighed now. For now, he has no plans to provoke Lu Qingxiu. After Yu Ran and Su Jianqian entered the venue, Lu Qingxiu couldn't help but have a slightly grey look in her eyes. Clearance? But she, who had always been unhappy, just left here. Yu Ran was actually right. As a graduate, there was no need for her to take such a class. She came specifically to see Yu Ran. She originally thought that Yu Ran did such a thing because he still had her in his heart, but now it seems that is not the case at all. Are alliance plans temporarily on hold? Lu Qingxue was sitting in the car, feeling an unknown emotion well up, but she suppressed it immediately. A big event for the Lu family was coming, and she didn't have much time to think about it. Su Jianqian and Yu Ran sat on chairs and looked relieved when Lu Qingxue didn't follow. She was really afraid that Lu Qingxue would sit next to Yu Ran. Yu Ran said he didn't like her anymore, but after 2 years of chasing her, Su Jianqian was worried that Yu Ran would miss her even a little bit. She sat on Yu Ran's right side, Yu Ran held him in his arms smoothly, and on Yu Ran's left side was Liu Zitong. Master, Lin Fan has entered Nanjing University, and he seems to be here too. Liu Zitong lowered his voice slightly, and Yu Ran raised his brows slightly. In the book, Lin Fan entered Nanjing University with the help of the Bai family. After all, campus is an indispensable setting for miracle doctor dramas. Moreover, every girl on campus likes her more and more, and that feeling is unmatched by women who go out into society. Yu Ran knew very well that Su Jianqian could never experience this feeling outside the campus. Too many interests in the adult world will destroy this purity of campus. But now the Bai family should have fallen out with Lin Fan. Lin Fan actually entered Nanjing University. Did the butterfly effect finally push him back to the main line? Just as Yu Ran expected, as long as Lin Fan's strength is not abolished, he will still be appreciated by others. Which family took in Lin Fan? Yu Ran frowned. The people at the banquet knew that Lin Fan had offended him and Huang Yongsheng, so they probably wouldn't make friends with Lin Fan. Unless the people who helped him were not afraid of Yu Ran and Huang Yongsheng. It should be the Han family. The Han family is very capable. The people monitoring him have seen people from the Han family entering Lin Fan's residence, but it's unknown what they talked about inside. Yu Ran nodded. If it was the Han family, it would be understandable. They were the same 5 major families, so naturally they couldn't be afraid of the Yu family. Moreover, the Han family and the Yu family have always had a normal relationship. The Han family was the head of the 4 major families in Jiangnan before the rise of the Yu family, although the Yu family rose up in a short period of time and surpassed them economically. But the Han family is superior in terms of foundation, so they are not satisfied with the rise of the Yu family, and always want to restrict it. So it is reasonable to win over Lin Fan, who has a bad relationship with the Yu family. An Jin and a miracle doctor are enough to win over the Han family. What's interesting is that in the book, although the Han family also had a relationship with Ye Chen, it was because the Han family took refuge in Ye Chen. Now it seems that it is the other way around. Yu Ran leaned on the chair. It was a little more troublesome for Lin Fan to catch up with the Han family than with the Bai family, but it wasn't too much trouble. After all, they didn't dare to really start a war with the Yu family over Lin Fan, and if something happened to Yu Ran, they would definitely fight to the death. Warriors in the city cannot take action easily, and the Han family will definitely suffer in a purely economic war. And for a family like the Han family, family interests are more important than anything else. If Lin Fan gets into trouble, he will most likely be abandoned directly. With Lin Fan present, Yu Ran became interested in this class. As we all know, the place where the protagonist is present is not peaceful. However, this lesson was not recorded in the book, which made Yu Ran even more interested. Unexpected circumstances? The teacher teaching this class is Xiang Yang, the oldest economics professor at NTU. I heard that teaching is his side job. But he is very serious about teaching. He feels that he is a scholar. Although side jobs outside are more profitable, he cannot lose his job. So he was very obsessed with teaching, and even Yu Ran had to come to his classes. The title of Xiang Yang's class is Employment and Employment Situation. It is a relatively general course, but it is of no use to you Ran. Employment? Does his inheritance of family property count as employment? However, although Yu Ran was not interested, Su Jianqian was very interested. After all, finance was closely related to this. After listening to a few words, Yu Ran found that Xiang Yang was indeed very capable and not a vain person. He explained the current situation very thoroughly as soon as he came up. Now that the virtual economy is prevalent, the real economy is experiencing an employment crisis. Although the internet industry is currently developed, in fact this piece of cake is being targeted by too many people, and currently it is not an excellent choice for ordinary people. Yu Ran raised his eyebrows. When everyone said that the internet could make money, Professor Xiang Yang actually said that the internet was not a good choice. As soon as these words came out, the people below also started a discussion, and there were a lot of confusions. Xiang Yang was not in a hurry to continue. He knew that someone would definitely have questions. NTU students were not green and would take the initiative to ask their own questions. Professor Xiang, I don't agree with your point of view. I think the internet is the fastest place to make money right now. Yu Ran also suddenly looked at that place, the voice was Lin Fan. Chapter 50 Lin Fan's Hot Dance. Hearing Lin Fan's voice, Yu Ran actually didn't find it strange. As for the protagonist, it wouldn't be in line with his personality if he didn't show his face on such occasions. Not only was Xiang Yang not angry, he also nodded very seriously. Then he made a gesture of please. I have to say that this professor was very polite. Professor Xiang just said that the current internet is not a good place for development. I don't agree, because the most profitable thing at present is the internet. Several companies that have emerged recently are also related to the internet. The internet is the most worthy place to try, so Teacher Xiang, I don't agree with saying that the internet is not suitable for us. Well, not being afraid of power and daring to resist are essential qualities for a male protagonist. If I were not a villain, I would admire Lin Fan very much. Yu Ran leaned back on the chair calmly. He actually felt that there was nothing wrong with what the professor said and what Lin Fan said. Although he is a business idiot, he still knows what makes money. This classmate said it very well. The internet is indeed the most profitable place, but what I am talking about in this class is employment. Employment is for the majority of people. Most of the majors studied by NTU students are not related to the internet. If there is no blindly participating in network work will only be counterproductive. Lin Fan did not sit down. After hearing Xiang Yang's words, he immediately began to refute. The rise of so many ordinary people on the internet shows that there is no decisive relationship between the internet and majors, and the students in our school themselves have higher quality and ability, and have better selectivity when facing the internet, so Professor Xiang said that the internet it's a bit arbitrary to say you can't work on the internet if it's not relevant. Lin Fan's words also attracted bursts of applause from the audience. This was actually what they were thinking. Obviously many people on the internet are not as good as them, but the speed of making money makes them extremely excited. What is this classmate's name? Lin Fan. Lin Fan replied proudly, with his head held high like a victorious rooster, while Professor Xiang shook his head. Classmate Lin Fan, you are right, but have you seen the winners, and what about the losers? The success of the internet is certainly exciting, but the opportunity is just finding a needle in a haystack. Maybe Nanjing University has a chance of success, but it may not be very high. This point touches the hearts of the students. Making money online is making money, but if you fail to succeed, you will be wasting your time. If you don't dare to give it a try, how can you succeed? Lin Fan naturally did not think about failure, because even if he failed, he had a guarantee of medical skills and money was not an issue at all. So his answer was still very proud. This debate lasted for quite some time. Until Lin Fan said that, I think the internet can be successful, and I will work hard to prove it in practice. Professor Xiang didn't say anything more, just asked him to sit down, and warned most people not to think about making quick money, but to work hard to improve themselves. Yu Ran actually believes this, because in the book Lin Fan combines the internet with medicine and beauty. Unfortunately, now that he is here, Lin Fan has no hope. After the previous episode, Professor Xiang introduced several companies that he thought were better, such as electric power, researchers, etc. It provides guidance to some confused students on their path, and comes with various stepping stones and methods for professional improvement. Even if Yu Ran is not interested, he can't help but nod his head once he hears a few sentences. This Professor Xiang is really awesome. At the end, Professor Xiang even gave some corporate communication methods and their internal internship methods. This makes many students very satisfied. It is no wonder that Professor Xiang Yang's courses are so popular. This kind of practical teaching is what college students need most. Seeing that get out of class was about to end, Yu Ran hooked up with Liu Zitong, and then whispered a few words into his ear. Liu Zitong nodded. He would always fulfill the young master's instructions seriously. So he left early to arrange some things. This class ends here. I hope every student has a bright future. Amidst a burst of applause, Professor Xiang's class ended, and Yu Ran took Su Jianqian out leisurely. His eyes casually glanced at the proud Lin Fan. It seemed that he had already moved on from the banquet. Want to be famous in college? Hey. I still satisfy you. As expected, Lin Fan's impassioned speech and proud spirit just now matched his resolute face. It attracted many people to come and communicate. Some were interested in what Lin Fan said about online entrepreneurship, while others simply thought Lin Fan looked pretty good. There were men and women, but Lin Fan, an old pervert, only wanted to communicate with his male classmates next time when he was free. For female classmates, it is possible to discuss it now. You old pervert, I have never seen such a person before. He must be punished. Lin Fan looked at the circle of people surrounding him and was very happy. The shadow of the banquet a few days ago was also swept away. But there was still a flash of fierceness in his eyes. The Bai family and Liu Zitong would not end so easily. Just when I was thinking of this, another girl who looked pretty good came over. Hello, Lin Fan, your speech just now was really powerful. Lin Fan responded with a gentle smile. Thank you for your compliment, you look good too. Really? Thank you. The girl was also happy. At this moment, another person came behind Lin Fan to talk to him. Lin Fan's spring-like smile really gained him a lot of favor, and he suddenly felt that his life had reached a climax. But suddenly Lin Fan found that something was not right with his body, and his body was suddenly no longer under his control. Genie is so beautiful. Oh Bai, Genie is so beautiful. He sang incomprehensible lyrics directly from his mouth, and his body danced involuntarily. His shoulders kept twisting, and then he turned around, shocking everyone present. What is this situation? We were having a good chat just now, but out of nowhere we started dancing successfully. Is this some special hobby? Lin Fan's behavior also immediately stopped the person who wanted to talk to him. This Lin Fan doesn't seem to be normal. It would be bad if he accidentally hurts himself. Not only that, the people who were talking to him also had dark faces when they saw Lin Fan singing and dancing. Why is this guy suddenly singing and dancing like no one else is around? The most important thing is that his twisted figure and duck-like voice are really not very good. So the people talking around him silently moved away, leaving the stage to Lin Fan. Lin Fan's singing and dancing time ended in just 30 seconds, but the people just now had already dispersed. Lin Fan's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect that he would be tricked again when he arrived at the university. Who could it be? He tore 2 pieces of paper off his back. Talisman. Sure enough, someone is plotting against him. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.